Hey there, welcome. Welcome everyone. A little bit late tonight, but we're here now. We're gonna break down season 1, episode 4 of From. What we usually would have done on Wednesday, but moved to tonight because of Christmas. And this is a really pivotal episode. This one is important. There's a lot to discuss, so we're gonna get into it pretty quickly. There's just it's one of the most important, I think, for lore building. It might not be what a lot of people remember for excitement or anything like that, but to me it's one of the best episodes. It's one of my favorites of the whole series because of the lore building that happens. And there are multiple scenes that are really significant quotes, foreshadowing, so we're going to get into all of that. But first, let's say hi to Dieter. Of course, as always, the first one. Hi, Dieter. Thanks for being here, of course, as always. And hey, Decipher, you're here early. Welcome. I couldn't remember if you were into From or just Severance. Nice to see you. Hey, with Alice. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. And hey, you don't have the StreamYard link. Sorry about that. That was a mess. Sorry about that. I haven't been doing well lately, so I'm more of a mess than usual. My pain has been pretty bad, so I'm way off my game. But this will be a good distraction. Hey, Doc. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Doc is gonna join us a little bit later, I believe. I sent him a link, so. There's that. What's up, Doc? Yes. Hey, LP Punk. Nice to see you. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, okay. And Dieter wanted to know what it was for. I was wondering that myself. It's my hometown and an homage to the movie SLC Punk. Oh, nice.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, Doc is here. Let's see.
All right.
Hey. Nice to see you.
Greetings,
Welcome.
dear denizens of planet Dirt.
Love it. Oh my god. You were too funny. I thought you were going to be busy till later. Nice to see you.
We had a half day at work today.
Oh, cool. For the
Not enough gore to clean up.
Oh geez. Yeah. Not enough what to clean up? Gore?
Gore.
Oh, well, that's always
I
good.
work at a kaiju surgical clinic, a clinic for surgery on giant monsters, and
Yeah.
I clean up the aftermath.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fitting. It sounds like you live in Fromville, so yeah, not a fun job, but glad you could be here. And yeah, and you have a channel too, right? So I have been so busy. I've been meaning to check out your videos. So like tell everybody about your channel really quick before we continue.
Well, my channel is ADHD mismatch of my experimentations, mostly with AI and other stuff. But it's a lot of giant monster and horror themed stuff.
Nice. Very cool. And I know you have some From ones, so I gotta check that out. I'm so behind on catching up on everybody's content. I barely even have time to make my own. It takes me so long trying to learn how to edit, and it's a lot. But okay. Oh, Scarlett's sound went out. I was wondering why she was so quiet. Okay, she's going out and coming back in. Gotcha. Nice look there. What is that? So this is is this your usual attire for your channel? Like, do you ever do lives?
This is my first live.
No
this
way.
This is my first time dressing up outside of Halloween in this.
Nice. You came as like your own character. I like it.
Well, it's part of I'm planning on setting up a studio and doing my own show. But
cool.
So this is my getting my feet wet.
Awesome.
And thank you for this opportunity.
Well, you're welcome. Happy to have you here, Doc. Nice to have you here. And Scarlett, we can hear you again. Good. I was wondering why you were so quiet.
Oh, my sound just totally went out. So
Your sound went out.
I love to get back in.
Gotta love StreamYard. Sometimes it's
Yeah, I
the
had a little
randomness.
echo too, so that solved that problem as well.
Ah, okay. All right. Well, Doc was just introducing himself. I don't know if you had YouTube on in the background, but this is the first live he's been on, so he's getting his feet wet here, but he has a channel too. And so yeah, very cool.
Some of you might know my stepbrother Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Teenage Mutant. Yeah, I remember that when I was a kid. That was really popular with the boys anyway. I was too much of a girly girl to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I was always into girly stuff. Hey, Gabby Critiques, nice to see you. Oh, Julie, I absolutely enjoy watching your YouTube journey so much that inspired me to make a channel. Also, I wanted to say thanks and keep pushing because you're awesome. Oh, you are so sweet. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you for saying that. That's so sweet. Aw. I'm that's amazing. See, this is what happens. Like, I got inspired to make a channel by creators that I love, and people in the community like Tony Teflon and Jeremy Ice and Fire, and this is so cool. I could inspire someone else to make a channel. That's amazing. So I'm so happy for you. That's terrific. And when you have your channel all set up, let us know, and you can drop your link here. We'll check out your channel. We'll send everybody over there. So I love to see it. I love to see new content creators making channels, making their own content. That's amazing. That's so cool. I never saw myself doing this. I just earlier this year, I had no plans on doing this. I had no intent. I never saw myself doing anything like this. It just kind of chose me, this whole channel thing. I fell in love with the show From, and I had way too much to say on it. I was spending ridiculous numbers of hours in Discord, copious numbers of posts. I think at last count, I had probably close to 4,000 posts in Jeremy Ice and Fire's Discord talking to people. So I thought, I need a channel because I'm just going to annoy the hell out of these people if all I do is post stuff in here. And so it just kind of happened. I never planned on it, but it's been a blessing to my life so much. So
yeah, and I never thought I'd be co-hosting your show. It's the same time.
It's the same thing. Like, you fell into it too.
Yep.
It wasn't even planned.
Nope.
Like, when I started this, I had a different co-host for one live, and it didn't work out. I was going to go on by myself. I didn't really want to be alone. I never wanted to stream alone. It's not as fun. And then Scarlett, you were going to be my moderator in StreamYard, and then I didn't know who you were when you came on because you had a different name. So I just put you on the stage, and it was just a happy accident, as the From creators like to say. And it worked out. We clicked. You've become a terrific co-host.
Yeah, I forgot you put me on the spot, the first one.
You did. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even realize who you were, so I put you on the stage and you just started talking, and I didn't even know. I don't think I knew till the end of the stream, or maybe later in the stream, who you were. That you were Scarlet Minded from the Discord. So yeah, and it just so happened that we worked out really well together, and everyone, I keep hearing from so many people that it sounds like we've been friends for years, and and that's not easy to find, a good fit like that on a live stream. That's not easy to find the right chemistry. And we see the show the same way. We both analyze and deep dive into it, analyze the hell out of it. Sometimes we're in each other's heads practically. We read each other's mind. It's amazing. So yeah, it's so cool that we both just kind of fell into this, and it's working. So it's amazing. Yeah, so yeah, good luck, Gabby, and let us know when you have your channel set up, or if you have it already. We'll drop the link, unless Dieter already has, knowing him. With Alice, yes, we are discussing a rock and a Farway, and I'm gonna hurry up and get into it because it's late. We have a lot to discuss. Hey, Vanessa Wicked. Hello, Fromaholics. Yes, we are Fromaholics here. Nice to see you, Vanessa, as always. And yeah, so yeah, Gabby's channel is Gabby Critiques. Nice. Can't wait to see your content, Gabby. That's terrific. I'm so happy for you. Hey, William Waddy. Good evening, Fromaholics. Yes, I love how we're owning that now. We are Fromaholics on this channel. Other people might want to use it too, and that's fine. I know what is it? What is Fromcast is making like merch with Fromaholics on it, which is cool. But yeah, Tony said like we're all Fromaholics here, so I'm gonna claim it too. And you know, Fletcher's the one who started it. Lore love. Yes, I love lore. Indeed. Of course, Dieter, you never have to ask. Of course. Yeah, you could always share the link when people have channels. By all means, always share the links. Thank you for that. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, I will keep going. You can bet on that, Gabby. I'm not gonna stop. And you are so welcome. You're so welcome. Hey, Javon Keys, welcome. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Hey, Susie Greenberg. Hey, y'all, and whoever that is. Being best friends. Susie. So you've got a fan already, Doc. Susie's a fan.
Thank you.
I feel I should have dressed up more steampunk for this one and put my camera on.
Yeah.
Give it more of a party atmosphere.
Yeah. If I didn't look like a mess, I'd probably turn my camera on too. It would be fun. But yeah, I'm gonna hide behind my avatar. I just want to kick back. Vanessa says, "Who was the gentleman last night on the panel?" Infinite Umbra. Yes, Infinite Umbra. Yeah, he's terrific. He's terrific, and he'll probably join at some point tonight. He's got the link. Hey, still the sage. I think Will is your name too. Your actual name. Nice to see you. I wish I could see the names of people. Oh, you can see the names when we do this, but I usually have comments highlighted. Now you can see the names. That's Doc Kaiju right here. So yeah, there are names. Reminds me of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Master Shredder. Indeed. Yes. Hey, Amy. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. I also have ADHD and love horror and sci-fi and books and fairies and cats. And oh, it's Doc, Susie said. Yes, it is Doc. Yes, absolutely. Doc is going to be joining us on Friday nights. And we're going to be diving into some really interesting topics going forward to kind of keep the fandom engaged and excited in the off season. So I'm really excited about that. Doc came to me with such an interesting idea. You want to just tell people about it really quick, Doc, before we continue? And then
Yeah, sure.
Rewatch.
So since we're in the off season, we all have a lot of time, and the few that are here, we're really fanning the flames of the fandom while during the off season. So we have plenty of time to become experts in From. And I was thinking maybe we should start at the beginning. And well, hold on. And I was thinking maybe we should have little segments where we discuss particular themes or things about the show. I would like to start at the beginning with the creators of the show, focusing on next Friday on John Griffin, and maybe all of us crowdsource some information. I'm going to be doing my own personal research this week. Now, I don't want people to be digging into the personal lives of any of these people. We just want professional details, like what kinds of things they've worked on in the past, things like that. We don't need to know who they dated or any kind of personal drama. From what I can tell, this is actually, with John Griffin, this is actually going to be a little bit of some detective work on all of your parts, because he likes to be mysterious. So it's actually taking the show a little bit meta, because he seems to stay out of the limelight a lot. A lot of the interviews that he's done recently seem to be some of the only interviews that I can find with him, at least video wise. So I think that maybe next Friday we can come up with some great stuff together. I'm going to be doing my own research and I'll be bringing that forward, and we'll be discussing that, and hopefully folks in the chat will have some other things that they've found that will be interesting. Now, also with John Griffin, there are a lot of other John Griffins. This one is John J. Griffin,
Mm-hmm.
but there are other John Griffins that have worked in the industry and may still work in the industry. I'm not quite sure.
Mm-hmm.
So that complicates matters a little bit, and I think that he probably likes that.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and he's been really up until this recent round of interviews, he has been very tight-lipped in interviews. Like, you can't get anything out of him about From, but he's given a little bit away in recent interviews too, and I have some stuff to catch up on. So I have my own research to do. I have to watch all his recent interviews for what he said. And this will give me a motivation to finally do it, because I've been meaning to, and I think we can get a lot of insight by listening to what he has to say. I've got to watch all the interviews of him I can find. So I love that idea, Doc. That's so cool.
Thank you. Just from some of the research that I've already started doing, it's actually taught me a lot about the show. Not so much where exactly everything's going to go, as far as, like, it's not giving me new theories, but it's helping me understand the type of show that he's creating. And I think it's probably going to help me figure things out as we get more information. I hope. We'll see. But at least it's allowing me to better enjoy the show in the meantime.
Yes, absolutely. Love it. Love it. All right. So I'm excited to get started on that. I really am. I think that's going to be interesting, and just focus things a bit more, because I really enjoy doing 2 From lives per week still, but I've been noticing that ever since I've had to stop showing clips. Like the first live, we usually break down the rewatch with pictures, and then the second one I was showing clips. But now I can't anymore, because I show anything and the video gets blocked. So I've been noticing the Friday live has been getting stagnating and running out of things to say. So I think this is a really good idea to keep propelling the conversation, give us something to focus on, give us more to talk about in the off season. So I'm excited for that. Yeah, definitely. And I think this is now supposed to be trace, not Trey in French, but trace as in Spanish for 3. So I think I was pronouncing it wrong the whole time. Hey, welcome. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. What, you don't like pizza or Renaissance art? Have you ever seen turtles hatch out of the sand? They are so cute. I've never seen that, Susie, but I bet that's adorable. Hey, Spidey guy. I haven't seen you before. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. And Amy says, I loved the girly stuff, but also watched Power Rangers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and The Simpsons. Oh, nice. Nice. I liked nothing but
I think
girly.
that was me.
that was you. Yeah. Yeah, I only watched girly stuff, only played with girly stuff. Like, I was the biggest girly girl. All my favorite toys were dolls. And yeah, so that was me. But who remembers that Batman animated series? Not me. Not me.
Do.
I would. You do.
It's good.
I do. It was really good.
I just remember playing the Legos and trains.
Nice. Yeah. So you okay? So Scarlett, yeah, you weren't just into girly stuff like me.
Well, the thing with my family is I had cousins, and they handed down Barbies and other things. And by the time you get through like 2 or 3 cousins, the Barbies have had their hair cut. They look like weird Barbie from the movie. If you saw the movie,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
So maybe
remember
that's
those.
why I wasn't as interested in that, because it was all girl cousins handing stuff down.
Yes. Yeah. I remember there was one weird Christmas where I all of a sudden, the only thing I ever wanted that wasn't girly was this what is it, Matchbox car tower thing that had a ramp that the car could go down.
Oh yeah, we have one of those at the school.
Yeah, that's the only thing I ever asked for that wasn't girly. Literally, everything else was dolls, Barbies, Polly Pockets, the original Polly Pockets, which were teeny tiny little things, not those big things they have now. and yeah, all of that kind of stuff. Beanie Babies. I had like 100
Oh.
Beanie Babies. That's another thing.
I had
Yeah.
like a Simon and like a Merlin. I loved a Merlin. That probably dates me because a Merlin was an electronic device you could play games on.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I never even heard of that.
And then like just musical instruments. That's probably why I got the music. They would, my parents would just buy me like little like guitar things or a little like thing that looks like a flute but has keys on it.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. See, how did I know you'd be into cool stuff even as a kid? So interesting and quirky. Like,
I like Breyer horses too. I have I just got some from my stepmom's house. Some the Breyer horses. I like those too. I was kind of like a horse girl because I lived in country.
Cool.
I can embrace that.
I had
Yeah.
mostly all guy toys, but I did when I was really small get a Barbie and Ken pool play set, and
Mm.
I wanted it mainly for Ken.
Nice. Yeah, I had like a shit ton of Barbies myself. I loved Barbies. So, but yeah. Anyway, you are so welcome, Gabby. You are so welcome. So, I'm excited to see what you do with your channel. I'll definitely subscribe right away. Thanks, Vanessa. Well, we just want to support everybody. We just want to support anyone who starts a channel, and anyone who comes in my chat or wants to come on my show is welcome. I believe in lifting up other content creators like people did for me, like Jeremy Ice and Fire did for me, like Tony Teflon did for me, continues to do for me. So that's just it. It's about paying it forward. Let's see. I'm just highlighting your comment, Doc. Let's see here. Let me get through these so we can get started. Goat waffle syrup.
That sounds like a Severance thing.
Yeah, Severance thing. That's Severance for you.
Cruel Summer. Oh yeah, that's another thing we should watch, Julie. Cruel Summer.
Yeah, I started watching that like a couple years ago, and then I forgot about it. I got distracted with stuff, and I never finished it. So I need to just go back to the beginning because I was enjoying it. I don't even remember why I stopped. Yeah, we should watch that for sure.
Yeah, if you want to see some crazy commentary, I did some commentary with Cyber Queen Media, and we went episode to episode, and it was kind of like Severance with Julie and I hadn't seen it, they had seen it, so I came up with these crazy theories about what was happening that were all wrong most of the time, most of them 90% wrong, but exciting and fun.
Oh, well, anything that inspires theory crafting, sign me up. I enjoy that, so I'll definitely want to check that out. Maybe we can watch it
I thought it was
together.
cool for like kind of like a teen young adult show. It was a lot more interesting than a lot of the other kind of shows I see, like CW, ABC Family kind of shows. They just
Mm-hmm.
they're not as interesting as this one was. I thought it was pretty sophisticated.
Cool. Yeah, I know. Like a lot of those type of network shows are usually not. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's interesting. Cool. Yeah, well, that's gonna go higher up on my list because I did look it up what it's about, and I remember now. I remember really enjoying it, and I don't remember why I stopped. So I want to start from the beginning because I won't remember anything. That was like a couple years ago. Anyway, Susie says, I thought y'all knew each other in real life. Scarlett, whatever your name is like today. Well, she's keeping it like she's been keeping it this for a while now, so we're not confusing everybody when people know who you are.
Yeah.
So your Scarlet M echoes. That is just what's staying, I'm guessing.
Yes.
At
least now.
At least for now. I mean, yeah. So people remember. At least, yeah. You might be Scarlet.
I was trying to combine Scarlet with my real name, and I gave it to Scarlet. I mean, not Scarlet, Blue. I gave it to Cyber Queen Media when I won that cameo to see if David would say that name, and I don't think I got it to them quickly enough, and he didn't. So I was like, if he says that name, then it's sticking.
Yeah.
But he didn't. So.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I was wondering where the echoes part came from. that was.
Oh, it's a song. It's a song called
It's a
Scarlet
song.
Minded Echoes. Yeah, it's called
Oh,
Scarlet Minded Echoes.
oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, from who? Who made the song?
They're a Italian neo folk, kind of a neoclassical band called Ataraxia.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, never even
It
heard
sounds
of
kind of
that.
operatic. It kind of sounds operatic, and the woman who sings has a lower operatic voice, which is interesting because they're usually like higher.
Oh,
So
cool.
she's more lower range, which I like.
Nice. Yeah.
I mean, other people might find it scary listening to it, but I like it.
Well,
If you're not used to it, it could be, a musical journey.
You got unique and quirky tastes. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Susie says, I watched your interview again with the little tyke, and oh my God, it was so good. You rock at this. Thank you, Susie. I watched it a few times myself before I could get comfortable even posting it. So I had to get used to seeing myself on camera. I'm not someone that takes videos of myself like literally everybody else who has a smartphone. I don't take videos. I don't do video calls for the most part. So I'm not used to even seeing myself on video. It was not something I was comfortable with at all. But I got okay with it. Once I watched it like 4 times, I finally posted it. Thanks, Susie. I appreciate the kind words. And Simon was a brilliant, amazing kid to interview. Absolutely blew me away. So smart, just so wise beyond his years and full of insights and theories. I was so impressed with him. So that was just really cool experience. And I'm grateful for it. Hey there, David D. David D. Hey, what up? Who was that man in red? Well, we've answered that already. But yeah, it is Doc. It's Doc. I don't know if you were here for that, but yeah, Doc is going to be joining us on our Friday streams. And hey, Happy Little, nice to see you. Oh no, Amy, I accidentally took 1,000 milligrams of Tylenol. That definitely something too much. Hey, careful there. That's not good. Yeah, be careful. Hope you're okay.
If you need any of us to call 911, let us know, okay?
Yeah, let us know.
And you give us your address.
Yeah, give us your address, right? Oh, you changed your handle there. Now you're Big Heck ENT. You were All City Big Heck before. Nice to see you, my friend. Thank you for coming. He said looks like Mortal Kombat. Kind of does. Okay. Susie says, yeah, I love interesting topics and wish I could get engaged. Good. Well, then you've come to the right place. Tonight, we're focusing on the rewatch, but next Friday will be like a normal Friday, like second stream of the week. So we're going to be diving into other topics, not just the rewatch. So we'll have more to stay engaged with and more to talk about. Let's see. Okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, 1,000 milligrams of Tylenol. Yeah, I think you're going to be okay. But yeah, just be careful with that though. Not good for your liver, like, taking that much stuff. Big Heck says,
I hardly.
huh?
I don't really take that stuff. Yeah, I don't really take. I don't take Tylenol unless it's like I really, really need to. So I'm not really sure how much the Tylenol is actually. How much milligrams are in them.
Yeah, I forget. I think I think 500 is what you're supposed to take for extra strength, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Big Heck says I'll stalk John Griffin for you. I'll check his dumpster. Let's not.
Please do not.
Please don't do that.
I found this half-eaten sandwich.
Yeah,
I think there's actually a restaurant that sells like food that's half-eaten from celebrities. I read about it somewhere. It might not exist anymore. It might have been many years ago.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Wow. Yeah. There's something wrong with people like that. Like, these are just normal human beings. Like, they're not gods just because they're famous. People get really like warped with the way we look at celebrities. It's ridiculous, but
Julie, someone in the chat wants to buy your leftovers. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, a side gig. Awesome.
Yeah. Hey, there's easy money. Well, I'm definitely not a celebrity, but Oh, my cat wants out. Okay, there you go. You can probably hear her making a racket. All right. John Griffin was wearing a Steely shirt on one of the interviews. Grateful Dead head symbol. Yeah, good. Thanks for explaining that because I wouldn't have known what that is. Which is surprising if you have watched Fringe too, but I can't figure out what's in the Steely. Oh yeah, I love Fringe. Fringe is a great show. Yeah. I don't really know what that has to do with the Grateful Dead thing has to do with Fringe, but I don't remember. But I watched that for the first time this year too, actually. Let's see. It's like a golden cheesecake melting pizza or a building, or I don't know what it's gold. Okay, Susie. Let's see. Okay. Yes, please like the stream. I would appreciate it so people even know that I'm live and it helps with the algorithm. I would appreciate that. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh yeah, Big Heck. Big Heck has a channel too. So Big Heck, did I give you, I don't remember if I gave you a wrench so you could drop the link to your channel. I don't remember, but yeah, Big Heck has a channel as well. And hold on, let me pull up the stream in my YouTube tab so that I can actually wow, my cat is what is wrong with you? First she wanted out the room, now she wants back in and she won't shut up.
He's being a cat, Julie. That's what they do.
I don't know what her problem is. Yeah, that's what cats do. That's what cats do. Big Heck, I don't know why I didn't do this before, but I'm going to give you, I don't know why I never thought to do this before, but I'm giving you a wrench so you can drop the link to your channel whenever you feel like it. So there you go. So definitely guys, check out Big Heck's channel as well. And because yeah, he's got a channel and he's giving me really good advice too, which I appreciate on channel related stuff. So anyway, Dieter says you can contact Smitty Snippets. He had some tips for playing clips. Thank you. I will have to do that. Yeah, Smitty is a good guy. Another great channel to follow. Smitty Snippets. He does really good stuff. He does lives every Thursday night. Okay. Still the Sage said, I got a strange gift for Christmas, a book called Witchcraft of the North. It gave me From vibes. Ooh. Yeah. Cool. Very cool. I watched Unsolved Mysteries and Alien documentaries as my jam before 6, but I loved hula hoops and stuffed animals. Yeah, that's a weird mix, Susie, as a kid. Wow. Very
Unsolved
cool.
Mysteries and Sightings.
Time life books. A lot of time life books.
Yeah. Susie says, I liked the Scholastic Book Fair. I loved that. Those were like the best days at school. Best days when they had the Scholastic Book Fair, and I'd get all these new books, and it was always fun. Yeah, I was a nerdy kid. Vanessa said, "Oh my God, yeah, that I was so excited. The craziest thing, guys, I saw that Tony Teflon hit 100,000K before him, and I got to tell him myself. So he found out from me that he hit 100K. He didn't know. He was asleep. And I sent him a message, and I said,
That's
oh my
funny.
God. I sent him a message, a DM, and I said, oh my God, Tony, you hit 100K. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. He didn't see it because he was asleep. Like most normal people, he was asleep. It was like 11:30 p.m., 11:30, and then he woke up in the middle of the night, looked at his phone, and saw my message that he had 100K. That's how we found out, which is hilarious. And I love that I got to be the one to break the great news. Congratulations, Tony. I'm so happy for you. You deserve this. You've worked so freaking hard for this for years. I could not be happier for Tony. He's such a good guy. And he was so excited. It was the middle of the night, but he went online and he made a community post about it. And so congratulations.
He's got to do the propeller dance.
Yes, he's not going to really be doing that. I told him, you remember what you said?
That's going to be disappointing then.
Yeah.
I mean, you could rock it up with some tinsel and some Christmas decorations, maybe some New Year's Eve.
Oh
Some New
God,
Year's Eve decorations.
the imagery that conjures up. Oh my God. Yeah.
Going one direction is 2024, going the other direction is 2025.
Yeah.
Bringing it in.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Oh my God. Yeah. I told him, like, hey, you remember what you said? If you hit 100K by Christmas, you might just come out and do the propeller dance. Come out, doing naked live. And yeah, no, it's a joke. He was kidding. He's not really going to do that. But I thought that was hysterical. I was cracking up laughing when he said that. And no, sorry guys, no naked propeller dance, but I'm sure there'll be a celebration stream coming up, and I'll definitely be in the chat for that, maybe on Sunday. Congratulations, so happy for him. He's been a really good friend to me and supporter of this channel. I could not be more grateful for that. So many people found this channel because of him, and he's supported other content creators many times. I'm not the only one. So no, he deserves this. He's a good guy. Anyway,
he's great, but I can't say I'm not a tiny bit disappointed about the dancing.
No propeller dance. Yeah. I don't think the world is ready. No, it's not gonna happen. Okay, so let's get through this so we can get started. Well, let's see. I'm just scrolling down. Big Hex says, I tried to listen to the interview in my car and Simon was too low. I'm going to have to listen on headphones. His audio was a little bit low. It depends on the device you're listening on too. I've noticed on my laptop, I can't hear him very well. On my Chromebook, he sounds loud enough. So it depends on the device you have also. Some devices, if you don't have really good speakers, you'll definitely notice that his volume is a bit low, but yeah. With headphones, it'll definitely help for sure. Okay. Julie, sell me your PB&J. I just caught up to that. Nice. Yeah, talk about easy money. God, imagine being a celebrity. People just want to buy your trash, buy your let's be nice, or buy like a 30-second clip of you talking. That imagine that. But when it comes to cameos from it is worth every penny, guys. They do the best cameos. Big X said, what? The helicopter, is it the same helicopter I'm thinking of? Oh yeah,
Probably.
What
it's
came
exactly
to my mind.
yeah. And I'm so innocent and naive. I never even heard of that. The propeller dance, I never even heard
And
of it.
then I tried to explain it to you in non-colorful terms on a live, and I don't think you still understood what I was saying. You'll know it when you see it.
I literally Googled it. That's how innocent I am. I literally
apparently I've had exes that love to do it. That was great.
Oh my,
that was fun.
That's so great for you. Yeah. Sounds like quite a show.
I'm sorry.
I've never been treated to that myself.
It is not attractive.
It doesn't sound very nice. No. Big Hex said he gets a YouTube plaque. Johnny's gonna get a big plaque to put on the wall. Yes. He deserves it. It's been a long time coming, for sure. For sure. Okay. Scrolling down. My own cat would if she could buy all my trash, but she gets it for free. Javon Keys said, not everyone can do the propeller dance. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, not every guy can do it, apparently. So I know a certain someone who wouldn't be able to. So I know that now that I actually know what it is. Teeter says sometimes I hate my imagination. Everything I say, people say I see in front of me. Oh God, hey, you're gonna have to bleach your mind's eye for that one. You don't want to look at that, especially, yeah. If you're not into guys, yeah, definitely try to delete that image from your head. What came up when you Googled it? Nothing. Nothing. I Googled it and it came up with some other dance. Like apparently there's something else called the propeller dance. So I couldn't find anything. I asked Scarlett what it meant. Yeah, it says, I looked it up. There's a thing called propellerdance.com.
That sounds like it.
I was afraid to click on it. but it's nothing. It says propeller dance creates transformative artistic experiences that defy traditional notions in the dance world. That's one way.
It certainly does. Yes, it does.
Oh
Yeah.
no. I think they poorly choiced the name of their organization.
They really did. They really
Oh.
did. Look at this. Look at this. Why would they call it this? Look at this. Oh, wait. Here we go. This is what came up. They really should have named it something else, clearly. It's called propellerdance.com, and they do some kind of weird, like, what is this? Like, what do you call that? Interpretive dance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not a good idea. Somebody needs to talk to them.
Now I want Tony to do interpretive dance.
I guess.
Perhaps?
Yeah. I couldn't find anything. Maybe I should have been looking on porn websites. I don't know, but that's all I found.
Probably not.
I don't want to see it though. I really don't.
You want to see things you can't unsee.
Yeah. Seriously. All right. It's crazy. Artistic. Yeah, I mean that's what they're doing. When I clicked on it, I was actually wondering, like, is this actually going to be porn? Like, is this a trap? But it's not.
I just thought of a wall of GIFs of just for different guys for pillow dancing. A wall, perhaps.
Yeah. Can't stop laughing. Yeah. Those people are as innocent as I am, apparently, because they've never heard of it, and they actually made a whole website and interpretive dance called that. So there you go. I'm not the only one. Is in my 30s, still that naive and innocent. These people probably live in a bubble. Like my grandmother wouldn't know about. Yeah.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Because I do steampunk stuff. I know all about like music in the 1920s, and it, before they had radio and stuff, all like the songs are pretty graphic. They extend from innuendo right into just saying what they mean.
Oh.
So people's grandparents, they had it going on.
Wow.
They're not innocent.
No, depends on the grandparent, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a steampunk friend that compiled a bunch of it. I should get the website, and they're just crazy. And I'm like, oh wow, this is 1920s music. Oh yeah.
Wow.
pretty graphic.
Wow, it's pretty wild, actually. Yeah, so
yeah,
that's a good point.
Or blues is the same way. Blues is the same way.
Right. Oh, apparently I'm not. I forgot. Yeah, I see. There's a lot of YouTube I don't know, and I'm still learning. Okay, apparently I shouldn't say that because maybe that could get the video blocked or something. The YouTube
word is corn.
Corn. Okay.
The Orwellian.
I'm supposed to say corn. That sounds ridiculous, but okay. Stupid YouTube rules.
That's why our language is going to become.
Saying corn is corny.
It is corny.
Well, propeller dance.
But like whatever.
I Googled it because I didn't know what it meant, but I mean I could probably guess, but I just wanted to see because I was curious. I didn't actually want to see.
It didn't even take us 5 hours.
All right, yeah.
Julie's doing an after dark apparently right now.
We just jumped right to it instead of waiting 5 hours.
He just jumped right to it. Fromville After Dark. After Dark stream, guys. Yeah.
And it's still Tony Teflon's fault somehow.
It's all Tony Teflon's fault. It's all Tony's fault. I blame Tony. Yeah. If this video gets pulled because I said that word, it's his fault too.
Mhm.
Let's see. Trying to. Okay, so I'm sorry, Dieter. Your son is still has a fever, but it's lower. Well, I hope he feels better, Dieter. Hope he feels better.
I hope he feels better.
Yeah. All right. I'll call it corn. That sounds so ridiculous. Yeah, and unalived. I have to say unalived. It's so ridiculous. Look,
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it.
that made up word. Stupid. Yeah. Don't Google random stuff you hear on the internet. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have. Who knows what I could have seen, but what is she doing? My God. She won't shut up. I don't know what her problem is. Don't Amy said don't put in two girls in a cup.
Yeah, don't put in two girls in a cup.
I don't know
don't.
I don't know what that means either. So
Or one guy, one jar.
It's good. Good for you, Julie.
I'm so I sound like Snow White or something here. Like I'm pure as the driven snow. I don't know about these things. I'm not worldly like you guys apparently. I don't know. I'm still innocent. Javon said y'all made me spill my drink laughing so hard. Well, I'm glad I got entertained you, Javon. That's great. Corn makes sense, no nutritional value. Yeah, pretty much. I'll try to remember not to say that other word. I'll try, but it's difficult. Yeah. Stupid. Yeah, we have to say unalived. We literally talk about a murder show all day. What is wrong with us? We're all obsessed with this show. Boo agrees there's something wrong with us. No, no.
I don't think it really meant
I was
any
wondering
of
if we were
the
gonna have a time
from
going through
channels
some
do
of
that.
the photo stills.
Yeah. What did you say, Doc?
I'm not sure if any of the from channels actually bother with the YouTube censor lingo.
Really?
Yeah, have you noticed other from channels doing it? I don't think they have, but if you want to be careful in the meantime, I probably would, but I don't know. But I don't think the others really do.
Yeah. That's a good point. Actually, I haven't heard a lot of from channels saying silly words like unalived. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're not policing it as much with everyone, but I'll still err on the side of caution whenever I can. Anyway, but it's hard when people constantly get unalived on this show. I don't use that word much so far. Fingers crossed. I don't want to jinx anything, but
I think you should just keep doing what you've been doing. I think you've been doing fine.
okay. She said, "Feed me." Yeah, she always wants to eat. She always wants to eat. Her stomach doesn't have a full setting. It's just always set to hungry, nonstop, 24/7. You could feed her literally until she explodes, and she'll just keep eating if you let her, if you give it to her. So I don't know. Peter, that doesn't sound right. Oh my God. That doesn't sound right at all.
Yeah, we gotta turn this train around. How can we get this train back on course?
Oh my God. This English isn't Dieter's first language. I don't know if he knows how wrong that sounds. I'm not even gonna read it, but you can see it there.
I have a feeling he knows what he's writing.
Or maybe he does know what he's writing, and I don't know. I guess this is an after dark stream now, guys. It's after dark. It's from after dark.
No, I almost meant I was going to say turn the train around and get it into the station. And then I was like, what am I saying? It's all the same again.
Oh God. Yeah. So that could be dirty too. Yeah.
Dark.
There you go. Now you're in the dark. Now it fits the mood. Perfect. Your cat says no. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. She's trying to talk for sure. Hey, adorned by Charisse. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Got everything I say now. I'm thinking of dirty connotations. What is wrong with me? But this is not an after dark stream.
You've been
Anyway.
poisoned.
Yeah. Sassy kitty. Yeah, that's what she sounds like. Anyway, let's see. Oh, the chat jumped on me. Wait, I have to find my spot again. Where'd it go? Oh, where'd it go? Here it is. Don't Google it. Yeah. What did Teeter Google it? Teeter Googled what Amy said. Now I want to Google it, but I won't.
Don't.
No, you do not want to.
In the words,
We can tell you in a direct message later, but you don't want to.
Okay.
I'm gonna say in the words of Saint Tabitha, no, 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 no.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Indeed. Yeah. Dieter said it wasn't hot, maybe warm. Okay. He thought it was going to be something hot. Alrighty then. We tripping tonight. Yeah, we are. Usually this is how we close the Friday stream with some weird tangent, but we're starting off this way tonight. So this is an interesting one for sure. I hope MGM doesn't tune into this one or Simon's family or whatever.
Oh, this is going to be their favorite one.
Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, Scott McCord watched the beginning of one of our lives and referenced something I said, so I hope this isn't one that they check out. So, pure as the driven snow, that was actually adorable. Thanks, Susie. I pretty much am. Yeah, I'm ridiculously naive for somebody my age, and I guess I've been sheltered, extremely sheltered. I felt like that was something from Outlander. Yeah. It's just ice cream. Okay. This is the From show. Yeah, there's a lot of unaliving in From, indeed. I'm from that one place with the thing. Ice cream, not the cold one. Don't Google it. I still see it. It's been gone since I was in school. That's 20 years ago. Okay, yeah, maybe I won't Google it. They can tell me what it means later, because I don't know. Susie said I tried to watch From in an airport and had to turn it off because I need subtitles to exist, and they said effing like 25 times in less than 5 minutes, and I felt bad in case a child. Yeah, probably not a good thing to watch in public. Like, they drop more F-bombs than almost any show I've ever seen. So, yes, fat kitty. Teeter a freak. Yeah. Teeter can be kind of freaky. Yeah, apparently, yes. We go into hell. Yeah. Yeah. That was the point, but don't ask him. Teeter about that life. Yep. Yeah. Maybe I don't know if he meant to say that or not, but your English your English is getting exquisite. Chef's kiss, Teeter.
I should have put my tuxedo cat on the camera.
Your tuxedo cat?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. You've got one of those like black cats, looks like it has a tuxedo on.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I used to have one too, or I lived with one. Yeah. It wasn't really mine, but or say pause. Yeah, Amy. I found myself saying that now. Tony says it a lot. I feel cool now. Like I'm one of the cool people. And I know where it came from now too. Big Heck explained it, or not Big Heck. Who was it? Golden Child explained why people say pause. I didn't know that. It came from rap. When you're recording a rap song, like they would say pause if they screwed up a line, and then they would keep going so they could edit it out. But now, anytime someone says something too dirty or suggestive or potentially gay sounding. They say pause, and that's why they say pause. That was news to me. I didn't know. Golden Child had to enlighten me on that too. Kaiju turned the lights out. Now he looks frightening. I don't know what happened. Yeah, he just popped off. Maybe he's having
Now he's
problems.
gone.
And now he's gone. I don't know what happened. Worried.
Is gone as mysteriously as he came.
Well, it was nighttime. He turned off the lights. I hope the From monsters didn't get him. Let's see. We need a safe word in here. Yeah, I guess we do. Oh, he's back. Dieter says I can pause the chat. Yeah. Hey, Doc. What happened?
Sorry, my Bluetooth ended up messing up.
Oh, no worries.
I had to exit and re-enter in order to fix it.
No worries. It happens. It happens. Maybe you're corny. That's why you see everything like that now. Yeah, Dieter. Now you guys have got my mind in the gutter. Like I used to be pure and innocent until I joined this fandom, and now I'm like my mind is in the gutter. And it's all because of this fandom. Yeah, you guys did that to me.
Like losing your From virginity.
Basically, yeah, I feel like it. Yeah, it's good. I never laughed this much. I didn't laugh like this for years until this fandom, so I appreciate it. Don't ruin your mind. That's the true death. Yeah. I suggest ignoring the chat. Go with the show, and the chat will stabilize itself. Yeah, we're going off the rails at this point. We need to get back on track and get into the episode. Friends don't let friends watch cups or jars. I don't know what that means. So I've never even heard of that in my life. So yeah, I didn't. I don't know if you're talking about the pause thing. Yeah, that's really old, and I didn't know what that is. Literally, it's so well known because it's. Oh wait, maybe something else. I don't know what you're talking about there, because it's so awful and traumatizing. Okay, I don't know what that is. I swear I've never heard of that. You know, until this year, I didn't even know what pot smelled like. That's how sheltered I am. I'm in my 30s. I'm in my mid 30s. I didn't know what pot smelled like until this year. And then I started going to dispensaries and yeah.
I lived in Michigan and California. It's kind of like in the air in those states.
Oh, really?
Both my dads.
Yeah, oh yeah. So I tried edibles for the first time this year. For pain. Didn't help. Didn't do anything for my pain. Actually, I think it made the pain worse. So I stopped taking them. I got edible gummies and I felt so rebellious. I'm like, I'm going to a dispensary and like all these people are here to buy pot. And I felt like, oh, I'm actually like, I'm being a rebel now. I'm going, and it's legal here. So it's not even rebellious. It's so embarrassing.
I never wanted to highlight a comment more, and I can't highlight it from Big Heck ENT that said, I came for the From, left with a baby in me.
Oh, God. Where is this? Where is this comment?
It's really 3 down from where you're at.
Where is it? I can't find it. What did he say?
I came for the From, left with a baby in me.
Oh, there it is.
Oh no.
Oh,
Babies
God.
from are not a good thing.
God. Yeah. Not a good thing at all. Yeah.
It's probably a pod. You might want to get that checked out.
You might want to get that checked out. It's probably a pod. And that's great. Heck. That's hilarious. Okay, let me go back to the rest of the chat so we can get into this. Yeah, so I went to a dispensary for the first time this year. Marijuana is legal in Rhode Island. And I went there and I was like, oh, this is what pot smells like. And now I know. And like it's in the air. It hangs in the air all around the building. You smell it the second you get into the parking lot. Before you even open the car door, you smell it. Like, oh,
so you've never gone to a party ever?
No.
No?
No. I've never been to a party. the only parties I've been to are family birthday parties and birthday parties when I was a kid. I've never been to like a normal party. So yeah, I'm ridiculously sheltered and I've missed out on a lot of stuff, but I feel like I'm catching up now.
I don't even smoke pot, but it's just around me. You know, it's like you can't escape it. So.
Oh wow, yeah.
I have a medical prescription.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I got a medical prescription for it this year, and it did nothing for me. So, but I think I was using the wrong strain. I was getting gummies that were supposed to be indica dominant, but they also had sativa, and my pain got worse. So I stopped taking them. I had this crazy reaction where like my neck and shoulders were burning pain, and the back of my head was burning, and my face was burning, and
Yeah.
it was
no.
It seems like you're allergic to it.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
No, I mean, if you're having that kind of reaction, then you're allergic to something that's in it.
Yeah, I've never had that kind of reaction.
Maybe so. Now, keep in mind, though, I'm on other medication too, so maybe it was a bad interaction. I'm on other. My idiot doctor told me to do this, even though I'm on other pain medication, which is probably not a good idea. So he was an idiot, and I think he actually got his license suspended. So I got a new doctor. I have a better doctor, thank God. Now, who knows what they're doing? But then there was this one time where I accidentally took too much of a gummy, and the next thing I knew, I was standing in the kitchen at the refrigerator, and I didn't know how I got there, and I'm like so disoriented. I'm like, and then I'm back in my chair, and the room is spinning, and then I'm upstairs, and I don't know how I got upstairs.
Teleporting.
It was like, yeah, I teleported upstairs. It was a really bad trip, apparently. I don't know. But I was a little scared to take any more edibles after
that. I have to say
Some
that,
people might think that was a good trip.
It didn't feel good. Sorry, Scarlett, what?
No, I have to say again, Big Hacky and T is on fire again at the bottom of the chat. He said, I took a gummy, now I'm story walking.
That's fantastic. Yeah. I became story walking Julie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the whole world has been kind of opening up to me this year. I'm finally like I'm an adult now. I've grown up a lot and just this
Apparently
year.
so.
I've started to I've become a rebel. Julie B, pure and untainted by the world. Until now. I blame the From fandom for tainting me. Now I'm tainted. I'm not innocent anymore. Lost my From virginity this year. Anyway. Let me go back up here. Let's see what I missed. Yeah, I don't know, Susie. I'm still learning what words not to say. I'm still learning. Yeah, that I'm not even gonna go there. You're so cutely adorable. Well, thanks, Susie. Was a blow reference to me? I don't know what blow reference. Did I miss something? I don't know. Dieter, you're losing it. Your innocence is adorbs. Yeah. I'm ridiculously innocent, but not as innocent as before. Really. Yeah, not as innocent as before. So, YouTube hell. Yeah, we're all going to YouTube hell. Dieter is an honorary sailor now. Maybe dirty dock worker. Yeah, you'd be surprised. Maybe we're in From Dieter. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Okay, let's see. There's nothing wrong with being gay sounding, Susie. Nothing wrong at all. But some guys feel a little nervous and insecure about it. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Yeah, no. Never anything wrong with that. But some guys, I don't know why they say it, and because guys have this thing where they feel insecure, or they want to say that sometimes, like they say There's no reason to do that at all. No, of course there's nothing wrong with that. Never would mean to imply anything otherwise. In fact, I hated it in high school. Everyone would like call things gay, like everything's gay. That's gay. That's gay. If they thought it was something dumb, it actually pissed me off. Like it made me really angry. It was popular in the 2000s, and I was like, I never ever would say that because it's not an insult. It's not anything negative, and so that pissed me off. So I wouldn't hang out with kids like that. Yeah.
Whereas I had gay friends and a gay boss who used to say that's so gay, and I thought it was funny.
Well, in high school, kids would say
gay.
that. In high school, they would say, when I was in high school, they would say that. And in 2000s, it would be like if something is dumb or stupid or anything negative, they would say that. And so it wasn't like, in that case, I think it was being, homophobic, and that's not cool. I don't like that. But no, like, what did you say? Your boss would say that, and your boss was gay or something?
Yeah, I had gay friends that would say it. And I thought it was hilarious when they said it because they were gay.
Well, it's kind of like if like black people can say things like the N-word to each other, and that's fine. And gay people, if you want to say that, that's fine. But like I'm talking about like all the straight kids are saying this as like a mean thing. I don't like that. No. That's not cool. I hung out with the gay kids in high school. One of my closest friends was, and there was this asshole who told him, we're getting way off track now, but there's this asshole who told him something really rude and hateful. And he asked me to the prom, and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, fuck off. No, I won't have anything to do with people like that. It's not okay. Sorry, guys. Way off on a tangent now. But yeah, I get worked up.
Maybe we should get started. We should get started.
It's so hard to say.
Let's go.
This is when Doc dropped off. It's so hard to say goodbye to Kaiju Labs. Yes. Cloud Zero. Hey, what's up? Yeah, we're having a kind of a weird night so far, but we're trying to get back on track now. Having some fun. Now you are there. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tuxedo cats are super cute. My old cat Monroe was was a tuxedo cat that was in heat and would twerk on guests. Oh, wow. Damn. I mean, I've had dogs that would like, hump people's legs all the time. I've never seen a cat do that kind of thing. Susie says that's never going to happen if I'm here. Sorry. If I will have my own channel soon, you can harass my chat. Yeah, sure. Let us know when you start your channel, Susie. Looking forward to it. Let us know. Susie says I'm trying not to. I just can't stop talking. No worries, Susie. Javon says I smell like pot right now. Can't believe it. Yeah, I know it's hard to believe. It sounds ridiculous. Everyone thinks I'm ridiculous when I say I didn't know what it smelled like. Big X says I didn't know what it didn't smell like. Oh man, that's funny. Okay. Deidre says, is this the episode where Victor starts warning the Matthews? This is the episode where he says that the boy in white chose Ethan. So we're gonna get into that in a sec. I've got loads and loads of pictures. It's Smiley. Oh man. Big X says, can't wait to birth a turkey. Nice. Hypnosis waving. We are talking about From. Let's say Cooey again about From. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. Now we going to the club, Julie. It's too late for that for me. I wish I could do all that stuff, but I've never been to a club either. That's I've been to concerts. That I have. I just
Wait, we have to fix that.
Yeah. I've never been to a club in my life, ever. But I've been to concerts. Concerts are fun. I never happened to smell it there, and if I smelled it, I didn't know what it was. So, yeah. I clearly need to get out and experience more of life, clearly. Amy says it's literally in the air. Yeah, Doc, you got to save me from this innocence. Like you're not far away. You live in Fall River, so Um, Big Hex says when we go to the con, we're going to the what am I not allowed to say that word either? Because he said script club. So maybe that's another word I'm not supposed to say. Okay.
I think maybe they're just trying to play it safe with the chat, just in case any of the chat gets flagged.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, I don't know. I've never been to one of those either, heck. But yeah, I hope you do go to the con. I'm definitely going. So yeah, maybe I can experience some things. I don't know if I want to experience that though. Uh, I'm not like KP's wife. I'm not like into that kind of thing, but to each their own. KP and his wife think that's a fun date night. Anyway, okay. Amy said I took a gummy so strong one time I threw up. Oof. Bought it at the legal shops. Yeah, you got to be careful with those. Got to be careful. You went through the Faraway Tree, Fringe, then upstairs. Cloud Zero, yes. I did. I teleported. I became story walking Julie. I took a gummy and watched Interstellar. I was sure I felt increased gravity. Oh yeah, I bet. I gotta watch that, but I've heard it's depressing as hell. So don't do drugs, kids. If you have drug problems, he puts a phone number. Yeah, don't do drugs, kids. Or pot is okay. Just do it responsibly. Do it responsibly. That's all. I don't see anything wrong with it. Let's go to the con and make it rain. Yeah, let's all go to the con. I hope Susie goes too. I want to meet as many of you guys as possible, and it's going to be in June. Tony invited me, so I definitely want to go. Susie said I did 4 gummies and then went through a dang wormhole while you were watching Interstellar, and remembering gravity and threw a book at you. Nice. Oh geez, you took 6 gummies. Gotta watch it with that, because those hit you pretty quickly too. Well, no, they don't hit you quickly. That's the thing. You take it, you think it might not be working yet, and then you can take too much. I found that out the hard way. Hey, Wolf Spear, nice to see you. Happy New Year. Happy early New Year. Hope your holiday was good, Wolf Spear. Thanks for coming. We're about to break down season 1, episode 4, the rewatch. Yeah, Interstellar is supposed to be a great movie, Big Heck. Should check it out. Okay. Let's see. Let's get through this quickly. I've seen videos of soldiers abusing new soldiers and running on top of them. Oh my gosh. Well, that's terrible. Okay. Good analogy. Yeah, absolutely. This has been a fun convo. Yeah, it has been a fun little tangent. I was sleepy until this stream started. Well, I'm glad I could wake you up. And it's getting pretty late. So I know you don't usually stay up this late, Heck. So let's saying hooey about From season 1, episode 4. Let's get onto it now, because I'm just gonna keep reading comments until we can get through it. So oh my gosh, Susie, I've never seen a cat do that. That is crazy. Your cat humped people. And a rabbit. Well, rabbits, I'm not really surprised, because the analogy about rabbits. I had a landlord who put a brother and sister rabbit in a hutch together. What an idiot. Why would you do that? Of course, they spawned a bunch of baby rabbits, so you have rabbit incest going on. Not cool. Not a good thing. My body hurts when I try to dance. Me too, Amy. I wish I could dance. I'm in too much pain to dance. So clubs would be a problem, but maybe there's still more of life I can experience, even if it's a little bit late and I can't dance. Okay, hold on. I'm almost there. What concerts I've been to? John Mayer, like 3 or 4 times, but back when I didn't have really good music taste. David Archuleta from American Idol. Switchfoot, it's a rock band. Sarah Bareilles, 2 times. And Mark Broussard, he's a blues singer. Let's see, anybody else? I think those are all the concerts I've been to. Oh, Train and Matt Carney, he's a singer-songwriter. So yeah, nothing that exciting, but I thought they were all great concerts. I enjoyed them. Nothing wild.
Yeah. I don't think I could even list all the concerts I've been to, because I used to date a drummer for like 20 years.
Oh, wow. I wish I had been to more. I love
like especially in California, there's bands like 3 nights a week that you want to see, like in little clubs and stuff. Yeah.
I'm jealous. I love live music, and now I'm in too much pain to go enjoy a concert. It hurts too much. It sucks. Oh, also the Goo Goo Dolls. They were really good too. Okay. Let's see. Let's get down to the bottom of the chat here. I wish I had been. Heck said every time Julie reads an old chat, I react with more chat. I'm almost caught up. As cities burn. Hey, you frummers frumming around tonight. Yes, we are frumming around. We are about to frum around. We've frummed down some strange corridors, and now we're getting back on track tonight. Yes, we are. Rapid Incest. Great band name. Yeah, sure it is. Nice weather today, Fromville, huh? Trees seem to be moving. Victor is acting a bit weird. Yes, Dieter. Trying to get us back on track. Yes. John Mayer 4 times is crazy business. Yeah, I know. I know. I saw that Tool 4 times. I was like crazy in love with him when I was a teenager, and yeah. My screen name was always a lyric for one of his songs too, for years. But eventually I got better taste. I think. Everyone wants to from around tonight with Julie. Nice. Thank you. Norma Jean. I've never heard of Norma Jean. Is that a band or something? Oh, okay. Under Oath is amazing live. I wanted to see a K-pop concert so bad, but by the time my favorite K-pop group came to the US, I was in too much pain to go. Damn it. I would have loved to see it. Like, K-pop concerts are freaking amazing, and I've never been to one live. Sucks. I love K-pop. If you like John Mayer, I'll bring you to Dead and Company. I would love to. If I wasn't in too much pain, I would totally go with you. I would go to any concert with you guys for sure. But okay,
and Norma Jean is Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's a band though.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Oh, okay.
Probably some indie band, I'm assuming.
That's got to be, yeah. Okay.
Or the resurrected Marilyn Monroe. I don't know.
Or the resurrected Marilyn Monroe. Yeah. I don't know, but here we are.
Well, you know, they have those holograms and stuff nowadays of famous dead people. If you ever seen those.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
And stuff. They just made a hologram of him.
Yeah. I think that's honestly.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go finish what you were saying.
No, like people, they like were trying to get holograms so people would go to a show and to see a hologram of somebody who was dead performing.
see, that's just wrong. That's just all kinds of wrong. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't.
Like, it's so disrespectful and creepy, and I don't think it's right at all. Because like some of these people, like Tupac, he died long before that technology was available, so he couldn't consent.
Couldn't give a consent at all. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Now, if people now with the technology say, okay, like put it in your will or something, like if you're a celebrity,
creepy
like,
too.
It's creepy as hell. And if you give consent and you want people to do that after you die, fine. But yeah, that's messed up. That's messed up.
There was a movie with Robin Wright Penn, the woman that was in Princess Bride, where she basically sells her image as an AI. It's a fictional movie, but it's really interesting because basically
that's actually a thing now.
They're using her image to produce new movies with her acting in them, even though she's not acting in them.
Oh, yeah, I don't like that either.
But yeah, you can sell your voice now for cloning and stuff like that. It's a thing.
Yeah.
What the
hell?
Kind
of creepy.
Yeah, I know people on YouTube that have actually gotten their voice cloned, like with more successful channels.
Oh my god!
Tony,
no.
Like I would do it for myself for things, but all right, yeah, we're digressing.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't like that. And like I think Drake did a song using an AI voice of Tupac, and I find that so disrespectful too. Like, no, don't do that. And like they just Tom Hanks did some movie this year where he had scenes of himself and this actress de-aged with AI, and it was super weird. And he was talking about how, but he's also like he was saying how after he dies, like they could literally just keep making movies with him in it forever using him as AI, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And but I don't think that's such a good idea personally. Anyway, what happened to Scarlett? She dropped off.
She disappeared.
She disappeared. Anyway, we're gonna get into this
She'll be
now.
back.
I'm sure she'll be right back. Hey, welcome Forever Autumn. Nice to see you. Okay, yeah, Norma Jean used to be a different group, but changed their name because of the rapper. Norma Jean is a heavy band from Atlanta. Gotcha. Hey, welcome back.
Yeah, the movie was called Robin Right at the Congress. It's a really interesting movie. Highly recommended by me.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, Wolf Spear said Queen did it with Freddie Mercury and NFL did it with Prince at the Super Bowl. Both were well done. Yeah, it can be well done, in some cases. I find it off-putting, but, it's, it is what it is. Like, a lot of times, if you have the blessing of, like, their family members, then it's okay. I still think it's weird because they couldn't give consent, but at least in some cases, like, the family is okay with it. Like, whoever, is related to them, the family. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so anyway, we've got season 1, episode 4 here, which is A Rock and a Faraway Tree. And it's a crucial show, crucial episode of the show in terms of building the lore. And it's one that's always stuck in my mind. And at the beginning, it starts off with a flashback to young Victor. And at the time, we don't know yet that it's young Victor, but they make it really clear right off the bat. And I like how they do that without exposition too. It's coming out of the root cellar. This iconic scene, the first time we ever saw this flashback. And of course, we started with the close-up on his lunchbox, the disco lunchbox. Red and blue, two of the main colors of the show. We'll just point that out. And the poor kid comes out and sees the ripped up bodies.
Yeah, I was wondering how much you were going to show of this.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't show too much. I'll skip by it quicker. I'm not going to show some of the more graphic images of it.
I just remember in a prior live we were going to see if there were children, and I pointed out that at I think it's at 33:17 on the timestamp that there is a kid with tap shoes.
Yeah. Okay, so there is.
There's at least one kid. I don't know if there's other kids because other people were saying there weren't any children. So
good to know. So there is a kid that was one of the people who died. Interesting. Yeah, so everyone keeps assuming, I don't know why, that there are only ever 2 kids in town at any given time. That's not always true. I mean, that's not necessarily true. We don't know that. We actually don't. So there was another kid.
We don't know anything about prior cycles that were, prior to 1978.
No, we don't.
Especially they start in like a colonial time. There must have been many.
Right. And I doubt that was Eloise with the tap shoes. So yeah. We cut right to Victor. So it's pretty clear. I like how they did that. They cut from him and they have like similar haircut with the long hair.
Well, the new lunchbox as opposed to the rusty one.
Yep. And the only difference is Victor doesn't have bangs anymore, but similar hair. So you can immediately tell that was him. At least I could. And it becomes completely 100% confirmed by the end of the episode. But yeah, he's drawing Julie, which is peculiar. It's peculiar first of all, it's kind of creepy. He's drawing her while she's sleeping, but also he later tells Ethan, when Ethan tries to give him a picture of himself in season 2, I want to say, he tries to, or maybe it's season 1, he tries to give Victor a picture of himself, and Victor says, no, pictures are for things that are gone, and he won't take it. So why is he drawing Julie? Is she going to be gone? Is this foreshadowing that she's going to be gone, or is it a continuity error? We don't know. But yeah. And
I thought he ended up giving that picture to her, but maybe I'm wrong.
he later gives this to Tabitha when it's one of the pictures he gives her when she goes through the tree in season 2.
Okay.
When she goes to the lighthouse. So yeah. So that he draws this, and I want to point something out too. Once again, this is the second time that he's talked to her in a very casual way, like he's completely comfortable with her. He doesn't talk to other people like this. Ethan had to approach him, and he was really standoffish. He doesn't go up and just chit chat, but he just starts talking to her. He's like, "Oh yeah, how sometimes you think things were dreams, but then you realize maybe it wasn't a dream and it actually happened." Like, and she's just weirded out. I say this is another hint that maybe he knows her. Instinctively, he remembers her from story walking, that she met him when he was younger, because he doesn't act like this casual and comfortable with her. He doesn't do this with other people. The first time he did it was when she was tied up in Colony House. She was tied up to a chair and he just starts talking to her. Now he just did it again. So yeah, I think it's highly likely that she story walked and saw him as a child or a younger version of himself. And he doesn't remember it, but instinctively he feels comfortable with her. And it's kind of like with Elgin. He instinctively didn't trust Elgin. I think it's because someone in a previous cycle probably did something like what Elgin did. So he has instincts, he just doesn't remember. But yeah, that's what I think about that. What did you think about this scene, Scarlett?
I don't know. I always thought that like Victor was less creepy than oh no, we lost Doc.
Oh.
I always thought that Victor was because I kind of understood. I mean, maybe it's because I teach people that have autism and other things like that, and I just got that feeling from him that he wasn't going to cause anybody harm.
Yeah.
So, I know she's creeped out because she's a teenager and she would be creeped out, and she'd probably be creeped out if anybody else was drawing her either, except for maybe Ellis. That's the
right
hypocrisy of the piece.
Right.
So
yeah.
what do you think about the colors here? Because they don't quite match up with what Julie's actually wearing.
No, they don't. Well,
let's see what she's got on.
Yeah, she has that dress on in this episode. And what he drew is where is it? Yeah, she's wearing, it says it's green. So it's green, and she's not wearing green. So that's a good point. And she's got, oh wait, no, it's a little bit. Wait a minute.
It's kind of like it.
It's similar. It's greenish. Okay. And then the blanket is kind of reddish.
Oh, can you go back one more photo? I want to see if are there hedgehogs on this? Because I picked a pillow with hedgehogs on it because I thought that Meredith had hedgehogs on her.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Yeah, Meredith the pillow.
Yeah, my icon is in Meredith's honor and Trudy's honor.
Oh, nice. Yep. I know. Rest in peace, Trudy. But yeah, where's the quote that he said? He said, "You know how sometimes you dream and you forget, but later you start to remember, you realize that maybe it wasn't a dream and that all of it maybe really happens. I think I'm starting to remember things that I thought were dreams." He does this, he's so casual about it. She wakes up and that's what he says. He doesn't say anything else. He just starts talking like he knows her, like he trusts her. And then he says, "I made you a drawing. You can keep it if you want." The weird thing is, though, I don't think she takes it. I'm pretty sure it's shown with Tabitha when he gives it to her. I think she just, maybe she just leaves it there. I don't know. But he gives it to Tabitha in season 2. They show it again. But anyway, I think he's a little too familiar with her. So I bet in season 4, we're going to find out she story walks to the past. Maybe, I think I'm gonna make a video on it. I think that she's the missing link, and she did something to help Eloise, and that's how Eloise got away, and why Eloise wasn't with her mother after she ran after her mother. And then, Miranda dies at the tree, but we don't know where Eloise went. She wasn't in the scene. I think it's going to be Julie story walking. That's what I think is going to happen. So I don't know what she does with Eloise, but that's what I got so far. Look at that. There's somebody sleeping on the floor back there.
Yeah, some other people have huge rooms. I don't get Colony House at all.
I don't either.
It looks huge. From the outside, it looks so big. It looks like many, many rooms.
I know. Julie's facial expressions in this scene are hilarious. Like, she's so creeped out. Like, you got to admit, wouldn't you be creeped out if you wake up and a grown man is sitting there drawing you while you're asleep? Like,
yeah.
Anybody would be.
But I also think that it's like kind of Donna's fault or anybody else that's running Colony House to explain it.
Yeah. They should have explained it by now.
Yeah, like she's known Victor for 3 years. She must know that he has had trauma, that he's been alone, that this is what's made him who he is.
Right. Yeah, somebody
but
should
yet they don't explain it to newcomers for some reason.
No, they don't.
So they can be creeped out.
They just said, Fatima said he's creepy but harmless. That's it. So, yeah. It's dumb, but he does leave the drawing with her, but I'm guessing she just leaves it behind.
Just leaves it probably. Yeah, it's not Ellis. It's not Ellis level, art. So, Trudy.
Right. Trudy shows up. Trudy shows up with her great personality here, and interesting. She's wearing a very bright red skirt. Yeah, maybe they were already planning to kill her off. Then she's wearing red. Is the bad, the big bad.
She has that shirt with the yin yang and astrology symbols on it.
Yeah. She which is Julie's. She took it. Yeah. So that's the pillow. I can't quite make out what the hell is on it, but
I thought it was like little hedgehogs sitting on chairs. Like they're like little chairs, like wooden chairs if you see them. And then when up close and it looked like little hedgehogs sitting on chairs. And I tried to find a pillow that was similar, and I could not find it. So there's little hedgehogs on mine, and that's it. Well, I don't know if the hedgehog means anything.
Well, you got pretty close. I'm impressed you found even that. That's good.
Took a while.
Yeah. So she says that, the pillow's name is Meredith, and she's like, we share everything here. She said it's like a security blanket for me. The things that matter to you should always have names.
Yeah, I think that's important.
I think that's important
what she said. Yeah,
it's got to be. I think that's a significant line too. Yes. And then she Julie's like, oh, I have a shirt just like that. She says, it's yours.
Went through your suitcase.
Yeah, she's like, you don't mind, do you? We share everything here. Thanks for taking care of Meredith. Yeah.
Trudy was definitely gone too soon.
Gone too soon. Yeah, she was great. I think they should have kept her around. Rest in peace, Trudy Cutie. I like him eccentric. Yeah.
Well, the showrunners said that they realized their mistake after she, was killed off.
They regretted it, huh?
They regretted it, yeah, because they love the actress.
Yep. Will Spear says, yes, Julie story walked and looked out for Victor. I think so too. That's why he instinctively trusts her. So we shall see in season 4. Well, that's my theory for now. Yep. Forever Autumn said, I feel like they wanted to throw the audience off, make us think he's creepy, so a misdirect. I agree. Yes. It is creepy, though, like with Alice says, without consent, drawing somebody when they're sleeping, especially an underage girl, It's creepy, but someone should have just explained that to her, for sure.
Explain it to him, too, because I don't think he knows better, quite honestly.
No.
And nobody says anything.
Nobody communicates. Javon says, I'm still curious about why Victor looks so disheveled exiting the cellar. He wasn't all dirty when his mom left him in there. Yeah, he's all dirty. I wonder why. That's a good question.
Didn't he sleep in there, though?
Yeah, isn't the root cellar? Doesn't the root cellar have a dirt floor? I
Yeah,
think
I mean, I don't think that because they didn't get in the space that has the bed, right? So he would just be sleeping on the floor.
that's got to be the dirt floor. It's the dirt floor. I mean, he's really covered in the dirt, but I don't know. Maybe he
Rolls
rolls
around a
around
lot.
in his sleep. Yeah. Okay, wait. I highlighted an old one by accident. Um, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. See, I tried playing clips without sound, Dieter. I tried, and it got pulled a few days later with Severance, so I can't. I can't do that. They just catch you a little later then. Can't take any chances. I would love to play clips if I could, believe me. We'll find a way in future streams. There are ways to get around it. Wolf Spear said Man in Yellow is responsible for the massacre. I think so too. I think that's highly likely. Yep. Okay. Let me go back down here. Limited with crayons, Victor's drawing. Yeah, I think he got it as close as he could for sure. Amy said, wasn't it weird how Trudy was talking to the pillow before she went into the room where she was going to die? That's true. She was. She was talking to the pillow. Victor's always been nice to Julie. Yes, Amy. Yes, Susie. I think he saw her before. I think so. Oh, Doc said I pressed the wrong thing and got bounced out. Tried rejoining but got stuck backstage. Got to take the opportunity to change out of the costume. Okay. Okay, Doc. Yeah. Sorry you got stuck backstage. I didn't see you there. So
See, and I want to put on a top hat, goggles, and my own like steampunk mask, and then join the camera.
yeah. Jeez, yeah. I don't have any fun costumes, so I would just come on as myself. Maybe I'll do that on some stream. Amy said he gave her the rope in the first season. Yeah, maybe Victor gave Julie the rope. Victor be seeing her in her time travels and whatnot. I think so. Amy says she hands off the rope to Boyd. Yes. Still the Sage said dreams equal consciousness in parallel time. Yep. Susie said he says that the boy in white told him to dig holes for graves. Maybe it was actually Julie. Yeah. Who knows? Or because I meant he said the dang creepy doll was the boy in white, so the boy in white could be mistaken for Julie. That's true, we can't be sure, right?
This keeps doing that. It was Jasper. No, it was the boy in white. No, it was the boy in white. No, it was Julie.
No, it was Julie.
So
Just keep changing the story. Oh my god,
that would be disgrading for viewers.
they better not do any more. No more bait and switches. No, it was Jasper. No, it was the boy in white.
Yeah.
No, wait, it was Julie. No, please don't do that, writers. Please, just don't, because that one fake out was enough.
Yeah.
They'll never trust anything Victor says again. If reincarnation exists, it's a universal law that you aren't supposed to remember previous iterations. Yeah, still the Sage. Yeah, and knowledge came with the cost. The cost was Jim's life. He had to pay the price for Tabitha learning that. Yeah, Amy said my PTSD would kick in. And I'd scream and run after him. That is creepy to have someone wake you up looking over you. It is. It is extremely so. Javon said, I think Trudy would have been way more of an interesting character if she had more time to develop. Yes, especially after all the recent events. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Still the Sage said, I'd be mad as shit if I got reincarnated and remembered. Oh, yeah.
Especially if you were reincarnated as like a housefly.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, that would suck. Trudy bold AF. She is.
Oh, yeah.
Alabaster Dragon. Remember that?
Yeah. It's coming up.
It's coming up. Yes. It's coming up.
Signature line.
Doc says, also, I don't think I was supposed to be on for the whole show tonight anyway, just an intro. Oh man, my ears hurt from the costume. Well, Doc, you're welcome however you want to do it. If you want to come back on, you are welcome. So, totally your call, man. Absolutely your call. But yes, the costume was super fun too. So, yeah. Appreciate you joining us. And come on, if you want, your call. Doc got locked out. Sorry about that, Susie. I got behind the chat. Sorry about that. And sorry about that, Doc. Usually this makes a noise when someone is backstage. I don't know why it didn't do that for me. Hex says I have 0 costumes. Yeah, I don't have any either. So I'd just be boring with these two. These two would be memorable and
Someone
fun.
say that steampunk's a lifestyle, not a costume.
Okay. A lifestyle. Gotcha. Hey, Sig Sour. Trudy.
How could you forget about my girl?
You forgot about Trudy. Yeah.
How could you forget?
Yeah. Oh, there's Doc. With Allison. That's right, Scarlett. No peaches, Victor, if you draw people while they sleep. Hey, welcome back, Doc. So
Hey, I'm back. No costume.
Yeah,
you're back.
that's fine.
Cool. Welcome back. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you backstage. It didn't make a noise to let me know you were there.
No, it's okay. I know you had everything on the screen right now.
Yes. Yeah, you know how it goes. Okay, so let's continue. What? Julie, Beyonce's giant Discord dive board? What? Beyonce has a Discord? Okay. All right, let's continue here. So let me get my notes out. So yeah, she walks away and Julie is all upset because of the shirt thing, and it's like traumatizing that someone actually is wearing her shirt, and she starts to think she's made a mistake already.
Yeah, welcome to Colony House.
Welcome to Colony House, Julie. Yeah. I thought it was interesting how he first see Boyd through a hole in the box. Just the same sight that Frank had looking out those little holes before he got ripped to shreds. Oh,
yeah.
I had to breeze by that really quick so the video doesn't get pulled. Fingers crossed. Yikes.
Not looking good. Frank's not looking good.
Frank is not looking good. No. Poor Boyd. And he feels responsible, even though Frank put himself in the box. Sarah shows up here and looks at Tianshan through the glass before she enters, just kind of watching.
Through the glass. Because she's broken like glass.
Yep. Exactly. Immediately I thought of the glass thing. Yeah. It always comes back to broken glass with her. So Tianshan is basically hiding her feelings and holding them in when people aren't around. As soon as Sarah shows up, she, gets it together and, starts, ranting at her in Cantonese. And Tabitha's been sleeping at the table all night.
Because of course.
Yeah. And this is really interesting. Okay, so she says something. She says, I used to love this time of morning so she's talking about Thomas, is when he would finally stop crying, and it was like he was saying, "You've been up all night, my work here is done." Then she says, "Do you think we're being punished?" And she doesn't know it, but it's not what she thinks. They're not in purgatory or hell. She is being punished. She's coming back here over and over again because she failed to save the children. She is being punished. It's foreshadowing. I love that. Love it. Yeah, it's essentially a punishment. I mean, what else would you call it, being reincarnated over and over, going back to this hell?
Yeah.
So yeah, she was right. She is being punished. And the thing is, the interesting thing is, she said, "Do you think we're being punished?" And in a way, he's punished too, because he has to pay the price ultimately with his life for her gaining the knowledge of her origins. No, knowledge comes at a cost. He gets punished for her revelation. So in the end, yeah, they're both punished. He's punished and she is being punished too. Gotta love the foreshadowing. So good. So, and then she says, "Jem, I'm drinking tea out of a dead woman's mug in a place that can't possibly exist, in a house where another child died. Julie's off doing God knows what. What are we going to do? And I know that by this point, I know it from the beginning, I'm sure they planned that Julie was going to be time traveling. This is the kind of a plot point that you don't just introduce for the hell of it. They have to have planned Julie's time travel story walking from the start. So I just like that little nod to it.
Yeah.
Julie is off doing God knows what.
Yeah.
Yeah. And time is not linear here. So in a way, she was already off doing God knows what. She's time traveling. And yeah, she was referring to Julie at the colony house, but yeah, it's foreshadowing 100%. Nobody can convince me otherwise. You don't just say, okay, it's season 3. Let's just randomly introduce Julie time traveling. They planned it. They must have planned it. And if they didn't, then that would be terrible. Like they'd completely screw up the show. So that's something that I think was planned. And one day we'll find out when they give interviews like what was planned and what was not. But I'd say that was planned. And so there's just massive. I thought it was just going to be the first 3 episodes, but I found so much foreshadowing in this one too, which I love. Anyway, so anything else you want to add, or should I keep going?
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay.
I can't remember what Jim is saying in here.
He doesn't really have much to say, honestly.
Oh yeah, and here's our first Ethan in yellow.
Ethan in yellow, yes.
Well, people say he dresses in yellow all the time, and I didn't notice it, so I'm making a point to see it and call it out when it happens.
I didn't notice it at first either, but now since I'm so tuned into the colors on the show, now it's jumping out at me on this watch. This is my 3rd watch through of the show. It's only my 3rd, actually. Yeah, he wears yellow a lot in season 1. Yellow is symbolic of hope in Western cultures, as I've talked about a lot. And yeah, I think that's what they're doing with that. And he was very hopeful in season 1. He becomes less and less hopeful and darker as the show has gone on, as he's getting more jaded by this place and what he's seen. But in this, he's at his most hopeful and innocent. So the yellow makes perfect sense to me. And yes, I know we have the man in yellow who's evil, but it's a dirty yellow suit. So yeah, I think it represents kind of the tarnished hope of these people. Like that, it's tainted, it's corrupted. That's why it's dirty. Anyway, Ethan comes in, and they suggest going to the diner for breakfast. He asks if they'll have pancakes. Yeah, little does he know, like that's like their specialty. Pancakes, famous pancakes. That's pretty much it for that scene. Like that's all I have for like significance there. And Boyd is loading up the cart.
Yeah, I found this somewhat comical, even though it was like terrifying.
I know, right? So Ethan's
I guess gallows humor.
I know, because Ethan asks what's in the cart.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. He's like, what is that? And Boyd says it's some supplies. Ethan's like, you need help? It's like, no. Yeah, you don't want to see what's in there.
Yeah, he's even turning his body so he doesn't see the blood-soaked shirt.
Yeah, he does. He does, because he's covered in Frank's blood. Oh, God. Wait. Wait, Doc is back again. Doc popped off. Hey, welcome back. Sorry, I just heard you pop up.
Okay. Yeah, that was my Wi-Fi. It gave me a problem. Sorry about that. This time I didn't touch anything, I swear.
Don't worry about it. Sometimes my Wi-Fi kicks me off my own stream, so it happens. Now we've got the jukebox turning on by itself, right as the Matthews enter, and I forget what the song is.
It's an interesting shot too. It doesn't look like it goes with the rest of the diner.
No, it doesn't. Why does it look like
there's nobody sitting in that booth, and it's like the lighting is kind of different.
What the hell? Yeah,
I've never noticed that before.
Yeah, it looks like something they shot and then just put in later, because they put it last train to Clarksville apparently.
Yeah, the lighting is completely different, and now we see that every booth is full except for this one here, but the lighting
but they're also red. Isn't that other booth not red?
it's red, but it's darker because it's dark in there.
I think
So
it looks like tan.
it looks like it just looks dark in there to me.
Hmm.
It's they definitely must have shot this at a different time.
Hmm.
Very weird. I'd never noticed that.
So
And
what is the significance of Last Train to Clarksville?
it's a good question. I don't know. What are the I didn't look up the lyrics to that.
Well, it goes, take the last train to Clarksville. I'll meet you at the station. You know,
Yeah.
it's a Monkees song.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the significance of that particular song is to the show. I mean, there are train tracks right at the crossroads where, they drive on the road. Um, I, I don't know. Wouldn't it be wild if an actual train showed up in town sometime? Yeah.
Because I think it's weird because a lot of them fit more than a song, so I'm really curious about the song and how it fits in. I didn't have
Yeah,
enough time to actually dive into it.
because every other song that's played, I've been able to understand why. Like it's clear why they picked it, but this particular one, I'm not as sure about. But I'm looking at the lyrics. Yeah.
So where are the lyrics? Tell me the lyrics.
The lyrics are so take the last train to Clarksville. I'll meet you at the station. You can be here by 4:30 because I've made your reservation. Don't be slow. No, because I'm leaving in the morning and I'm
like some Tabitha's no.
yes. It goes, oh no, oh no. So there you go. It's for Tabitha. It says I'm leaving in the morning and I must see you again. We'll have one more night together till the morning brings my train. And I must go. More oh no's. And I don't know if I'm ever coming home. So
That sounds like a Frank song. That sounds like a Frank song.
It does. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm ever coming home. Well, we don't know if they're ever going home. That's for sure.
It seemed like he had a final night, and then the train came, and he didn't know if he'd see, Lauren and Megan again. He was hoping.
Right. Yeah.
So maybe this does play when people die, like when it played Celebration.
Yeah, maybe, or it could also have something to do with like the Matthews themselves. They show up and the song immediately plays. We know Jim's never going home, so maybe there's more than one meaning to it. It's related to him. Jim's never coming home.
Maybe more Jim foreshadowing.
maybe. It says yeah, I mean the rest of it I'm reading the lyrics and the rest of it I don't really see any relevance to any of it, but I must hang up the phone. I can't hear you in this noisy railroad station all alone.
That's Jim right there with the phone.
With the phone, yeah. I was just thinking with Jim and the phone. Yeah, he gets all these phone calls in season 3 from
maybe it has more to do with From than I realized.
Maybe, yeah. So yeah, that's that song. But Sarah, this is so creepy in retrospect now, knowing what she tried to do to him. She says that she's got a special VIP. Oh, and this is cool too. She says she's got a special VIP table just for him, and because they're newcomers. She said, we were hoping you would come today. They always fix something special to eat for newcomers, and she
don't trust her. Don't trust her.
Don't trust her. Yeah. She says to Ethan, I heard all about your heroic adventure out in the woods. It kind of makes me wonder if he's going to have like a real heroic adventure. Like they're giving him more and more action, so you never know. And yeah, he asks if they have pancakes. And she says she has to check. And she says such a strange line about Tian Shen. She could probably make a Salisbury steak from a tire iron.
Yeah.
Weird.
Well, maybe it wouldn't taste good, but she could.
But she could. Yeah. So that's that. But yeah. So yeah, they get ready for their pancakes, and Boyd delivers Frank's body to Katri. Katri points out they don't leave much, do they? They take all the organs out. We still don't know what the monsters do with the organs. That's still a mystery. Would it be nice to find out, at least get confirmation if they eat them? I'm surprised they didn't at least tell us that, because Boyd watched them rip up Tan Shan. He should know. Well, yeah. Boyd says you got to mention in your little service how you're the one who wanted him dead.
Yeah, I like that line.
Yeah. Yeah. Katri, I can see how like people found Katri kind of sus even in life. He gives this creepy stare at Boyd as he's walking away.
Yeah, I thought he was suspicious.
Yeah. Just I don't know. That look.
I don't think that now.
I don't think it anymore at all. Maybe they were trying to do a misdirect to make us suspicious of him. No, Katri is definitely one of the good guys. I believe that. As Ghost Katri, I'm still on the fence. I'm not sure, but
Oh yeah, I don't trust this.
I don't trust Ghost Katri at all. Now this is a really interesting scene. Jade and Kenny at the root cellar, and Jade says that I thought it was some kind of CGI party trick. He describes what he saw, symbol on the ceiling. There was this guy here dead, half crushed by the giant boulder thing, and then he starts screaming. Now Kenny looks at him like he's nuts, and it's like, you really think this is so strange? You people have seen all kinds of weird things here, but Kenny says the first couple days can be rough for everyone, and now, here's one of the one of the most memorable lines Jade has ever said. He says, I wasn't hallucinating. Trust me, I've done a fuck ton of drugs. I know what hallucinations feel like. This was different. It was here and then it wasn't. I have a pretty healthy imagination. I built a software company based on nothing but imagination. But none of this there's got to be an explanation, and none of you fucking people seem to be looking for it. So, yeah. This is where, some people started with the theory that maybe this place has something to do with his software company built purely on imagination. I don't think so, but that's where some of the evidence for that theory comes in. And
yeah, it's definitely simulation theory fans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but some of those theories are really fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
It is fascinating. Yes, it is. They bring up the quantum computing algorithm again in season 3 as if they want to either as a misdirect or, start planting the seed. Maybe his company does have something to do with it. Who knows? I don't personally think it's related, but you never know.
Maybe the tree is the spawn point.
Yeah. Maybe. But I like how Jade says this is not a hallucination. He's convinced it's not. And I think he's right. It's not a hallucination. It's an actual vision that means something. And I do think that I think that all of his hallucinations, or visions rather, are past lives of his personally. That's what I think. But either way, it's not just a hallucination. But it's funny though, in season 3, he refers to his visions as hallucinations. Like he's not taking them as seriously at that point, but they're clearly not. They're not just in his head or anything like that. We know that now. Now as to who those guys are in his visions, yeah, I think they're all him, including the Boulder guy. But yeah, we'll see about that. Anything you want to add, Scarlett, before I move on?
I took limited notes. I don't think I have anything here.
Okay,
but
good.
I did note that there was a buffet again. They have a lot of food here in the beginning of the first season. Like a lot of stuff sitting on the shelf.
They do. Look at this stack of pancakes. It makes me want pancakes now.
Yeah, is this when he talks about the hero's quest, Ethan?
Let's see. Yes, he does. I have the whole
about that.
I have the whole quote too. I think it's important.
Cool, because I don't. Because I had to watch this at 6 o'clock in the morning. It was the only time I had.
Yeah, I rewound it and listened to it twice today.
Nice.
My
Nice.
notes are on Post-it notes. I usually put them on the computer, but they're on Post-it notes.
Yeah, cool.
That's what I had.
And Doc, if you have anything to say at any point, just jump in and stop me. Feel free to jump in and talk whenever.
I didn't take notes.
I gotta say,
Uh,
that's a massive stack of pancakes too. I just wanted to add.
yeah. Oh yes, it is. Yeah, it's way too much for just a little kid. But yeah.
Oh my God, yeah, I didn't notice that.
Yes. Um. So yes.
Oh yeah, this is also when Tabby asked him to bring something back, and then Jim didn't bring anything back.
That's right.
He's Jim. He's Jim.
Because he's Jim. Yeah. 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 Boo agrees that Jim sucks. So anyway, Ethan asks, "Do we live here now?" Jim says, "No, we're just here for a little bit. Think of it like a vacation." And this is the really important quote. Ethan says, "I think it's probably a quest, like a hero's quest. Like Norman had to go into the Lake of Tears. We probably have to save somebody if we want to go home. That's what Norman had to do."
Yep.
Okay. So Jim said, "I think you might be onto something there." So yeah, I definitely think, the obvious thing is, it's a quest in that they do have to somehow save the children, whatever that means, in order to go home. That's what Miranda believed. Save the children and they can all go home. So Ethan is right. They probably do have to save somebody. Now what that means, I don't know how you save those children that have already died. Go back in
Or
time.
it could be somebody else that they have to save, and not the children.
Or it could be somebody else. That's true. They could be Miranda could have been wrong. That maybe there's somebody else they have to save.
Or Jim's right, and it's a vacation.
Or Jim's right, it's a vacation from hell.
It's solved from. It's a vacation.
It's a vacation. Yeah.
It's not a great vacation, but it's a vacation. You don't have to pay for anything. Everything's given to you, but it's not out without its problems as a vacation.
That's true. So here's where I get confused. Now, I've been thinking Jim is Norman metaphorically, because in the first episode, Julie has the little finger puppets, and she says one of them, Norman dies. She says Norman dies, and then and Ethan says, "No, but the fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears to fix him." And Julie says, "Sorry, kid, when you're dead, you're gone." And then Tabitha, is it Tabitha who says, no, Ethan says, "Bring him back, Julie, bring him back." This is why I thought Jim equals Norman, because future Julie is now trying to bring Jim back, so to speak, bring him back after he was killed, unalived by the man in yellow. But I don't know if this fits here, because Ethan says Norman had to go into the Lake of Tears. Norman had to go into the Lake of Tears. How? I don't know if that fits Jim. He went into the Lake of Tears. I don't know. It sounds like in his story, Norman had to save someone in the story that he's talking about. This is separate from the Chromonocle, by the way. This is. I'm pretty sure this is not part of the Chromonocle, but I could be wrong. I don't know. What do you think? Is the Lake of Tears part of the Fromaholics story? Is Norman part of it, or is that something separate?
I don't know. I have no idea, because we haven't seen anything that would link them together.
Yeah.
I was wondering that too.
Yeah. They've never made it clear.
Yeah, it had to be conjecture. And I like to, take things from the show that I've actually seen on the show, instead of, going outside of it.
Yeah. Right. And honestly, it's probably a separate story, because like Julie kind of refers to in season 3, she says when they were at the ruins, it felt like one of Ethan's stories. So there's more than one.
Yeah.
This is probably a separate one. He had a whole stack of books. So it's probably a separate one. Now, I don't know what this means, though, in terms of Norman had to go into the Lake of Tears. Maybe Jim isn't Norman. I don't know. It's unclear. But like Forever Autumn said, Elgin did ask about a body of water when he first arrived, and we never found out why. Yeah. there's a Lake of Tears out there somewhere, probably out in the woods, that we haven't seen. Yeah. Let's see. Susie, you're so active in the chat. My gosh.
So you don't think the water they found by the cannibal village is the Lake of Tears?
I thought it was, but then somebody told me it was a river. I need to go back and look at it again.
Because technically Jim then had been by the Lake of Tears because he had gone to that cabin once.
Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't go into it per se, but he was by it.
He was by. I need to look at that.
Vegetables.
I need to look at that again because I swear I thought that looked like a lake to me. That didn't look like a river, so I need to look at that.
He could have walked into it while he was harvesting vegetables, and thereby he would have been in the Lake of Tears.
No, yeah. So yeah, like you could connect those two.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah. Damn it, Frank. Yeah, I hated that when Boyd slapped Frank. That was awful. Javon said, I'm predicting the bile will come in handy dealing with the man in yellow. Well, could be. It seemed like it turned into such a nothing burger. It would be nice if it would actually...
Treating like with like.
Yeah.
Like a humorous thing, like the four humors.
Yeah, maybe. Still the Sage says, you heard it here first. Julie made a prophecy. Oh, about how I said Julie is going to story walk and save Eloise and meet Victor in the past. Yeah. So yeah, you heard it here first. I'm going to make a video about it too. I'm banking on that right now. To see what I missed here. Okay. Hey, Chris Smalls. Thanks for coming. Nice to see you. Yeah, the whole Jade thing, it's not the worst theory, the Jade software company thing. His company is owned by the Han Sol. I don't know what that is.
What?
Don't know what that is. My cat is being loud again. Definitely important, William. We have to save someone to go home. 100%. Boo, what in the hell do you want? Okay.
My cat was just making similar noises. I had to give her food.
Well, I can go get my cat and we'll see.
If she goes and wakes my mom up, I may have to go feed her at this hour, which is ridiculous. She shouldn't be eating at 1 in the morning, or 1:30 in the morning. Anyway, let's get back to this. So, and this is another line that's interesting about this scene. Ethan says, sometimes I pretend that's where Thomas went, that he's on a magical quest, and if I try, I can help him save the kingdom. So this is where it started with the theories that maybe Thomas is alive somehow in another timeline. He's on a quest. Is he? And then we have the evil Thomas voice in season 3. What does that mean?
Oh, they made it so cruel.
Yeah. It's the big bad screwing with them. I personally don't think Thomas is alive. I don't think there are going to be multiple timelines. I think it would confuse things way too much. We've already got time travel. If we have like an alternate universe on top of it and Thomas is alive, it's just too much. But who knows? Anything's possible. What do you think, Scarlett, about that quote?
Oh, what was the quote again? Tell me.
That maybe Thomas, he pretends that's where Thomas went. He's on a magical quest.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it because I watched Fringe. Because I was like when we were talking before about it, I was like, technically could be a Thomas, and I think that Taryn or some other theorist was saying that Thomas could be siding with the big bad. Because the big bad would whisper him in his ear and tell him, "Oh, your parents killed you," or something like that, and get him on the side, like some alternate universe Thomas, which I find really intriguing, but I don't think it's going to happen.
It's possible.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to overcomplicate it with alternative universes. I think they want to kind of keep it simple for mainstream audiences to be able to follow and enjoy. This way, it keeps the ratings up.
Yeah. Well, and plus
I
it's
think
shorter. And plus they don't have like 22 episodes that tell the story. They have 10.
right. Yeah.
And they
So if
don't
they
have a
were gonna
huge budget either. The budget is, modest.
right, with Fringe, they introduced parallel worlds earlier than this in the
Yeah,
show.
very.
Like
Yeah.
they planned it. It was going to be there from the beginning, and it was
Mhm.
introduced much earlier. With this, I think if it was going to happen, they would have done it already.
Mhm.
And they don't have enough episodes, like you said. So Forever Autumn said, could Norman be Boyd? To me, it's really Boyd's quest. Everyone else is a side character. That's possible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard theories about Boyd being Norman.
Actually, it would also kind of fit because Julie saved Boyd from the well by throwing him the rope. And so you could kind of argue that so she saved him, so it's like it's kind of like with the finger puppets, she was like a fairy coming from the Lake of Tears or whatever to save Boyd. You could say that.
And if you just play around with words, you can have like Norman being normal man, being everyday man, which Boyd would be everyday, the everyday man.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it kind of fits like any kind of wordplay.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see it. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the whole Norman thing, we'll have to wait and see. But Jim goes into the bathroom and cries. It's people get so caught up in hating this character that I think they forget he lost a baby 14 months before the events of this show, and so he's not living his best life. He's not his best self right now. So
well, I think the stuff with Victor later on in the episode kind of just destroys the fact he's crying in the bathroom.
Pretty much all that sympathy dissolves right then and there.
Yeah.
Yep. Tabitha opens up this gigantic blue suitcase and starts sorting through clothes.
Yeah, it's interesting in that shot because you've got the yellow, you've got the red, and you got the blue, like all those curtains, and then she's
red.
like opening up the suitcase and everything.
Yep. Yeah, they did this on purpose. The muted red curtain, yellow curtain, blue curtain, and then giant blue suitcase here. They're definitely playing with the colors on this show nonstop. And the diner has all three too. The red booths lined in blue with the yellow lights. Yeah. And Victor comes in. There's so many there are so many significant scenes in this episode. It's crazy. Like Victor comes in and
the way that Ethan eats pancakes. The way he ate it with a fork was really interesting to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trying to tackle those pancakes.
It really is. Yeah. Oh, now I want a stack of pancakes so bad. So Victor wants to show him something. And he says it's something very important. You remember the boy you were talking about, the one who lives outside? Is that him? Shows him a picture that he drew. And Ethan's reaction is hilarious. He says, "Who drew this? But it's in crayon. You're a grown-up." Like
now doing art, I would say that adults also use crayons, but he's a kid.
He's a kid, yeah. And it looks like a kid's drawing too. So so Victor shows him that, and Ethan says, yes, that's him. Victor doesn't have a positive reaction to that at all, because he says, Ethan asks what's wrong, and Victor says that means he was real. So he knows this is a bad sign, because the last time he saw the boy in white, it was the beginning of that whole cycle that wound up it ended in everyone's deaths. So, and Victor knows this is a bad sign. Boy in white's been gone for a long time, and so you can immediately see that he knows something's wrong. And by the end of the episode, he's digging graves, because it's starting all over again now. Like the two cars come, the boy in white shows up. That means it's starting again. You can see it on his face. So apparently, yeah, like he doesn't remember a lot of things, but that much he knows that this is a bad sign and it's starting again. And Jim shows up. This is where people started hating Jim, and understandably so. I
Jim
hate
hating started. It started so early on.
Yep. Look at that. Look at how he's
Yeah.
manhandling this man who's older than him, frail looking. He's very thin. You know, yeah, he's taller than Jim, but he's thin and
Mhm.
older than him. Victor, I mean, he violently grabs him,
Mhm.
hauls him out. Look at this. Like hauls him out. He says, you know, what are you doing? You don't come near him. You don't talk to him. Stay the F away from him. And he shoves him. This is assault. He shoves him. That look how hard he's pushing him out of the diner.
Mm-hmm.
And people justify this and say, "Oh, well, you know, no one should. Anybody who's like, you know, drawing pictures for my kid, like, I would do the same thing." Like, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. Like,
You
that's
basically could come up to somebody like that and ask them to leave politely.
yeah,
You don't
or
shove them away. If you don't want them near your kid, you ask them politely. You don't pick them up and shove them out the door.
or you know, if you want to, like, I could completely understand him telling Victor off impolitely, but you don't put your hands on him and assault him and shove him out the door.
Well, see, rewatching this again made me like almost side with the people that think that Ethan's going to become the man in yellow.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, just because of something later that happens.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I can understand Jim's motives, but even if like I was losing my reason, I think I'd only yell at Victor. I can't really. He definitely goes too far with shoving Victor like that.
Oh, yeah. Like, seriously, yeah. But I understand why he did it. I understand. He was literally just crying over Thomas. So he's extremely protective of his kids because of what happened to Thomas. Extremely protective of Ethan. So I get it, but it's still wrong. But I do understand. Amy said that made me so mad because Jim went overboard. I would have been asking questions and not jump to conclusions. 100%. But I can still have sympathy for him because of his loss of that baby and understand that. But it still doesn't excuse the violence. Oh, thank you, Susie. If you guys could hit the like button, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It would help people find me. Hey, MoFi. Thanks for coming. How the baby person eating spaghetti Thomas learned to talk and use the phone? I don't know, MoFi. It's just a trick. I think it's the big bad talking through the phone. I don't know.
If it was alternative Thomas and he didn't die, then he'd probably be old enough to talk.
That's true. If there's another timeline, then yes. Yes. But he'd only be 14 months old. Could he talk as well as that? Probably not. So I don't know. Well, he'd have to be alternate timeline Thomas who time traveled from the future to make that call, I guess, which would be very messy. So anyway, William Waddy said Jim wouldn't even let Ethan finish his pancakes. Damn, right. I hate that's such a trope in TV. People are constantly getting up and leaving full plates of food and drinks and leaving restaurants. It irritates the hell out of me. People do it all the time. It's annoying. How does a baby fall off a changing table? Like, yeah, right, Susie? It's so weird. That's so strange. That whole story is weird. Like they turn away and Thomas falls off the changing table. Like, I don't know. I believe Robert Saunders' theory that an entity from Fromville made that call that distracted them and led to Thomas's death. I think Robert Saunders is right because Tabitha was always going to be destined to wind up in Fromville, and having that trauma of the loss of Thomas muddies her head. It makes it more difficult for her to problem solve because of the grief, the trauma. I think the man in yellow probably made the call that distracted Tabitha and Jim. Now, Robert didn't say man in yellow, but he said a Fromville entity, and yeah, I think it was probably the man in yellow. But anyway,
Makes a lot of sense to me.
You think so? Yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah, it was messed up, Amy, for sure. Anyway, let's continue. There's a lot more to cover. So, yeah, so Ethan is not happy with Jim. Hopefully he doesn't turn into the man in yellow and slit his throat. That would suck.
It's something that he says later that struck me as being interesting. And I'll say it when it happens.
Gotcha. So this is just a really short scene. Julie just tells Fatima, "I think I made a mistake." She's such an immature teenager right here, sulking just because somebody took her shirt.
Sure.
That's
maybe she didn't like sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, and yeah, Guy creeped her out, drawing her in her sleep. So now she's in here crying over this, and yeah, so that's pretty much all that scene. It's pretty short. I just took way too many pictures. Let me skip through. Okay. Jim and Ethan get home. Another very short scene.
Okay, this is where he says it.
He says, "You shouldn't have done that.
You shouldn't have done that, Jim."
Oh, yeah. Ethan says, "You shouldn't have done that." That's, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. The man in yellow tells Jim, "Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole." Oh.
I immediately thought, and I mean, I'm not really big into people that think this is a theory, but this is for you guys, as Ethan has a man in yellow.
Yikes, and he's wearing yellow right here, Scarlett. He's wearing yellow.
Yeah.
When he says it. Ooh.
Origins.
Oh, I hope not. Yikes.
So he starts to hate his dad.
Oh, shit. Yeah. I'm not saying I think that this is what happens, but hey, I could see the argument for it, though. I hope not.
I also find it later on, and there's one other thing that happens in the episode that ties it all in with a nice little bow.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's crazy. Because he sits there and he's wearing yellow and he says to Jim, "You shouldn't have done that. Victor's my friend." And of course, we know the man in yellow later says to Jim on the radio, "Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim." And then when he unalives him, he says, "Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim." And you could say that, you could make the argument that it could be Ethan, and now he's wearing a yellow suit that's been, it's all dirty because he's been corrupted, but I don't believe that's going to happen. I told Simon when I interviewed Simon about this theory, and his eyebrows went up. He was like, "What?" His reaction was so cute.
He's doing like an Anakin Skywalker kind of bit.
Yeah, I surprised him with that one. I had to share that with him. I said, people are saying that Ethan could turn into the man in yellow, and his eyebrows went up so much. And I said, but I don't believe that. I don't think Ethan would do that to his own dad. I don't think so. And he agreed. He said, no, Ethan would never do that. But hey, you never know. If it
ends up this way, this is what the origin was.
If it ends up this way, this is what we'll point to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you think there's anything to there being a Tom in town?
Oh, I never thought of that. That's a great point. There is a Tom.
That's something I always wondered about, because it's two characters with similar names.
And that's not the only time that happens either, because there's a Danny who we find out there was somebody named Danny who crashed their truck in the pool that was there all this time. And then we find out Acosta's name is Danny. And
that's the connection. Okay.
Yep. And then there's also, of course, Brian Kelly. Boyd knew a Brian Kelly who died in combat. And then, Brian and Kelly come to town on the bus and they get unalived. So yeah.
There's a Christopher and a Christy.
There's all
the L names too, like Elgin, Eloise, Ellis.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Yeah.
But people don't usually notice the Christopher Christie thing, but I noticed that right off.
Interesting. I didn't even catch that myself. interesting what they're doing with the similarity of names of people that these people know.
Tabby
or
and
past
Tabby
cycles.
and Abby. Those are close too. Tabby and
Abby
Abby.
and Abby and Tabby. Yes, yeah, that's true. Interesting. Wolf Spear says he sent me an email. Good night, Wolf Spear. I will check my email. Thank you so much, and Happy New Year. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Hey, Golden Child, nice to see you. Let's see. Hey, AAMM. Oh, we've got a few people popping in. I think they might have been arguing and accidentally knocked over Thomas's changing table, or Tabitha was going through postpartum depression and unalived Thomas. Maybe Jim knows, and that's why they are getting a divorce. Um, um, I don't know. I mean, I believe their story that he just fell off the changing table. I do. A lot of couples, like, this kind of thing happens when they lose a child. They wind up separating. They get divorced or whatever. But that's an interesting idea. Chris says, I do believe they got the phone call from Man in Yellow. Ethan pushed Thomas. Oh, so you think the Man in Yellow, Ethan is the Man in Yellow, and they got the phone call, so that it's basically like he pushed Thomas off the table. Oh, yikes. Ooh, that's crazy. I definitely think the phone call was the Man in Yellow when they got distracted and Thomas fell off. I don't think it's going to be Ethan, but hey, you never know with this show. Like Simon Webster himself said, you never know with this show. Susie said, okay, Ethan is the Man in Yellow, confirmed. I hope not. Damn. I hope not. I told y'all he was the mole. Well, thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. It was an honor to get to do that interview. I'm so grateful that they agreed. I appreciate it. It was a pleasure. Simon Webster is such a smart, oh my God, what a smart, insightful young man. Just blew my mind. Everybody in the comments can't believe how smart he is. For a 10-year-old kid, he's basically the reverse of Victor, like I've said. He's like a 50-year-old man in a 10-year-old kid's body, and Victor is the reverse. So anyway, let's see. Chris said in the beginning, I felt like Jim was covering for Tabby. Interesting. I feel like Ethan goes dark. Well, he started to go dark. He started to get all creepy and emo in season 3. So who knows? MoFi says we are all Man in Yellow. We met along the way. All right. Let me see. Let me get back into the breakdown here. Jeez, Boo is just right in my face. I can hardly see. I don't know. You might even be able to hear her purring. Notice all the colors too. Ethan's bright blue tablet headphones, and he's got the red Norman puppet, some other red thing. Ethan is wearing red and white, wearing a yellow jacket over it. They're hitting us over the head with the colors in the show, the repetition of the colors. So we get this little story that I don't know. Some people think is significant. I don't know if it actually means anything.
What about Charlie?
About Charlie from Duluth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was a cross-dresser and had Armani. He had good taste in clothes.
Charlie was an amazing cross-dresser. He was beautiful, she said. And yeah, so he had this Armani sweater, and Trudy used to try to steal it and stuff like that. And
yeah, it's the top that Julie's wearing.
Right. So she puts it on.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I personally don't think every conversation means something like that. Like Charlie has to have some significance. I mean, no one's even going to remember that at this point, except us crazies that do the deep dives.
Well, maybe it's just some flavor of like Fatima telling us about people that've been there before.
Right. He sounds like a fun character. I wish they actually had him on the show. It makes me want to meet the character. I want to meet Charlie from Duluth, the crossdresser. That's fun, you know. But sadly, we don't get to meet Charlie. So he must have met some horrible demise, I think. Anyway, wait, I lost my notes. But yeah, Tabitha shows up, tries to give her sweater, and at first, it's fine between them. You know, Julie even admits she misses them too. But then as soon as Tabitha starts saying she can just tell them Julie made a mistake, if she can come back with them, Julie, snaps at her and says, like, oh, you always do this. Stupid Julie made a mistake. And I don't know. I don't know why she like snaps at her just because of that. She says, she says, like, poor stupid Julie doesn't understand what she's doing and everything will be okay once I admit I was wrong, like I always have to do. Tabitha says we have to stick together as a family. And now here's where we find out what's really going on, why Julie chose Colony House. She says, you're going to lecture me about family. I knew what you and Dad were planning. I knew all about the divorce. And this trip was one last hurrah before you were going to sit us down to break the news, which is such a stupid idea. Yeah, let's take the kids and give them false hope. Take them
it's
on
really horrible. I mean, that just proves how horrible parents they are.
They are. Like, give them false hope, like they're one big happy family.
Give them a great time, and then pull the rug out from underneath their feet.
Yep. Now we're getting a divorce, kids.
I'm not sure if they. I also wonder too if maybe they wanted to give it one more vacation to give their relationship a little bit more of a try before they completely cut it.
I think that was probably Jim's mentality. Like it seemed to me like Jim was still holding on to hope that maybe this trip would change Tabitha's mind, because he was still, when they were in the RV, he was reminiscing about their past. Like, sometimes I think about what it was like before all this, and Tabitha just shuts it right down and says, don't do that. So I think Jim was holding on to hope. Tabitha was done. She was all done. Yeah, I like this eye roll. Julie's eyes could not have rolled up further back into her head here. Jeez, you can't even see her.
She looks possessed.
Doesn't she look possessed? Nice eye roll.
Yeah.
She's
story walking. It's story walking mode.
She's story walking Julie already. Yeah, I had to show that. Well, okay. So so yeah, Julie says, I know it's hard and I know you lost, but we all lost. You have 2 other kids. Why aren't we enough for you? So very, very common kind of thing too, like not being able to focus on the kids you have because you lost a child. It's understandable. Now we understand why Julie chose Colony House, to get away from them. And so Fatima gives Fatima takes the sweater. And then we have this. So
Norman, it says Norman on it.
The map, yes, and it does somewhere on here, up here somewhere.
It's up north in Canada, up by where Michigan is, and over. It's around. It's down from there, I think.
Yeah,
where you pointed.
It's somewhere around here. It says Norman up here. But yeah, this is a very important scene. This is where we get introduced to the map. And every pin on the map is a different person who came into Fromville, and they're all in different spots. That they all wound up here. Kenny says Jade and Toby were in Florida, or driving to Florida, I should say. The Matthews were in Arizona. Kenny was in Austin, Texas. Christy was in Detroit. So they all wound up here from different places. Jade says that is effing impossible. See, that's the difference between you and me. I don't do impossible. I don't just sit around accepting the world as it is. Someone is doing this, and I'm not going to rest until I figure out how. Another classic Jade quote. And
it's nice. It's nice that there's a pin in Duluth. I'm making it a little bit bigger.
Oh, really?
Good job. There's a pin in Duluth.
Nice. They were thorough, weren't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, Jade is, and Kenny literally quotes Jade in season 3 when he's talking to Acosta. Let me guess, just sit around accepting the world as it is. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so that's this is significant. So Jade says someone is doing this and I'm not going to rest until I figure out how. And now this is so important what Kenny says right here. And it's interesting because Simon Webster, who plays Ethan, is so freaking smart that he just referenced what Kenny says in this scene. While we were talking, I didn't bring it up. He did. When he was talking about how the Thomas voice called Jim, I asked him, what do you think of this Thomas voice? And he said, well, this place is trying to break them. And so the Thomas voice is trying to remind them of something they lost because it's trying to break them. And he said, the monsters aren't the worst part. Kenny said, it's what this place does to your mind. Simon literally said this. If you don't believe me, actually watch the interview I did with Simon. This is how brilliant this kid is. He's referencing this scene. So this is what Kenny says. Then you're going to lose your mind because that's what happens to people who can't adapt because they can't bend. So eventually they break. Every new person that comes here, they just assume that it's just the monsters they have to be afraid of. But that's not the hardest part. It's what this place does to you, what it makes you think and feel, what it makes you question about every single thing that you think you know. And so that's it. It's what it does to your mind. That's the hardest part. It's not just the monsters. It's what it does to your mind. And if you can't bend, then you break. And broken people don't survive here. So that's like one of the most central themes to the entire show. And so they gave Kenny some major dialogue here. And it just blew my mind that Simon remembered that and just brought it up on his own and applied it to what I was asking him about Thomas. Such a smart young man. And yeah, and he's right. Like the place is trying to break everyone, not just Boyd, everyone. And if you can't bend and adapt, then you break. Then you don't survive ultimately. So yeah, it's this place when it gets in your head. Like Abby couldn't bend, so she broke. And her nickname was Iron Abby, if you recall, and iron doesn't bend.
But there are iron workers, so I don't understand how iron workers bend iron, so I don't understand how she can't bend. I mean, it's hard to bend iron, but you can do it.
Yeah. You can. It's not easy, but you can bend it. Yeah. So
because people use that all the time, but I don't want to be the naysayer that comes in and says, but there's iron workers.
Oh yeah, that's
work
true.
with iron. Yeah, but I can understand the idea of it, because she broke.
Yes.
I get it.
Yes.
I guess she wasn't an iron worker.
Yeah.
She was made of the type of iron that it's really, really hard to work with.
Right. But I definitely think that's what they were going for when they nicknamed her in the show, the writers. They gave her the nickname Iron Abby. We know Abby's mind broke, and then that resulted in her death. So I think that's what they were going for. But
yeah, I understand it. I get it.
Chris was talking about Julie in that conversation with Tabitha. She tried to story walk her way out of that convo, right?
It'd be cool every time she story walked, her eyes just got white and she just went somewhere else.
I know, right?
Like every time Tabitha or Jim came up, she's like,
yeah,
I'm going somewhere else, guys.
Out of here.
Yep, I'm out of here.
Splash holy water on Julie, Amy said. Yeah, really. Seriously. Wait, I missed another one. The power of Christ compels you. Nice, Amy. Anyway. So let's see. Yeah, and then the radio started to work. Yeah, that happens next, William. Then the thing starts making static. And Kenny just casually says, oh yeah, it does that sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And then that gets mirrored by Boyd later on with the jukebox at the diner.
Yep, Boyd says the same thing about the jukebox later. Now something I tried to catch it, but I couldn't quite catch it. Something flashed on the something flashed on the radio right as it was making static, but I couldn't see if it said 4-7 like it did in season 2. Let me see if I got it. I don't think I did. It was like a split second. Does it? Wait,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think
Yep,
oh,
it
let's
says
see.
1. I think it says 1-6. So, oh well.
Yeah, it says 16. That's what I was gonna say. It's like 15 or 16 when I saw it on my television. Yeah.
Well, 1 plus 6
Which means
equals
7. It's 7.
it equals 7.
Right there.
I'm telling you guys, it always comes back to 4s and 7s. Always. I remember Tabitha in the hospital, I think, was on the 13th floor. It said it right over the elevator. So that equals 4 or something. I think it was 13. Yeah. It's always 4s and 7s at this dang show. So, yeah. So, Jade hears that. And yeah, Kenny just doesn't even pay any attention to it. I guess this kind of thing happens all the time and they just ignore it. Jade snatches it up and he's out.
He just takes it.
He just takes it and leaves. Yeah. He's like, I love how he just does that and runs off. But yeah, so Kenny's mid-sentence, he's like, if you can't understand that, he rips it out and leaves. So yeah, that's pretty much that scene. Definitely one of the most significant to understanding how the show works, all of that Kenny dialogue. So anything to add before I move on?
No.
Jade being typical Jade.
Yes. Jade being Jade. Jade just jading in this scene, yes. Jade's got a Jade. I love Jade so much. Oh god. The more I watch this show, the more I'm just obsessed with this character. He stole from the deputy, Dieter said. Yeah, he did. He did. Jade's a thief. Yep. Indeed. Dieter said because, or it's just random just for the show to say these things happen. Or Julie did it for Jade. Maybe Julie made the radio do it. Dieter said maybe Julie activated the radio. Hey, who knows what the hell Julie did? Like, who knows at this point? Now that time travel is a thing, we've got to pay attention as we're watching the show. You just never know. Maybe she affected something else, but Jade is so hot. Yeah, season 1 Jade can get it. Yeah.
It'd be interesting if somebody activated the radio, which would get Jade to take the radio.
Yeah. Maybe
set
it was
those things in motion.
Maybe it was Julie. Who knows? But anyway. So Jim's got the little picture from Victor, and now I noticed something in this scene. Now it seems like an insignificant scene, but there's just something I noticed. Anytime Jim tries to reassure Tabitha, it's the same thing that happened in season 3. She, instead of, appreciating it, she lashes out, and he says everything's going to be okay. Then she gets mad at him and says, he's like, what do you want me to say? She says, well, say you're hurt, that you're scared. This is also effed, that you have no idea what to do, because I'm walking around reminding myself to breathe. And every time you say that things are going to be okay, it makes the rest of us feel like we're doing something wrong. So she never lets him reassure her. She did the same thing.
She's pretty much a drama queen.
Yeah. She's picking a fight again when he's trying to reassure her. She did the same thing in season 3 with that ridiculous argument. He got up to comfort her when she had a nightmare, and she lashed out and picked a fight then too. So
she basically wants people to react in a way that satisfies her, but in a way that people wouldn't normally react.
Right.
Trying to second guess what she wants, which is a really weird character trait to have.
It is. Yeah.
I think now, though, we have a bit more context into who Jim is. When I was first watching season 1, I didn't like Tabitha very much, but now I actually kind of do, because I see what she put up with throughout her marriage. So I think she's just at her last straw with him. She's past it. She's just completely done.
Yeah, I agree. And
because Jim has those rages. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, his
he rages a lot.
He does. He has anger issues, and I think, well, we don't know how he was before the loss of Thomas, but I definitely think that probably that's a huge like explanation for why he has these anger issues. And if he already had this kind of thing, then this probably made it worse. I mean, that changes a person, that kind of a loss. But so another thing I just wanted to point out before we move on here, Jim is forever trying to reach out to Tabitha, and she is always out of his reach. And I think that's just because of who she really is. She was reincarnated, and this was always going to be his fate, to be reaching out for her and never being able to make it work with her and connect with her, because it's just this was his destiny. Back in the RV when they had the accident, he was pinned in his seat, and in like 3 different scenes it showed him reaching for her while she was unconscious, unable to reach her, get to her. And then you see him trying to reassure her here and in season 3, and he just can't reach her. He's the one who's still holding on to their marriage and reminiscing about stuff, and she shuts him down every time. And I think it all goes back to the fact that this was not her destiny to be with him. Her destiny was always going to be to come back here and reunite with Jade, the original person that she was with, who she had a child with. And so you see it from the very beginning, Jim reaching for her in all different ways, and he could never get to her. And it's sad, really. I feel bad for Jim now. It's just, that was always going to be his fate. She was destined to be back here. He was destined to die as a result. Yeah.
That's deep.
Well,
True. We got a true deep dive right there.
Thank you.
I like how they always have the box in these shots too. It hasn't been the first time, but it's always
Yes.
like looming in the distance.
Yes, it is. Yes, they do that a lot, actually. There it is. Yep. And yeah, so that's another unnecessary argument. And then so now they're outside yelling at each other because he was trying to reassure her.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Now
they're yelling at each other, and he can hear it from inside.
And what does he grab, Julie? What does he grab?
An apple.
An apple. Knowledge is,
forbidden fruit.
Knowledge comes, whatever. What is it?
Knowledge comes at a cost. Yeah. Yes. You knew I was going to point that out, too.
Who said that? The man in yellow.
Oh,
Ethan's
damn.
man in yellow.
Oh, my God. I hope not. I really hope this isn't foreshadowing that he's going to be the man in yellow. Ooh. Yeah, knowledge comes at a cost. If he does turn out to be the man in yellow, we're going to look back, and this is going to be the episode we look at, like right here. Yeah, he's wearing yellow. He's got because I've been pointing this out with the use of apples in the show representing the forbidden fruit of knowledge. The character who symbolizes Eve, Fatima, she was biting an apple in episode 2 and offering some to Julie, offering her apples again in episode 3, and there's no doubt in my mind that they're definitely using apples to represent the forbidden fruit of knowledge in this show. There's
and then Ethan does it right after. He says, "You shouldn't have done that, Jim," and then bites into the apple of knowledge.
Oh, jeez, yeah. Oh man, he better not become the man in yellow. That would suck. I really don't want. I don't want Ethan to be the man in yellow.
But the theories for people that have it, there's like there's actual filmed evidence here that could go with it, and I kind of like that.
Yeah, you could go with that. You could go with that. Either way, I would say that represents knowledge. All right. Does he actually bite it? Let me see. No, he doesn't. Okay.
Oh, okay. So like Julie, he doesn't get to eat it.
So like Julie, he turns it down. He doesn't. Well, he doesn't turn it down, but he doesn't bite it.
Distracted.
Yeah. So maybe there's hope that he doesn't bite it. So you got Victor looking totally like a creep. You know, in the beginning we were supposed to think he's a creep. Now he's knocking at the window.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he gets Ethan to come outside. And yeah, he says, we gotta what does he say? We've got to go find him about the boy in white. He says he's been gone a long time and we need to ask him why he's back. So Ethan says, I'm not supposed to leave. And Victor says, now this is really important. There's so much important dialogue in this episode. So Victor says, Ethan says, I'm not supposed to leave. Victor says, you have to. He chose you just like he chose me once. One of the most memorable lines always stuck in my head. So he chose Ethan. So that's according to Victor. That's what he said. And Ethan said, like a quest. And Victor says, yeah. So before I go on with that, now what did he choose Ethan for? Is the question. I think he chose Ethan to be under his protection the same way he chose Victor. And after the massacre, he protected Victor. I think he helped Victor. He helped Victor survive. And Victor is still, I think, under the boy in white's protection. And now he's done the same thing for Ethan. And I do think that the intent of this place, of the big bad, the man in yellow, whatever, is for Ethan to be the next sole survivor. I hope it's not going to happen, but I think that's the intent. And so that's what it means for the boy in white to choose Ethan. Simon himself said he has a theory. Simon, who plays Ethan, said that he has a theory that Ethan will be the sole survivor, and then another and another forever, just like Victor, which would be a very dark ending and extremely depressing. So I know other fans have that theory, and Simon himself does. So hopefully not. But Scarlett, what do you think it means in terms of the boy in white choosing Ethan? What do you think that means?
He obviously chose him to be the man in yellow.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I mean, it could be just like he's saying. He could be on a hero's quest.
Yeah.
I mean, his story might not end that badly. He might actually go on a quest and succeed.
Yeah. I think it's definitely like, yeah, he is going to be on some kind of quest. They're giving him more and more to do. So maybe in season 4, he'll actually be given more to do in terms of action, an actual quest. So yeah, that's a great point.
Or else why are we watching this thing if it's just going to be dismal at the end?
I know.
And nothing changes.
I know,
it's a big
right?
nothing burger all the way across the...
If this series ends with Ethan coming out of the root cellar and the whole town is strewn with bodies and it's just fade to black, roll credits, I'm going to throw something at the TV.
I'd be fine with it.
You'd be fine with it, Doc? Really?
Depending on how they execute everything, yeah, I'd kind of be fine with it. I've watched movies like that and stuff with sad endings. I'd be okay with it.
Oh no! But then, what was the point of all this? If that's what happens, like, what was the point?
And plus, the movie's only like a 2-hour investment.
Yeah.
So that ends badly, fine. But like the seasons, like 5 seasons, and that's how it ends.
Yeah, that would suck. Like, oh no, I can understand not having a happy ending, but if it's just literally the same thing that happened to Victor, I would.
You just can't do anything. It's just fated. You have no free will.
Yeah.
Sorry, kids.
It's just gonna be the same forever and ever and ever. It's gonna end the same way. It's just no. I hope not. But I love that Simon came up with that theory. Like, he doesn't even, he doesn't go online and read people's theories, I don't think. He just thought of it himself, which is really cool and very intelligent, but it would be super depressing. So I hope not. Dieter said Julie B deeper dives. Yeah, the man bun. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Jim's man bun, to be honest.
Oh, I love Jim's man bun. I was going to point it out.
Really? You love that? You like?
Oh yeah, the man bun rocks. Yeah.
Oh jeez. It's not for everybody. It's just not my thing, but yeah. I mean, some people it works. Not a fan of it on him. Jade looks really rough. Yes, Amy, in season 3. He's been through it. He's Sasquatch Jade by that point, but yeah, that's okay. We still love him. I do miss season 1 Jade a little bit. Looking back at this now, like it looks like a different person. Looks like about 20 years younger for one thing. Like, let's see. Okay. So yeah, I lost my place in the chat. Theater said in season 3 he went more crazy. The hair made it look believable. Yeah, it's like the hair and the beard. It's in direct correlation to his mental state. That's definitely what they're going for, 100%. What else here? Season 3 Jade looks like an overworked dad. Yeah. Chris Small said he ran out of papers. Chill. He ran out of his rolling papers. Uh-oh. I tried to add Doc back in, but it just disappeared instead.
Oh, no.
Doc, if you can hear me, I don't know if I pressed a wrong button, but I was trying to add you. Try again. He's having some tech issues. Anyway. Yeah, I think Jade is still... I don't know how Jade is... everyone else smokes pot in their own way, so something... I don't know how they're doing it, but he lost his own rolling papers.
Maybe nobody will give him anything because he's a jerk to them.
Maybe. Oh, welcome back, Doc.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I had to switch headphones.
Nah, no worries. No worries. We all have our tech issues, including me. So, okay. William Waddy said Victor is the serpent in the garden. Ooh, yeah. I like that idea. Yeah. There's a lot of biblical references in this show, I'm telling you. And we know this now. It was confirmed by Jack Bender that, yes, this is what he was going for when he made that tapestry, which I'll show you later. I have a still of that, but because it's shown in the episode with, it looks like Ellis and Fatima as Adam and Eve in a hellish version of the town. And Jack Bender himself said that, yes, he was going for an Adam and Eve look. So yeah, Ellis and Fatima are supposed to represent an Adam and Eve figures. So yeah, when Fatima was holding the apple, I definitely think it represents forbidden fruit. We have Father Katri talking about maybe they're living book 74 of the Bible. And yeah, so biblical references popping up all over the place. And yeah, maybe Victor is the serpent in the garden. And right here, so he gives him a stick. Because he says, he takes his crutch away. He said, those are for hospitals. These are for quests. That's better.
That's one hell of a stick.
That is one hell of a stick right there. And Simon said that he's glad that Ethan lost the quest stick because he said it was a pain lugging that thing around, and he said it was awkward. He didn't like it. So he's glad the quest stick is gone. I guess it was annoying to carry that big thing. Yeah. Well,
it wouldn't be easy to walk with it because it isn't his height enough to like use it like a cane or anything. It's just awkwardly shaped.
Yeah, it is awkwardly shaped. Absolutely. So yeah, maybe it was a pain to carry around. Susie said she is Lilith. Who's Lilith? Yeah, Amy said the same thing. Who is Lilith? Susie said,
"Is Lilith Trudy?" Please let Lilith be Trudy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know a lot about Lilith, so I don't know.
Lilith was Adam's first wife.
Oh,
in some biblical tellings, and she wanted to do it. Now it comes down to that she wanted to lay down with Adam and something other than the missionary position, where he had a superior position, and he said no, and she developed wings and flew away.
Oh, I never heard that before. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, maybe before Eve. All right.
So she's a biblical figure, and she's like supposedly will kill your children, at nighttime, stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Demonize women, like in the Bible, women get demonized.
Gotcha. All right. And William Waddy says Victor the Serpent is tempting Ethan to disobey his parent / father creator. Interesting point, William. I like it. Very interesting point. Grow and Thrive. Hey, welcome. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Let's see. The serpent. Yeah. The staff of Asclepios. I don't know how to say this.
Yes, yeah, it's the rod that Mercury uses with the snakes around it. The hospitals also use.
Oh, okay.
And the lamp, and that would be everything that would be in the Hermit Tarot card, pretty
Oh,
much.
really?
Yeah, because the Hermit has a lamp, and yeah, I could see that. I could see that correlation.
Okay. Did you, by the way, speaking of tarot cards,
I saw that as the Hermit too.
what, Doc?
I saw Victor as the Hermit too.
Ah, okay. Yeah, speaking of tarot cards, did you hear what Jack Bender said in the interview about which tarot cards were turned over when he was asked?
No, I did not.
Well, he basically like burst everyone's bubble who were excited about that, like it meant something. He said that he doesn't know what the tarot cards were supposed to say. Like they didn't even have an idea in mind. Like,
Yeah.
so
That makes sense.
yeah.
I should have sad horn noise, like The Price is Right, sad horn noise every time I say something like that.
I know, like I feel like the showrunners make me nervous when they do interviews because they kind of they shoot holes in theories that people are enjoying, you know.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks, but yeah. So yeah, sorry, the tarot cards were probably just a shout out to Taryn Matheru, and yeah, that's it. Just a little shout out to a fan. That's it. Sorry. But I'm sorry, that crow flying in at that exact moment, don't tell me that didn't mean anything. The crow flew in the window to make them stop doing the tarot reading. I mean, that was the implication, but
Story
I
walking
think-
Julie sent it.
I think that might have meant something, but I don't think that they had anything in mind as to what the tarot cards were going to read specifically. They just knew that they wanted it to be interrupted.
yeah, I agree. Because I personally don't know anything about tarot, but if I were going to write the show, I would say, okay, well, we'll have it come in because the tarot cards were about to tell Fatima something important about the pregnancy. I could write that and not have any idea what the cards would say because I don't know anything about tarot.
Because it's it's ooky spooky.
Yeah. So, yes, Susie, I have not finished Lost. I say that all the time. Indeed, I've got to make time to finish Lost. But anyway, okay. So William Waddy said the kimono lady could represent Lilith. I want to know who or what the hell the kimono lady is, to be honest. She's the monster midwife, but why is she here? How did she get here? That's the thing I find weird. I feel like they didn't really need her at all. Elgin did most of the work getting Fatima where she needed to go. I mean, well, it would have been awkward if Elgin delivered the baby himself, but
Yeah,
I mean, the monster pot.
She's the doula for the monsters.
She's the doula, but
she shows up.
Maybe she works for whatever entity made that bargain with the townsfolk in the original cycle, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, she could be like this everything else, like why a milkman? Why a bride? Why a kimono lady? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. I definitely think she's a nod to a mythological Japanese figure, but it's like, how did she get on the show? That's the question. Like, who put her there? Like, what is she doing there? It seems so random, but I would say because she's basically the midwife for the monster, she's got to be working for the entity that turned them into that. That's the only thing I can think of, that she's somehow connected to it. Some kind of spirit entity. I don't know. Like that's the thing that makes it difficult to explain.
So
anyway.
hopefully one of the showrunners didn't see a woman in a kimono walking on the side of the road in LA.
like the man in yellow.
He was like, yeah, I was eating at a cafe. I saw a lady in a kimono. There you go, kimono lady.
Yeah, like
Stuff
you
writes
said about
itself.
like you said about the guy in the yellow suit. You just saw a random guy in a yellow suit, and it was beautiful. And then he saw the same guy later, and it was dirty. Oh, there's an idea for the villain of the story. But I do think it's a lot deeper than that. That just kind of sparked his inspiration to begin with. Vanessa Wicked says, "Fuck her, what a killjoy." Is it poor Taryn? Well, I mean, yeah. I think it's cool that they shouted out his tarot theory, though. Seriously, it's cool. And you could still say that the esoteric meaning of the show is that these characters represent certain tarot cards in an esoteric way.
Well, and some of them are fun because Boyd is like the fool on the tarot card deck. He always carries things in a bundle. It's always weird how the actor's carrying things in a bundle, like the guy in the fool card. He has a dog that he follows.
Right.
So all the imagery in the cards there, so it's fun just to, think about that, or think about like Jim when he was hanging upside down, he's the hangman. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun to mess with.
So that's where like those kind of theories, that's where the esoteric meaning of the show can come in. And so that doesn't mean that tarot is irrelevant. Like it can still, Taryn's theory still holds in that way. Absolutely. Vanessa Wicked said they should never do any more interviews. I'm with you, Vanessa. Like, seriously, they make me nervous whenever they do this. Like, I swear to God, in one of them, they said, it's not about the mystery. And there isn't going to be a big reveal in the end. I was like, God, you could just hear a collective groan of the whole fandom hearing that. What the hell? That's literally the last thing we want to hear. Oh, that's why do you think we're up all night talking about this show? Do you think it's for the character drama? Like it's for the soapy, like, melodrama? No. We're talking about the mystery. Like,
well, I actually had a different interpretation of that.
Yeah.
I interpreted it as that the mystery is going to be resolved, at least the bulk of the mystery, but the story is really what they want us to focus on, and the main point of how everything's going to end. I feel like a lot of the mysteries are going to be resolved before the finale, and the finale is going to resolve most of the last of them, or at least I think that's their goal. That was my take.
I like that, Doc. I like that. You're coming in a little quiet, by the way. It's a little hard to hear you, but I could hear you. So yeah, I could see that, and actually we're already seeing that they are answering big questions. They just answered some massive ones about the origin of the monsters and the reincarnation. So yeah, maybe they resolve the mystery first. The big reveal isn't going to be at the very end. So I could live with that. That I don't mind. I like that interpretation. That's better.
But I feel compelled as a co-host doing this to have to watch all those interviews.
Me too.
So I know what they're talking about, so I'm not throwing out theories that have already been debunked by the showrunners.
Like I almost did. I was all ready to put out a video saying my video, by the way, I still haven't released. The boy in white versus the man in yellow is the topic. I think those are the two entities battling each other, and I'm not going to go into all that now. We're off topic, but I was about to put it out and say in the video talking about how the boy in white is really the man in white because of the painting that shows him as a man. And just in time, I watched that Jack Bender interview where he said, this is just how he draws kids. He doesn't draw them looking like kids. He's just a boy in white, guys. There is no man in white. Michael Emerson from Lost isn't going to come strolling out as the boy in white as a man. He's a boy. The painting is a boy. Jack Bender just doesn't know how to draw kids. So
yeah, he said he tried to draw his daughters, and they don't end up looking like girls.
Yeah, when he drew his daughters, they looked like more like his wife. So sorry, guys, if you were excited about that, you're not getting again. Yes, I was just about to. And this is a theory that most fans have had since the beginning, that he's really like a man, and it would have been just my luck if I put out the video and then he immediately debunked it after all that time. But luckily I caught it in time that I could revise the video. So this weekend I'm going to put it out finally. But
yeah,
Amy,
but no, Vox Smith's gonna be a man soon, so it might be correct in a roundabout way.
it could wind up being one of those happy accidents they like to talk about. You know, they could wind up just turning him into a man, and yeah. Amy said the crow matched Elgin's shirt when he was asleep and it crashed in. That's true. He's got a crow right on his shirt. Yes, Dieter, some reveal too much and spoil. I think they gave a little too much away recently. Yeah. All right, we better get back to the episode so we can get through it. The 3Js are trolling us, Amy. Yes. 100%. And I feel like this was the season of trolling. Season 3, they were trolling us hard with our own theories. They were, and enjoying it, I'm sure. Susie said, dude, the Jungian and archetypal vibe is fully there. Absolutely agree. Totally agree. I love talking about like the Jungian interpretations of the show and stuff like that. Yes, please like the video, guys. If you haven't already, I would appreciate it. And Vanessa says they better not do this with Severance. Let us wonder, please. Yes, please. I hope they do. Yeah, keep their mouths shut. I'd rather, theorize. William Motti says Freudian slip by Jack Bender. The teen in white. Yeah. All right. So anyway, getting back into it. So he gives Ethan the quest stick. And they go off, and he's, Ethan says, where's yours? Vector says, I have this, his little disco lunchbox. So I guess that's what he needs for the quest. And little do we know, he also has a gun in there. At the time, we didn't know.
Yeah, that's what you need for a quest.
Yeah. Is that what he meant when he said, I have this? I don't know.
I don't know, if you do Dungeons and Dragons, a lot of times you like equip up, if you know what I mean.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, you'll have like a bow or something. You have a weapon.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know a lot about D&D, so. By the way, why is there a random table and chair out here, like way out here in the backyard?
I'm glad you pointed that out, because I was going to ask that same question.
See, we're in each other's heads all the time.
Yeah, I was like, why is that there? Is there a reason?
What is this doing here? It's just one lone chair all by itself. It's and a table. That's it.
Yeah.
I could see maybe if it had two chairs, but for people to hang out back here. But
and it doesn't look dirty or anything, like somebody just put it out there.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look dirty or anything, and it's in the backyard behind the Matthews house. So I don't know. It's just random. What did you say, Dad?
Oh, I forgot how quiet this is. I said, is that where Tabitha sends Jim when she doesn't want to deal with him?
Maybe.
I was going to say that's where Smiley sits when he wants to watch the families.
Yeah.
He just sits there.
He just sits there.
All night.
Yeah. See, you notice these little things sometimes when you take a million pictures of the episode. I wouldn't have noticed this while I'm watching it, but Boyd is not wasting any time putting the box back together, which looking back, I don't really understand why he's doing this, because he never wants to use the box again. So why is he immediately putting it back together? Like, I don't understand why he did that. But this is a really significant conversation. Yet another one in this episode. And I wrote down the quote because it's fantastic. From Katri.
I had a comment beforehand. I think he's just working on it because he wants something to do. Get his mind off of everything.
Yeah. And he did say in season 3 that he thinks better when he's doing something, working with his hands. He builds a memory board in the church. So yeah, you're probably right about that. He just needs something to do. But so this is one of the most memorable little speeches in the whole history of the show, and it's something I've always remembered, and I can practically quote it verbatim because I think it's so significant and it always stuck in my head. So Boyd is working on this, and let me get to my notes here. So Katri says, you know, if you need to say shitty things to me in order to feel better about what happened, that's fine. Boyd says, I'm not having this conversation. And I love Katri's response. He says, oh, okay, in that case, you're getting a sermon. And this is just a funny line. How about Psalm 23 from the book of Cut the Self-Pitying Bullshit and Be a Leader? And he said, look what happened to Lauren and Megan. What happened to Lauren and Megan wasn't your fault. Frank putting himself in the box wasn't your fault. But none of this is really about them, is it? And now here we go with Boyd getting his back up, the Boyd point we know so well now. And he says, be very, very careful about what you say next. No, you don't want to bring up Abby with him. Katri says, you can't keep punishing yourself, Boyd. She wouldn't have wanted that. And yeah, Boyd is saying, you are way the F out of line. I'm trying to swear less on this thing because I feel like I do it too much. Boyd says, you're way the F out of line. Now, this is the most important part right here. He says, Katri says, before you got here, I was burying more people in a week than you've seen die in the last 2 years. But you found the talismans. You created order from chaos. You made it possible for people to live again, not just survive. You saved this town, Boyd, but the price you paid, I can still see her face when I close my eyes. Now, before I continue on that, that's very biblical right there. You created order from chaos. Boyd is like a Christ figure, for one thing. He came and he saved, Katri just said, you saved this town, Boyd. He's always been like a Christ-like figure, and look at the price he paid. Katri refers to it here, the price you paid. Boyd is like the savior for the town, self-sacrificing, and I do think that in the end, probably at the very end of the series, Boyd will probably have to sacrifice his life. As a Christ figure, it would be fitting. And right when he got to town, remember, Boyd saw "Save Us" painted on the barn. He's always had a savior complex. He got to town, he immediately became obsessed with trying to help everyone, get everyone out of there, as searching the woods every day obsessively. Like he has a major savior complex, like Jack from Lost too, if you've seen that. And so apparently, he's kept a lot of people alive. He's been there 2 years, according to Katri, and they were burying more people in a week than have died in the last 2 years. That's wild. And so yeah, Boyd completely transformed life, and I think this is why he's targeted the most out of everyone. People wonder why is this place trying to break Boyd more than anyone else? Because of what Katri is saying here. He made it possible for people to live again, not just survive. He created order from chaos. He changed everything. Everyone relies on him the most. So if you try to break him slowly and drag it out, then you're slowly dragging out everyone's suffering by extension, which makes perfect sense. This entity doesn't want to just unalive everyone. It wants to slowly break them. So it's trying to break all of them, and him most of all. So, and then Katri says, you don't have the luxury of grief. Boyd, these people need you. We went 3 months without a single death, and there's been 6 in the last 3 days. People are scared. The edges are starting to fray. You need to tell them it's going to be okay. And then he says, they need you to be strong, to hold this place together. You need to be the one to lead these people home. Because if you don't, she died for nothing. Oh, what a speech. What a speech. So this is Boyd. This is what, the role that he's taken on. He's got to be the strong one, hold this place together. He's got to be the one to lead them home. This is what's on his shoulders now. It's not really fair, but he kind of took that role on himself when he got there. And now, this is what everyone expects of him. This is what Katri's saying. They need you. They need you to lead them home. You don't have the luxury of grief. It's a great speech. I think probably the best Katri Boyd scene of the entire series. And, and Boyd, he gets pissed off at first, but then he's listening. And he calms down. And yeah, it just encapsulates Boyd's role as a savior for all of these people. And yeah, so really great scene between the two of them, and his hands start shaking too. So we see the signs of the Parkinson starting. But yeah, what did you think, Scarlett?
But that's an example of somebody saving things in the same way that Tabitha's saving the children. There's like a lot of saving going on.
Yeah, there is.
So you could use that as the metaphor that Ethan brought up about the quest to save something. A lot of people are on quests to save things. Different treacheries.
Yeah, I think in a way, like a lot of them are on their own quests, for sure. And Boyd, Boyd more than anybody else. But Tabitha and Jade, they're on their own quest, trying to save. They're supposed to save the children, whatever that means. But yeah, definitely, in a way, it seems like everyone is on their own quest, their own hero's journey. But Boyd is like the central one. And it's weird though now looking back, knowing that Tabitha and Jade are truly at the center of it all. They're the original two, not Boyd. Boyd is the star of the show, so it's interesting. But I think Boyd's role is going to be to do something in the end that sacrifices himself in the very end of the whole series. It would just complete his arc as the ultimate savior of the town. But in the end, Tabitha and Jade are going to be the ones who have to figure it out, and it's up to them. They're the key. Boyd is probably just going to have to do something that leads to his own death, but helps them facilitate this. I don't know what it's going to be, but yeah, William Waddy said Boyd is like King David, Psalm 23. Okay. To be honest, I don't have a lot of biblical knowledge like that, like the Psalms and stuff like that, but interesting. Oh yeah, Dieter's you've been using the B. Yeah, I've never done that, but yeah, it fits. The like the Julie bee or prefer the Julie butterfly. Either works. You can do either, Dieter. Let's see. Dieter said she would be an even worse priest. Oh, you mean Sarah? Yeah, she unalived more people than Katri. Yeah. Because Susie said Sarah. I think Sarah replaces Katri's role already. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Sarah. I think Sarah switched sides. Now she's working for the good team, but she was brought in there kind of like a chess piece to be used by the big bad, by the man in yellow. And Simon actually had a really interesting point. We were talking about Sarah's role. I said that I think the man in yellow brought Sarah there to hurt people, to manipulate her as a chess piece. And he agreed, and he said that when Sarah saw the boy in white with Boyd in the forest, that that's what changed her. It brought her over to the good side, and now she's on the good team. And it makes a lot of sense. She was, ever since then, yeah, she's been maybe like seeing the boy in white officially cemented her status as like taken off the board. She's not part of the man in yellow's chess piece game anymore. She's now on the good side.
I think though that always going to be a violent character. I mean, her last name is Myers.
Yep.
I think there's to that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Her last name is Myers. That's right. Yeah. So getting back to this, Jim and Tabitha are so busy arguing that they didn't notice Ethan is gone off with a
Because they're
stranger
horrible parents. Horrible parenting.
because they're horrible parents, indeed.
Yeah, I was gonna say that when Victor came to the window, Victor ushers Ethan out of the house because their parents are horrible. If they were good parents, they would be monitoring their child.
Yeah. They're too busy yelling to even notice that Ethan's gone out the back door with a stranger out into the woods. So there you go.
I often wonder if their home life was just exactly like this.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Probably. And you know, I noticed this too, like, so they go in the house and Jim is like trying to talk things out with her and you know, end the argument and work it out. And of course she pulls her usual I can't right now, one of her favorite things. Like it's always oh my god, no, or I can't. Her favorite words. She says I can't right now. She puts her hand up like she always does and pulls away from him. I swear to God, he is forever trying to reach out to her and she pushes him away because again, she was never meant to be with him. She was always meant to have her own path here and he was not supposed to be a part of it. And I mean, he was until his role is done. He figures out the music notes and then that's it. But they were never meant to be to really be that close. That there was always going to be that distance because she had her own path to follow. So again, he reaches out, she pulls away, and so then we have Victor and Ethan in the woods. Another really significant scene. They're looking for the boy in white, and before they get there, before they see him, they find a faraway tree. Now, let me see. Let me get to that still.
I'm gonna say that they made this Faraway Tree look really, really good. This is like high budget Faraway Tree.
They did. I noticed that too. Like this was the first time they showed it from up above. Oh wait, did they see the boy in white first? I guess they saw the boy in white first.
Oh, they might have. Because they
Did
hid
they?
behind
Yeah.
a tree for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't know why they hid behind a tree.
They did. I skipped over something. Yeah, they see the boy in white first. So Victor says it's been so long. Okay, so this is weird. All right. So once again, this is Victor's screwed up memory. Because he says it's been so long since he went away. I started to think it was just a dream. The first time I saw him was right before the two cars came. Not your two cars, the first two cars. Ethan asks, when was that? And Victor says, it's been a while. No, let's hold on before I continue with that. All right. There's something wrong here because he says the first time I saw him was right before the two cars came. Number one, that's not what he says in season 3. In season 3, when he was talking to Sarah, he said he saw the boy in white after the massacre. The first time he saw him was after the massacre. That's what he said in season 3. Continuity error, or was it Victor's screwed up memory again? I would say it's his memory. That's the issue. It's got to be.
I think it might have been a continuity error that is now his memory.
It could be a continuity error because, but you know what? It doesn't make sense to me though, because if you look back, it wasn't just a casual one-line mistake that they would have made here. They set it up in this episode that this is what happens. You see the boy in white, the two cars come to town, there's a young boy, and that means things are starting again. By the end of the episode, he's digging graves because he knows this is coming. So to me, it doesn't make any sense if he saw the boy in white for the first time after the two cars came. I mean, after the massacre, after the massacre. That doesn't make any sense. In season 1, they planned it out. So, if anything, if there is a continuity error, the error was in season 3. I don't believe he just saw him after the massacre, because if that's true, then the writers really screwed up. In season 1, in this episode, as we'll see, the whole reason he digs those graves is because the boy in white and the 2 cars that coincided around the same time, and he knows things are starting again. It's supposed to be the beginning of the cycle, not the end. That's when the boy in white shows up, the beginning. So yeah, it's either his screwed up memory or season 3 was a mistake when he said that, in my opinion. So anyway, another thing, I think Victor was probably in one of those 2 cars. So he talks about it so weird. He says, the first time I saw him was right before the 2 cars came. Not your 2 cars, the first 2 cars. He makes it sound like he was already there, and then 2 cars came. I don't believe that. I think he's forgetting that he was in one of those 2 cars. If this thing happens in cycles, then wouldn't it make sense that in every cycle, some version of Tabitha and Jade came back along with Tabitha or Miranda's kids, and to me, this is his messed up memory, and he was in one of those 2 cars. I mean, think about it. He said, "Go ahead."
That was my take too.
That he's forgetting, because he said that when 2 cars come, that means it's special. He said that to Julie. It's special. What do you think it means? It means something. It wouldn't just be any randos in those 2 cars. It would have to be significant. And what better? I mean, what more significance can you get? How much more significant can it get than Tabitha and Jade coming back in 2 vehicles colliding in every cycle, because they're the 2 that are always meant to come back and collide with each other? So that would have to mean Miranda and Christopher were in those 2 cars along with Victor. He just doesn't remember, as far as I'm concerned. He just doesn't remember. His memory is scrambled. So, and I know that confuses a lot of people, the way he talks about it, but we got to remember, unreliable narrator here. So yeah. He goes on to say, I wasn't much older than you when they came. Again, he says when they came. He didn't say we. Talks about it as if he wasn't in the car, but I still say he was. He says, I've been here the longest. For a long time, there was nobody here but me. And so, yeah, I believe him on that. I believe him on that just because, yeah, how did he survive for all that time? Yeah, it's hard to believe, but John Griffin actually sat down with Scott McCord when he got the part, and he said Victor was alone for many, many years. Boy in White helped him survive. So since Scott McCord got that from John Griffin, I believe it, that he was alone for many, many years. How did he survive? Well, that's the mystery. Maybe Story Walking Julie helped a bit. Boy in White definitely helped. So, some more important exposition here from Victor.
I wonder, though, if maybe Victor heard something from people that were before him that might have been in From.
What do you mean? Like,
okay, he came there with his mom in another car. There's got to be people there in From that know of the prior cycles, maybe.
Okay.
And if they knew of the prior cycles, then he could say these things happen in a vague sense, like a more than just one sense.
Yeah.
Like something he heard from somebody.
Yeah.
Well.
I get what you're saying.
And so therefore he could have been in one of the cars, but he's just encapsulating it into a they.
Right. Yeah, it's possible, yeah, maybe. But it's just it's so confusing the way he talks about it. I think that he was definitely in one of the 2 cars. What could be more poetic than in every single cycle, the different incarnations of Tabitha and Jade kept colliding with each other. I mean, you can't get more poetic than that. It's perfect. It's gotta be. It's gotta be them, I think. And so Miranda and Christopher back in that cycle. Miranda with the 2 kids in the car. Yeah, that's what I think. But anyway, Ethan asks, "How did you get here?" And this is just the first time. Other people have asked Victor this later, and every single time he does the same thing. He shuts down, which is a trauma response, and he says, "We shouldn't talk about that." Ethan says, "What happened to your parents?" And Victor says, "I just said we shouldn't talk about that." He gets kind of agitated. So yeah, trauma response. This is what made a lot of people think maybe his father was abusive. That's where the seed was planted. But think about how traumatic it would be for him and his mom to wind up there by mistake, and he's missing his dad. So he doesn't want to talk about that. It's as simple as that for me. He just shuts down. It's traumatic. But I don't believe Henry was in any way abusive to Victor. I think his behavior in season 3 indicated that he was a good father from what we could see. But he doesn't want to discuss it, and they see the boy in white, a little glimpse walking through the woods. And oh, and by the way, I forgot to say this. Yeah, Ethan, when Victor says we shouldn't talk about that, Ethan is so wise beyond his years. It's like he kind of senses this must be something bad that happened to Victor, because he says, "I'm sorry. I used to have a little brother. His name was Thomas. He died when he was a baby." And Victor says, "Why'd you tell me that?" Ethan says, "Because we're friends." And Victor says, "I don't want to know that stuff." So he's like a little kid, he can't deal with these kind of big, heavy things, and he just shuts down. Ethan is more mature than Victor, actually. Ethan can talk about the loss, and he actually is dealing with the trauma and the loss better than Victor, but Ethan hasn't had the trauma Victor had, so that's why they differ like that. Victor is deeply traumatized, but Ethan is just so mature. He's like, well, friends confided these things in each other, essentially. That's what he's implying. So they see the boy in white, and Victor says, "There he is, we gotta go." I don't know why they have to go, just because they saw him, but I don't know. He just says, "There he is, we gotta go."
Yeah, it's weird they didn't try to talk to him or anything. They're just like watching behind a tree.
Yeah. When I first saw it, I thought that was weird too.
Yeah, because the Lawyer White's waving at Ethan. You'd think that they would come up and talk to him.
I know. I always thought that was weird. I expected them to go try to talk to him, but instead Victor literally just says, "There he is, we gotta go," immediately. Okay. You know what? You know why I think they did that? I think the writers did it that way to play into the theory that Boy in White is evil. Like, he's some kind of threat. So there he is, we gotta go. That's what they were doing, and that's what they did from that first shot of him standing outside the window looking like a little creep and making this motion. Yeah. They wanted us to think he's evil, and they still want us to think that. I don't think he is anymore.
Yeah, but then Ethan also called him his friend too. So
He did, but I think they were heavily implying Boy in White is evil from the start, with the creepy music outside the window when he's out there, and the shush motion, and then Victor saying, "There he is, we gotta go." It implies that he's some kind of threat. So I definitely think that it's a trope, yeah, he's a little boy all in white, so people think, "Oh, he must be evil." It's a misdirect, but no. I think the creepiness is a misdirect. It's the classic horror trope of the creepy little kid. It's a trope. They're trying to misdirect us with that, I think, personally. That's just my opinion. I think the boy in white is helping now at this point. Is he pure and perfect? No, I think he's doing some messed up things, trying to help, bringing people here to help, but then he's hurting those people by bringing them here, in my opinion. Anyway, Tabitha and Jim finally figure out their kid has gone out the back door with an old strange dude, and parents of the year here. And they find his crutch, and here's this majestic tree that you were talking about, Scarlett. Look at this thing; it's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean they
Gorgeous.
don't look like that anymore.
No, they don't.
I think they might CGI them now, but this one's definitely practical and it looks great.
It's beautiful.
It looks like something you can fully crawl into, whereas the other ones kind of look CGI. You know, kind of a little bit of practical, a little bit of CGI, but this one looks great.
It is absolutely beautiful. I took note of that too. I was like, wow, they even gave a beautiful shot of the top of it. Wow. Gorgeous.
All the vines and stuff around it.
Yeah. They really went all out on this one. Yeah, I'd want to go check that out myself. It's huge too. Look how big that thing is and how thick the trunk is. So they go up to it. And we've got this famous scene.
Well, he said he hadn't seen that Faraway Tree before.
Yes, he did. He did.
So who knows how many there are?
Right. Ethan even asked. He said, "Are there more?" And Victor said, "There are a lot of them." Where is it? I have it in my notes here somewhere. Hold on. Oh yeah. So yeah, Ethan asks, "What is that?" And Victor, he grabs a rock, he draws a little smiley face on it, and there's the smiley face. Some people say that this changes, but I like when they show it again, but I don't know. I don't really see it. The smiley face is different later. I don't know. They look in there, they drop the rock. Yeah, like I've heard people say that this one is different than the one he drew it on. It looks the same to me. Like, I don't think the rock is different, but I could be wrong. Now, how did he know that it might fall out after? Like, I always found that weird. He's looking around. I mean, these things could the rock could go literally anywhere.
Yeah.
But he's looking around. Ethan says, "What's supposed to happen?" And Victor says, "Could be nothing, or it could be it falls from the sky." So, and a lot of people were hoping Dale was going to fall from the sky when he jumped in the tree.
Yeah.
Which would have been hilarious. But we didn't get that. We got Dale in the pool wall, which was also very entertaining, but yeah, so he shows him the rock. That looks like the same rock to me.
It's slightly different, but I don't know, it is different because the smiley face is all the way to the left.
Yeah, the smile is a little bit different too.
It's the positioning on the rock's a little different too. I don't know, they just did that really quick and they were like, nobody's gonna notice.
Yeah, honestly, I think if anything, that's a continuity error. What would be the point of having the rock change? What does it matter? I mean, I think it's a continuity error myself. And maybe they thought no one would notice. Keep in mind, this is season 1. The show hadn't caught fire yet. They might not have realized people were going to dissect every frame of this show.
It was on Epix.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody's watching Epix.
Exactly.
Or Epix or whatever it's called. Epix or Epix, I was never sure on what they called themselves.
Me neither. I don't know.
EPIX.
So yeah, I think it's a continuity error, but anyway, he shows that to him, and Ethan says, "How does it do that?" Well, another famous quote. There's so many famous quotes in this episode. Victor says, "Guess what? It works for people too. The problem is you never know where you'll end up. It could be somewhere close, could be somewhere far. You could end up stuck inside a mountain somewhere. They're temperamental like that."
Or
a pool. You could end up in the pool too. Or crushed by a boulder or whatever, but or stuck in a well. But yeah, it's kind of like a little bit of foreshadowing to what happens to Dale? I mean, yeah, it's not a mountain, but he's stuck in something.
Stuck in rock.
He's stuck in rock. So, yeah. And I think that's why they did that to Dale, to kind of give us a little example of something like that. Yeah.
Or example why Victor isn't flinging himself in these faraway trees.
Oh yeah, that too. No,
because if there wasn't danger, then he could be experimenting with the trees all the time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he only gets in on the night of the Colony House massacre when Boy in White tells him and Julie to get in there, which makes me think the Boy in White might control the destination of these trees. Like, I think it's possible the Boy in White can control where they go, because the Boy in White directed them into the tree, Victor and Julie, and they both wound up safe. And later he directs Boyd and Sarah into a tree. Sarah is safe. Boyd winds up in a well. I don't know. I mean, it's possible Boyd and White might not be able to always control the destination, but there are theories that that paper in Boyd's pocket is what sent him to that specific location. I don't know. He had a paper in his pocket, that bottle that he broke. That said 1864. Now we know that I mean, that probably just corresponds to music notes, but it was also a number in Tabitha's dream. So
yeah, I don't know, because I think that's still open for discussion.
It's still open for discussion, because there was a number in Tabitha's dream, and those numbers could still be dates.
And they kind of coincide with cycles. They're like the same kind of, amount of years and stuff, and I just feel that has a little bit. I mean, it might just be a coincidence that there are musical notes and also a year.
I think so too. So I still think the theory that Boyd's paper in his pocket, I think that theory still stands. That might be why Boyd wound up in the dungeon area with Martin. I do think that was in the past, and that was, not just a dream state, but it was a dream state from the past. That's what I think. So I don't think the Boy in White sent him there to be evil. I think maybe he couldn't control it because Boyd smashed that bottle, and Sarah told him not to do it. Sarah was freaking out. Don't mess with those bottles. Boyd broke a bottle and took that little paper out. So that's what I think on that. But yeah, so what else? So yeah, that was a huge quote right there. And then Ethan says, "Now what do we do?" And this is interesting. Victor hears dogs barking. And it sounds like the sound is coming from inside the tree, kind of muffled. But then he hears it. See, it even shows it. When he's hearing the muffled barking, it shows this. So it's interesting. The sound seems to be, for Victor, coming from inside the tree. And he flashes back to, I got to be careful what I show here, but he flashes back to the massacre. So I don't think it's because the dogs are bad. I think it's just because I think the dogs belong to the Boy in White, who I believe is helping. Therefore, I think the dogs are helping, and he's reacting this way, triggered, because he's remembering. Oh, I gotta be careful and not show that. There was a body ripped in half, so can't show that, or I could get pulled. But right after the massacre, he heard the dogs barking and running down the street, so it's a trigger. It's not that the dogs are bad. I think it's just a trigger because of that memory. Incidentally, there's the motel sign right next to the Star Magic. We just can't see it in focus. And yeah, so it's a trigger for him. He starts freaking out, and Victor says, "Can't you hear that?" Clearly, Ethan doesn't hear it. So even though the sound sounds like it's coming from inside the tree, only Victor hears it. Kind of makes me wonder, is it in Victor's head, or did the big bad do that on purpose to trigger Victor? I don't know. It's possible that it's really there. The noise is really in his head. It's like it just came out of nowhere. And then the dogs actually show up.
Yeah, there are dogs.
They show up, but at first they're not there when he hears it. And then they show up. They show up just in time to protect Victor, incidentally.
Mm.
Again, I think the dogs are helpful because we know Jim would have really, effed Victor up big time. If those dogs weren't there, I think Jim would have attacked him. He just assaulted Victor for drawing Ethan a picture. Imagine what he would have done here. He literally took his kid out in the woods like a creeper. So I couldn't really blame Jim if he went off on him here because you know how it looks. It obviously looks pervy. So the dogs show up and protect Victor, bark at one of them is on either side of Jim and Tabitha, like they're surrounding them, and Victor fires the gun in the air to scare the dogs off. And I no doubt in my mind those dogs were there to help to protect Victor from Jim, which makes Victor draw the gun and leads to them leaving because Tabitha's like he's got a gun because Jim was literally going to go confront him anyway, and Victor points the gun at him in self-defense, of course, and says, "I'm a good person. I've never hurt anybody." Of course, Jim is ready to attack him anyway. He's like, "I warned you." I don't blame Jim in this case. Obviously this looks really, really sketchy, and I wouldn't blame Jim if he full on attacked him at this point. But yeah, the dogs saved the day, and then Victor pulls out the gun, and so they leave. Now before I get into this, let me just check the chat really quick. I haven't checked in a bit. Oh, Disney Sucks Ass is here. Hello. Your name always cracks me up. Disney Sucks Ass is in the chat. Yes. Have you just met my channel? Yes, I do all live streams. Hello. This is kind of my thing, my calling card, and this is our thing. We both do this. We've done it since September. I don't think we've ever done a normal length stream ever. Not one time. So welcome. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And hey, Muncher Luncher. Okay, so your team Boy in White is evil. All right. Boy in White is evil AF. Gotcha. Well, if you say so. I think he's helping, but it is still completely up for debate, of course. Infinite Umbra. Hey, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Umbra. Lisa. Hey, Lisa S. The change of the smile equals there will be a change after going in the tree. Oh, that's possible. Well, yeah, maybe they did it intentionally. Yeah, could be. William Waddy, the smile in yellow. Yeah, it was kind of yellowish. Yeah, the smiles on the rock changed. Yeah, I do admit after just looking at it, the smile was different. It was. Could be continuity error, or maybe it means the Faraway Tree causes some kind of change. It's possible too. Hey, don't even worry about it. Welcome. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Don't even worry about it says I had time off from work and I rewatched Castle Rock 1 and 2, and I'm beginning to sense Stephen King and Fromville universe may somehow be intertwined. There's a character in Castle Rock named Ruth. She's a time walker. Really? Scarlett, you've seen Castle Rock. You probably know what he's talking about. That's interesting. And Julie is a story walker. Yeah. Interesting.
I can't remember Castle Rock. I mean, I remember liking what I would call the misery season better.
The misery season?
Because it's like an anthology. It's got different characters in each season.
Okay.
We'll have to remember about the time walker.
Yeah.
Let me think about it.
I'm gonna bounce down to the chat. I'm gonna resolve my mic issues for Friday.
Okay. Cool. Well, thanks for being here, Doc. I appreciate it. And Yeah. I'm looking forward to you joining on future streams too, and diving into more interesting subject matter. Keep us all engaged and invested, and I'm gonna do a lot of digging into some John Griffin interviews and see what I can dig up for the next stream. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. This is exciting. I'll be in the chat.
All right, cool. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I haven't seen Castle Rock. That's interesting. I've gotten a lot of recommendations for that. So, hey, K Brew, nice to see you. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Infinite Umbra says just waking up and listening in. Well, thanks for popping in. William Waddy said the two dogs could be Norman and the other finger puppet. Oh, interesting thought. Could be. Yeah. Very well could be. Let's see. What else are you guys talking about? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Doc was having issues with your mic. Yeah. Gonna need to get a mic that plugs in or something for Friday. Hubby will probably figure that out for me. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you can get that figured out. Nice. I know I have a million tech issues that I have to work out. I just got a mic, but I have to figure out how to put it together and figure out how it works. So that'll be interesting. I've never used a mic before, but yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm just checking in with some older comments here. Just woke from my slumber. Oh, nice to see you, Umbra. Nice to see you. And Dieter said Victor's memory is mayo. Yes, it is. It is mayo. His memory cannot be trusted at all. Yeah, why not? There are tunnels, so maybe the tunnels end up in a mountain. Yeah, we don't know how far the tunnels in the cave go, you know. I think they probably go, like, who knows how far those tunnels reach. It could go underneath the woods too. Let's see, what else did I miss here that you guys have been talking about? Oh, I need to take a drink. I'm not drinking enough. I'm like really dehydrated. Wow. How do we have more people now than we did 4 hours ago? Jeez. That's crazy. 46 people now. Nice. Well, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. We're heading into the 4th hour, or I should say the 5th hour. It's been 4 hours. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for being here. If you could please take a moment to like the stream, I would really appreciate it. And definitely subscribe to Doc Kaiju Labs channel. Our guest tonight, who just headed back into the chat, definitely take a moment and subscribe to Doc's channel. The link to his channel is in the description of this video. So please check that out. He's going to be collaborating with us on Friday nights, and I'm really excited about that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So for next Friday, we're going to be diving into John Griffin, and that he's obviously the creator of the show, the writer, and some of his recent interviews and anything else we can dig up that we think could be relevant to the show and just how his mind works and getting to know him a bit more. So really interested to dive into that. I'm really, because I love his other work too. The other shows that he's worked on. So, and I have a bunch of interviews to catch up on too. So I want to get more insight into how his mind works, because this show really is his brainchild at the end of the day. Like, he is the creator of the show. So yeah, take a moment to subscribe to Doc's channel in the description of the video. Oh my goodness, there's so many there's so many messages from Susie in here. Oh my gosh. Susie said he was trying not to get hit in the head, but he had known it was falling in that forest. It seems like he knew. Yeah. How did he know, right? It seemed like he knew. He said it could be nothing, or it could be, and then the rock falls. Yeah, it's strange because we know now the faraway trees we've seen, they go to all kinds of places. So how did he know it might fall behind him? I always found that kind of strange. Like Dieter said, the rock falls right at the right spot. Very weird. No, it's strange. I can't. No. Oh my god. Yeah. All of Tabitha's catchphrases. Yes. Yeah. Clearly, Victor is the most reliable, trustworthy witness at court, right, Susie? Yeah. Most reliable witness ever. Yeah, he'd make a great witness. Susie said I'm gonna need to reincarnate as a Tabitha next time, or like someone who plays horns in Tab. Let's see. What else here? What else did I miss here? Henry is so sweet. Yes. I love Henry. I don't think he was an abusive dad at all. Not at all. Dieter said, I'm going to be away from the chat for a while doing some stuff at home. I'll keep listening. Well, thank you for listening, Dieter, and thank you for being in the chat as long as you have been. I appreciate you so much. Luncher says, sorry, but that's a huge writer's mistake. Yeah, the Rock. Yeah. Friendly reminder, this show is not infallible. Absolutely, yeah. I think that difference in the smile on the Rock was just a mistake. If that's what you were talking about, I think it was a mistake. So they're not perfect. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to be continuity errors for sure. Don't worry, Doc. I'm sure you'll figure out your tech issues. No worries at all. I have tech issues all the time, as I'm sure you've noticed from my streams. Sometimes my cat knocks out the Wi-Fi, knocks me off my own stream, so it happens. StreamYard is weird. All kinds of things go weird. I'm sure you'll figure it out, so don't stress. Don't stress at all. And, people popping off, popping back on. It's just, StreamYard does strange things sometimes, so don't worry. Don't worry at all. Okay. What else? What else have you guys said that I missed? And then we'll get back to this. Susie said, I can't imagine that with the influence on shows like Lost and From and many, many more, they couldn't get anyone but Epics to buy the idea. I think it was a choice/challenge. That's a good point, Susie. Such an obscure streaming service. You would think with these heavyweights who worked on shows like Lost and Fringe and stuff like that you'd think that they'd be on a... We're lucky, though, that they weren't on a more popular streaming service, because they probably would have gotten canceled. If this were Netflix, forget it. It would be gone. Netflix gets rid of all the best shows. So I'm glad. I think that's what saved it, because this show is its flagship show. They don't really have a lot of popular shows on Epix or now MGM Plus. They're one of the less prominent streamers. So Susie says, why are we just randomly abandoning that possibility? Good point. I'm not really sure what point I was making at that point, but thank you. Let's see. What else? Oh, Amy's back. I left and came back. Well, welcome back, Amy. Welcome back. Let's see. I think I said hi to you, K Brew, in case I didn't. Hi, K Brew. Yes, Stephen King borrows from H.P. Lovecraft a lot. I think so too. And this show is definitely got some inspiration coming from Stephen King, and I think probably some inspiration from Lovecraft. So, yes. Yes, Susie. Susie said, "We love you, Doc. I vote for Fridays." Nice. Yes. Doc is awesome. Really looking forward to collaborating. So I'm so psyched about that. Yeah. So thank you for joining, Doc. We appreciate you and looking forward to Fridays and all the fun collaborations we can have. That's just what we need too, because Fridays were starting to stagnate. Like I said, we were running out of stuff to say. We don't need 2 nights to talk about the same rewatch episodes, not with the length of lives that we do. So, like this is what we need to breathe some life in and give us some direction. I think instead of just talking about the same episode again, like I've been doing. Susie said, "I'm not sure what this is, but okay." Oh, thank you, Jehovah Sins. Thank you so much for liking the stream. I appreciate it very, very much. You are welcome, Doc. You're welcome. So happy you could join us. So happy you could join us. And K. Bruce said it was with another studio. With the writer said in 2016. Oh, and they passed on it? Well, they screwed up. Yeah, they screwed up big time. And what else? Adorned by Sharice said, I recently rewatched and I can't get over how Boyd killing a monster wasn't a much bigger deal to the town. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, well, they covered it up. They covered it up. They didn't tell anybody outside that core group that was there when it happened, which is surprising. Why did they cover it up like that? Because they don't. Well, no one tells anyone anything around here. So, and now we know killing the monster was pointless because they're always going to come back again anyway. Yeah, it's crazy though that they didn't tell everybody. Like, why? Why wouldn't you tell everybody that you actually managed to kill a monster? Well, maybe people might have done something crazy and thought maybe they could do it too and try other ways to kill them. I don't know. I don't know, but the lack of communication is frustrating. And you are welcome again, Doc. You're so welcome. Let's see. Mark says, good morning, all Fromaholics chatting on an early Saturday morning. Very early. 3:22 a.m. Saturday morning. Yes. We're doing pretty good though. We're pretty far through the episode. Pretty good by our standard. We managed to get through the chat and start the episode breakdown before the 2-hour or 3-hour mark. So that's progress. I think last week we didn't break down the episode until like 3 hours in, which is crazy. But thanks for coming, Mark. Appreciate it. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it was pointless killing the monster, right? It was pointless. Susie said, got this sweet new microphone for Christmas, but you were the one who understood what I meant. Nice. Yeah, that's so cool, Susie. I can't wait to see what you do with your channel. It's going to be just as unique and awesome as you are. I'm looking forward to that. Let us know when you've got it up and running, if not already, and we'll check it out. Yeah, it's not 3:33 yet. No, it's 3:24 a.m. here on the East Coast. Yes, please like, share, and subscribe. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dieter. Susie says, let me join you on a random Friday or something. Sure, Susie. Yeah, you can join us on a Friday. Absolutely. Absolutely you can. Yeah. So how much more do we have? I think we're pretty far into the episode now. Just a little bit more to go. I know Scarlett wasn't feeling great. Scarlett, are you there? Did you step away? I think she stepped away for a few minutes. It's not a whole lot left. I gotta be careful what I show from this next scene coming up because it's pretty gory. So I'm gonna be careful with this. I don't want to get the video pulled due to graphic bodies laying on the street. But I can't show it to you, but apparently Scarlett did see a body of what looks like a young girl with tap shoes on. So there was another child, at least one other child in the town in the 70s. So, yeah, we're actually doing pretty good for our standards. We're at the 4-hour mark, and there isn't that much left to break down. There's just a little bit, a few more scenes, which is good. But let me see. Let me go back up here. I can't show you the really gory images. Again, it could get the video pulled, which I do not want to happen. These rewatch streams are really important to me, that they stay intact. That's why I'm not showing you any clips as much as I would like to, because I really want these to stay on here. Some people watch on the replay, and okay, so this is where we left off with the Matthews leaving, and then so now Victor has confirmation pretty much. He goes back to his room, and he's got confirmation that after seeing the boy in white, he knows 2 cars have come again. There's a young boy in town, and the boy in white appeared to him, so he knows that things are starting again. Things are starting over again. So he goes back to his room and he pulls out his drawings. And yeah. Yeah, Susie, it's the frozen donkey merry-go wheel. Yeah, the merry-go-round. Golden Child said, who do you think the Ankui boy was that was holding hands with Christopher and Miranda's daughter? It's a good question, yeah. You mean, okay, so that little Ankui girl, I don't think it was actually like literally Christopher and Miranda's daughter. I think it was the daughter of the original version of Christopher Jade, same person, whatever. So like going back to the original timeline, the original Tabitha Jade, I think that was their daughter, the Ankui girl. But anyway, the boy, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. And when you see them holding hands like that, and Tabitha sees them in season 2, that looked like a different girl than the girl who came up to Tabitha and Tabitha said was her daughter. So I don't know if it was the same girl. But yeah, the boy, it makes you wonder, like, maybe they had 2 kids, because Tabitha, it seems like she's always winding up here with 2 kids. She's got Julie and Ethan. Miranda had Victor and Eloise there with her in Fromville. So you would think there's a boy. So maybe they have a son and a daughter. We weren't told, like, oh, they only have 1 kid. Just because we found out she has a daughter doesn't mean they didn't also have a son. So I think they probably had a son. So yeah, I think they have a son, maybe an Ankui boy and girl. There's also the theory that maybe the boy in white was their son too. Like that was the boy and then there was an Ankui girl. But I don't know about that one. I do think it would be interesting if the boy in white is one of the Ankui kids who just got away. Managed to avoid the sacrifice. I think that's possible. So I'm not sure what that would entail, though. He seems like a similar entity to the Ankui kids, the boy in white, but is he one that got away? Maybe. There's the merry-go-round painting Miranda painted. It has 8 seats. There's a child sitting on each seat, and there's 1 seat empty. Which makes me think, well, maybe that seat belonged to the boy in white, or was supposed to, and he got away. Then maybe he died some other way, and it's his spirit there. I don't know what he is at this point. Is he a ghostly entity? Is he an avatar for something else? I'm not sure. I'm guessing kind of a ghost, kind of like a ghostly entity, but he can physically manipulate his environment, and so can the Ankui kids, and we know they're basically ghosts. at this point. I mean, I don't know what else you'd call them. They were the kids that got sacrificed. So I would say they're ghosts. The boy in white could also be a ghost. And I think he's helping. So that's my long-winded answer to that. Yeah. One day I'll understand. Yes, Susie, I know. I have to finish Lost. What is wrong with me? You know, I started watching Lost in May. I started watching it in May. Then I started my channel in like the middle of September, and I couldn't keep up with Lost anymore. I'm still stuck in the middle of season 4. It's like stuck there. But one of these days I will find time and I will finish Lost, and I will make connections between Lost and From, and I already see connections. I swear I do. I love Lost. You need to finish it too, Amy? Yeah. I don't know what part you're at, Amy, but I'm right in the middle of season 4. Right in the middle of season 4. And I've been stuck there for months. And I've tried to go back and pick up where I left off, but now I'm lost. Lost has me lost because I dropped it because I was too busy with my channel, and then now I'm confused, so I have to go back a few episodes, which is just a pain. I have to go back because I'm confused now. I don't understand what's going on, and I don't remember some things. So, season 4 gets pretty hard to keep up with and confusing, complicated. Mark said I watched it when it came out up to season 4, finished it earlier this year finally. Yeah, that's where I'm at, the middle of season 4. I've got to finish it. Yeah. Hey again. Did you figure out a day for us to start Yellow Jackets? Yeah, I remember you saying you were going to think of a day of the week for Yellow Jackets. Yeah, about that. So I did watch the first 2 episodes of Yellow Jackets with Scarlett, and I had an issue. It's not that I didn't like it. I liked it. I really did like it. It's a great show. I'm fascinated by the mystery that I see it setting up. I'm really curious to know who is sending these mysterious postcards to all these people who, the women who survived. And I want to know what's going on, but I'm having an issue with watching it because there's something about the show that's triggering for me. So I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. If I can get past feeling triggered by this show, then maybe. But as of right now, it's like, ooh, there is a character in it that's triggering some trauma for me. There's a character that it's a little bit too close to home, so I'm having trouble. And on top of it, it's so difficult to find time in the schedule for it because I'm doing 2 From lives every week. I'm doing Severance, and I'm going to be covering Severance season 2, and I'm also signed on to do a Stranger Things rewatch with Nadia's channel, which is going to be tricky to juggle. I am going to do that. I might just have to leave a little earlier than they do, but yeah, it's going to be tricky. Yellow Jackets is so good. I wish it wasn't triggering me. There's certain things about it that are really triggering emotionally for me, some recent trauma. So maybe in time I'll get over it and I'll go back to it. It's bad. It's just a bad time of year and a bad sensitive subject that it's triggering for me. Doc says I like Yellow Jackets now. After episode 2, I thought I had seen it but hadn't. Yeah, I hear Scarlett told me that it gets really interesting after the first 2 episodes. The mystery gets weirder and more strange things start happening. So I'm hoping I can get past feeling triggered by it so that I can watch it, because it's supposed to. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope I can work through the feeling triggered. It's a bad time of year for me to be triggered by this particular subject because it's coming up on the anniversary of something really traumatic that happened to me, and it's triggering that, so it's really bad timing. It's really bad timing. Susie said it's meant to trigger you. That's why personally I can't say. Never mind. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. I don't like feeling triggered. Every episode, both episodes, I was like, damn it. Oh, no. This is too close to home. There's a character in it that's exactly like somebody. And there's another character that's too much like me. So, yeah, it's a problem. But, okay. A little bit more of the episode to break down. I don't know if Scarlett is here or not, but I need to get back into it. So, I may need to step away for a minute, so you guys might have to talk amongst yourselves because. Hold on a minute. I have to go out into the kitchen for a minute, and if I keep talking, I'm going to wake up my mom. So, hold on. I appreciate you, Dieter. Thank you. Thank you. See, this is like a family. It's like a family. This is why I love doing these streams. I love this community. It's the best. It's like I'm talking to family. And I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. Well, thanks, Amy. I appreciate it. And oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you, Susie. I feel the virtual hug. I can feel it through the screen. I feel it. Susie says, I love feeling triggered. CPTSD is fun. Yeah. Yeah, I have CPTSD too. That's part of the problem. CPTSD. It's triggering that. I literally have a diagnosis of CPTSD. Complex, for those who don't know, complex post-traumatic stress syndrome. Yeah. I do therapy, and then I'm like, this is so uncomfortable, and not noticing exactly where all the animals in the forest are. Yeah. Lisa says, from my experience, watching shows that may resemble an experience you have had can be healing, especially when you are so grateful you are beyond the triggering time. Yeah, I need to get to that healthy place where I'm not running from triggers. That's a good point, Lisa. I'm not there yet. The time of year is especially bad for me because it's an anniversary of a very traumatic event that's coming up. So, yeah. But yeah, listening to certain songs and watching stuff that resembles that can be healing and cathartic. I just need to get past wanting to run from it. Golden Child says, I'm here for a friendly hug too. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And someone in Severance, the episode we were watching last night, was wanting that too. Amy says mine has dissociation with it. Wow. Yeah. I get that, Amy. I'm so sorry, Amy. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Crying on Christmas. I didn't cry. I've learned how to hold it in. Like, I block out my feelings. It's probably healthier if I just cried. It is healthier. But I try to block it out so I don't cry that much. Yeah, I know. I know it's not good to run. Thank you for the advice. When you face them, you win. Yeah, AA. Yep. Dieter said I get a bit triggered when I need to walk through the town where I went to school. Kind of nervous when I would encounter a bully. Yeah. Sorry about that, Dieter. That sucks. You know, I was bullied too. Let's see. Grow and Thrive said, let's do Twilight Zone watch parties. Yes, let's do Twilight Zone watch parties. Yes, please. Anybody else wants to do it? Scarlett likes Twilight Zone too. We can have Twilight Zone watch parties in my Discord. I would love to do that. I need to pin the link actually to my Discord. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Twilight Zone New Year's. Oh, that would be great. Cave Brew. Yeah. Hey, if you guys are are interested in that, I will absolutely do like a Twilight Zone watch party in the Discord, and maybe we could even do a live and talk about it a little bit. We can't stream it literally on YouTube or I'll get the video pulled, but Twilight Zone is something that airs every New Year's on the Sci-Fi Channel, and it has for many years. It's like, it was always a tradition that I would watch every single year. I'd watch the marathon New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. It's classic. Yes. Classic. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't do anything on New Year's Eve. It's kind of boring. So I could totally do a watch party on New Year's Eve if you guys want to. Yeah, getting tired, Doc. Yeah, no, it's getting late. I need to finish breaking down the episode. But thanks for hanging around. Blocking it out makes it worse. I know, Clara and Thrive. I know, believe me. It's okay not to push yourself. Just go with your comfort level. Yeah, because blocking it out makes it worse. I'm doing too much blocking things out, and I fully admit that. Then it makes it even harder when you try to go back and deal with it because you've been avoiding it. Avoidance is not good. Pluto TV may still have the Twilight Zone channel. Yes, Pluto TV is awesome, guys. It's an app. You can find channels on it that are free and have no ads or anything. And it's just like, it'll be one show all day and night. Sometimes I put it on and play I Love Lucy because it's like relaxing, and I go to sleep with that on. But I can get Twilight Zone episodes to stream for sure. Yeah, you would too, Mark. I would definitely, like, if there are people that want to watch a Twilight Zone watch party, I don't know. People are probably busy on New Year's Eve, but I could even do it on New Year's Eve. But other than that, if not, I can do it a different night too. So I'll make a post if you guys are in my Discord. Mark and K-Brew and Grow and Thrive, if you're all in my Discord, I can I know Grow and Thrive, I know you are, and I think Mark is in, and I think K-Brew. I'll make a post tagging everybody in the Discord, and we can discuss like when would be a good night to do a watch party for Twilight Zone. I could do it New Year's Eve, but if people have plans, then we could figure out another night for sure. I would love to do that. That would be so much fun. Because I just watch this stuff by myself now. It's much more fun to watch as a group. Lisa said, you'll get there, Julie. Have to face the fear and pain to move beyond it. Time may not heal the wounds, but make those experiences more bearable. Thank you, Lisa. I really like that. I like that. And it's because I don't like when people say time heals all wounds. Some wounds don't heal. They don't, but you just have to learn how to deal with it and bear the wounds. So that was very wise. I like that, Lisa. Amy said I was holding in all the feels and it just kind of spilled out. Well, we're here for you, Amy. We're all here for you. And I know you're like, that's rough, dealing with, that kind of trauma. So you're not alone. You got family here. And you were bullied too? Damn. Yeah. Hug again. Yes. Virtual hugs for everybody. Everybody. Everyone is so kind here. I appreciate you guys so much. And old Twilight Zone, definitely old, Vanessa. The newer ones are just, you can't compare to the classics. The classic is the absolute gold standard, one of the greatest shows ever on TV, masterpiece, work of genius. The new one by Jordan Peele, I enjoyed, but the Jordan Peele one, it just can't compare to the original for me. But yeah, I liked it though. I would watch that again too. I would totally watch that again. Yeah, Andy Griffith is on Pluto TV too. Yeah, we'll definitely do a watch party for the old one, Mark, for sure. Definitely. And we could watch some that are like similar to the Twilight Zone and look at how it's influencing Twilight Zone. Oh, that would be great, Dieter. Yeah, if you could get the high quality and then it's a show, then yeah, we can talk about that. Yeah, because when I stream it, there might be some issues with yeah, it won't be as nice if I don't have it downloaded. It might be it might lag a little bit. It's still good though. I do watch parties all the time. I haven't really tried journaling my thoughts in years. I used to grow and thrive. I know, yeah, it can be cathartic and a way to face issues. Thank you for that suggestion. And I appreciate it. And yeah, I should get back to doing that like I used to do years ago, for sure. Yeah. Sort of like processing the data in MDR's department in Severance. Mark, yeah. Because Susie said literally no one understands anything until they do. Yeah, it's like, yeah, because Mark said I'm not in Discord, not that I understand Discord. Yeah, Discord can be a learning curve. It's not so user friendly, but it's really not that hard to join a watch party though. Like, we can help you out if you want to. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. We can absolutely help you out if you have any issues with Discord. You can message one of us. You can message me or Dieter, and we will help you out. So, I'll put the link to the Discord in the chat, because that's where we would do the watch party. There are other ways, like I think there's some website, I forget what it's called, you can use to stream a watch party, and then at the same time you can be on YouTube reacting to it. But I don't know how to do that. I'd have to look into it. So right now, when I do watch parties, I do it in Discord. So, but yeah, it's pretty basic to join a watch party, and if you have any issues, you can just message one of us. So I'm gonna put my link in the chat and pin it to the top for anybody that wants to join, and we can discuss when would be a good time to do it. I can do it New Year's Eve, but if people are really busy and have plans, then we'll figure out a different night. Just let me know. Let me know what works for you guys, and I will do it. Okay. Whatever people did in the past, it isn't your fault. It's their fault. Thank you, Dieter. Yeah, I'm trying to remember that. AA says, have you seen Why Women Kill? I only watched the first season, but I don't think the first and second seasons have anything to do with each other. No, actually, I haven't. I've heard of it, but I don't know a lot about it. Yeah, maybe I should add that to my list if you think that's a good one. Susie said, bro, you are now required to send me one poem a week. Bro, we got you, bro. I think I'm more of a sis. But thank you, Susie. I don't know. Poetry is not really the kind of writing I do, but I do write. I love writing, but poems are not really my forte, I guess. Doc said I'm starting to get better with Discord. It's a lot at first. It is a lot, It's a lot. Mark said I had fun with the last Severance watch party. Oh, okay. So you were in a watch party. That's right. You were. So I'm glad you had fun. Cool. Muncher Luncher said, anyone think the Ankui kids got more ashy as the episodes progressed? Yeah, they kind of did. In season 3, when Tabitha's daughter came up to her, the Ankui daughter, she looked more ashy. She did. Yeah. Let's see. Doc said roses are red, violets are blue. I love From, and so do you. Yes, me too. Me too, yes. That's about the extent of what I can do for poetry myself. I'm not a poet, but other kinds of writing, absolutely. Grow and Thrive says, can we do a weekly watch party and pick 2 Twilight Zone episodes and then discuss afterwards? That would be really interesting. I don't know if I can always do it every week. I'd have to look at what my schedule is going to be coming up in terms of doing live streams and other watch parties, but we could certainly do more than one and discuss. I would love to do that, Grow and Thrive. That would be so much fun. I have a whole Twilight Zone channel in my Discord, a whole section where we can discuss. I would love to have people to talk to about this show. You have no idea. I would love that. Like, there's just so much to talk about, and I didn't think. The thing is, like, BK Betrayed King made my Discord for me, and he put a Twilight Zone section in it. But I never thought anyone would actually want to talk about it in there because it's such an old show. I would love to talk about it. It's a classic. It's a work of genius. I would love to discuss it, but I didn't think anybody would actually want to. So I figured no one would ever use those Twilight Zone sections of my Discord. But that would be great. Yeah, we should totally do watch parties and discuss. I don't know how often, but we'll definitely, absolutely figure that out and figure out a time to do it. 100%. Hi, Zulinator. Nice to see you. Severance is a bit too slow for me. I always end up falling asleep. It's a little slow. The first episode is slower than the others. And it has a different kind of pace and mood to it. So I understand that, but don't give up on it just yet. I would keep trying. Trust me, it's an amazing show. It really is. Dieter says this season is a reminder of strength. The past doesn't define you. Your future holds endless possibilities. You are worthy of joy, peace, and all good things ahead. Keep moving forward with courage. Well, that is very sweet. Those are lovely words. Thank you for posting that. So nice of you. Muncher said, why is Scarlet so quiet? She's usually raving about giant spiders versus cicada cage match. I wish, by the way. I think Scarlet took a break. She wasn't feeling so well tonight. So, yeah. I think she just took a break. Or fell asleep, maybe. Socratic teaching vibes. Thank you, Dieter. Thank you. You're so sweet. Glad I found this channel. I should get back to the episode before I lose the rest of you guys. Good night, Amy. Good night, Amy. Thank you so much for being here. Adorned by Cherise says, I can discuss Twilight Zone as long as it's the original. I cannot do a remake. Yes. The remakes are nothing compared to the original. So yes, 100%. Let's do it. Yes. All right. Yeah. So many episodes I love too. Absolutely grow and thrive. AA says, no, I haven't. I've got to still watch the first 8 minutes of Severance. Yes. I need to do that. I need to get on that. Doc said Japanese version of the Twilight Zone? Really? Wow. Well, more inspired by. I got to check it out. I'm going to star that so I remember to check it out. I've never heard of that. That's so cool. Doc says the spiders got Scarlet. No, not Scarlet. Why? Yeah. I'm going to get back to the breakdown before I lose the rest of you guys. So Victor is in his room and he's looking through these pictures. And here's one of a fire, which is interesting, guys. So it looks like a gigantic fire, too. It's huge. Was there a giant fire here before? Or did he see the future and draw a fire? Like, what is this? I wonder. Anyway, there's also a picture of, I think this is one that we see later, which is a male and a female waving outside at night. Is very strange. They shouldn't be outside at night. Anyway, so he's looking through them. There's the dog. He finds the picture of the dog. I got to go by that quickly so I don't get the video pulled. I'm going to be careful with this, guys, because I don't want to get the video pulled for too much gore. But so Victor goes through his pictures and he finds a picture of the dog, a picture of the boy in white, and he's got pictures all over the walls here. There's this one with like what looks like kind of like a boogeyman type figure in a graveyard. Which that always interested me. Might not mean anything, but that kind of looks like a school bus up there. But I don't know. Maybe it's just a van. This yellow thing. kind of blurry, so you can't see that well. So I'm gonna have to take a drink. So Victor is digging through his stuff, and he finds he finds another picture. Now he starts to have a flashback to seeing the town strewn with bodies, which I gotta be careful not to show. But so there's a guy who is literally cut in half. Like, we've never seen a monster do that. Like, there's literally a body cut in half in the street, and a dog barking right near it. So poor young Victor looks down the street and sees the entire road strewn with bodies. I would make it bigger, but I'd be afraid the video would get pulled. And the motel sign is intact. It says Star Magic up on top, which is no longer there. I don't personally think that means anything. Jack Bender was asked about it too, and he said it's just that, it's old. This place is old, and it looks different now. So the sign must have just fallen off at some point. I don't think it actually means anything. But who knows? Maybe it does. But like, Jack Bender is a director. He doesn't actually write the show. I think he is one of the showrunners, though. But so the boy in white is walking down the street, and the dogs follow him, and then Victor follows boy in white. There are more bodies, so I'm not going to make these bigger just in case. I don't want to get this pulled. He's very dirty. So I'm guessing he's dirty because he slept on the dirt floor of the root cellar. He's got dirt on his face. His clothes are kind of dirty. So the boy in white seems to be leading him down the street, and he leads him right to the merry-go-round. And so the merry-go-round is like right outside of what is now the Matthews house. Boy in white gets on it, and this is where we start to get, some evidence where, some people will point to this and say, he's evil. He's smiling among a bunch of dead bodies. And yeah, it looks ghoulish. He's on a merry-go-round smiling and waving and having fun with a bunch of dead bodies around. But I would argue that he's trying to distract Victor from the carnage around him, to make him feel better, to comfort him. Like, hey, don't look at that. Look over here. Look at the merry-go-round. Come over here. Come this way. He led Victor away from all of that, from all the bodies all down the street, led him to the merry-go-round. And, see, Victor is kind of distracted by it. He's waving. So he doesn't look as upset. He's distracted. I think that was the point. I really think that was the point. It looks creepy as hell. I think the intent was to make us think he's creepy. He was portrayed as creepy from the beginning, and creepy little kids are a classic horror trope. So I think that's really what it amounts to at the end of the day. I personally think the boy in white is helping, but still something that's completely up for debate. But yeah, like, the interesting thing about this particular shot is it looks like he disappears. He's going around and around on the merry-go-round, and you see it turning. He's waving. He also beckons to Victor. He makes a motion like, come this way, with his hand. This is where he does it. It's blurry, but he's got his hand up and he's beckoning to come this way. And then he goes around, and it keeps going. He beckons a second time, like, come over here. And it spins around and he's not on it anymore. So it's like, it's interesting the way they filmed that. It makes you wonder, like, did he disappear? Scarlett said once that maybe the merry-go-round teleported him somewhere. It's like a teleportation thing. I don't know, but it was an interesting way that they filmed it. You can't see, in my opinion, he probably just hopped off and you just can't see it because part of the merry-go-round you can't see. You can't see the whole thing. So it makes it ambiguous by filming it that way. But I think it's probably just that he hopped off, I guess. Or who knows? Maybe he disappeared. I mean, he's some kind of a ghostly figure anyway, so that's not that strange. I really liked this shot right here because at this moment, Victor's standing here in the same spot he was at when he was a kid, and he's looking at what he saw when he was 10 years old, left alone with all these bodies. Now wait a minute, let me go back for a second. So when Victor is standing there, wait a minute, let me check something. Yeah, so when Victor is standing there, he's looking at what he saw when he was a little kid, but he's standing in the present because now there's this broken down thing behind him that wasn't there when he was a kid. So he's standing there in the present, but he's having the flashback looking at the merry-go-round from 1978 with the bodies laying on the ground. And then you see another view of Victor, but he's back in the present, and you see that the merry-go-round is rusty. So this was really beautiful the way they filmed it. Beautiful directing. But from Victor's POV, it's 1978, and he's seeing what it looked like back then. That's his POV. But then from our POV, this POV shot from our perspective, it's the present time, and it's all rusted, and this rusty van is behind him and stuff. So that was cool the way they shot that. But so this is just him. And what I love about this too, I love the way that they put him in the same spot he was standing in when he was 10 years old, in this most traumatic moment of his life. And basically, he's frozen in that, intellectually and emotionally, he's frozen in that place forever. He's emotionally, intellectually 10 years old, emotionally stunted because of what he'd been through. This is what trauma can do. It's arrested development. So basically what happens is you get frozen emotionally at the same spot where you were at whenever the trauma happened. And this is common when trauma happens as a child. So it stunted his growth emotionally. So I love how they put him physically, they put him in the same spot he was at when he got stunted emotionally as a child. So it's like it's a visual metaphor for what happened to his development. He's still like that little boy standing in that spot looking at the merry-go-round full of dead bodies all around, the town full of dead bodies. He's emotionally stuck right there permanently. There's, even with his father there's nothing you can do once the development has been halted like that at that young age. You can't turn back time. You can't go back and fix that. So yeah, it's beautiful how they shot that, because he is not literally, but he's figuratively, he's stuck in that exact spot where he was at emotionally at 10 years old. And there he stands right there. That was the moment that completely changed him forever, prevented him from maturing. And that's why he's like a man-child. That's why he speaks like he's still a child and acts like a child because of the severe trauma of that event. So, and then you have this shot where this is a really great example of showing, not telling. So with any kind of film or TV, you don't want too much exposition where they're telling you everything. Instead, it's better to show and let us fill in the blanks, let us make the connection. So what they did was they had him remember this. They showed us this memory that he's seeing. Then we see him hang up the picture of the dog, the boy in white, and the Faraway Tree. He hangs them up, and then he hangs up one more picture, which is a massacre. And it's a bunch of bodies ripped up and down the street. And clearly this is the 1978 massacre that he drew. They're all laying up and down the street in their body parts, just like what we just saw in the flashback. So what he's doing, it's showing us, not telling us that this is what's going to happen. This is what's supposed to happen again. First, you see the boy in white and the dog coming back. Then there's the Faraway Tree. And now he knows that a massacre is going to come because this is what happened before. The two cars came, the boy in white showed up, and, the dogs, and, he got the Faraway Tree involved back when he was a kid as well. And ultimately it led to this. And he's recognizing that. He's putting those pieces together in his head. That's why he hung them up. And he looks at it, and he looks upset. So I love how they did this. They didn't come out and tell us. They didn't have him talk to somebody and say, oh my God, I just realized what this means. A new cycle has started. Two cars came. Then the boy in white came. This means that there's going to be another massacre. That would be poor writing if they did that. And it would be holding our hand too much as the audience. We don't need all that exposition. We got it. We got what we needed from this. This is how he realized this is what's going to happen at the end of this cycle. Now, that doesn't mean it has to happen. I think it can be changed. I think they can stop the cycle, but this is what's intended to happen. If the big bad man in yellow, if he wins, then this is what it's going to lead to again, and Victor knows it. So they did a beautiful job with this. The less exposition, the better. Showing, not telling, and yeah, there it is. So, and yeah, in this cycle, I mean, in this season rather, there is a massacre. It's not a total massacre, but he does, there ends up being another massacre. It's just on a smaller scale, but yeah, I think that this picture right here represents what's supposed to happen at the end of this cycle, if they don't find a way to break it. And so yeah, beautiful scene, so well done. I loved how they did that. I loved how they brought his memory back. They showed us his memory coming back without having to tell us anything. We just saw it from his point of view, his perspective, the flashback, and then it was just beautifully done. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory AI, nice to see you. Pure art, 100%. Pure art, yes. I thought they did an amazing job with that. This episode was brilliant. This episode was, I think, one of the best episodes of the entire series. It was just so brilliantly written, so brilliantly directed, and so rich with lore, the lore building of this series, which I absolutely loved. Just introducing us to the Faraway Tree. That was the first time that we saw Faraway Tree. And Victor's memory came back from when he was a child with the massacre. We had Kenny delivering that really memorable speech about how if you don't bend, if you don't learn how to bend, then this place will break you. You have to adapt or you won't survive. That was memorable. Katri's speech to Boyd was memorable, but the whole speech about how you have to be the one to lead these people home. You don't have the luxury of grief. Just an amazing episode. Hi, David and Jill. Nice to see you. I wonder if Victor has seen the man in yellow before. It's possible, and he just doesn't remember. It's possible. Mark, absolutely. Scott McCord nailed his role in this episode. 100% he did. He absolutely did. And yes, it is being frozen in time and space, emotionally and physically in the body. And that's exactly what they showed with Victor. You know, he's physically stuck there, and he's emotionally stuck in that emotional state that he was in as a 10-year-old child. Yes, Cloud Zero, it was filmed perfectly. It was chef's kiss. This episode is perfection, guys. This episode is as good as it gets. And they didn't have a single monster show up. Do I like seeing the monsters? Of course. You know, the monsters are a huge part of this show. And obviously, yeah, those are extremely memorable episodes. But this episode was perfection. We don't always have to have carnage and the monsters attacking to have a stellar episode. This is an example of a lore building episode that was genius. It was brilliantly done. So yeah, absolutely amazing. Yeah, this episode was a 10 out of 10 for me. I absolutely loved it. Let me see. What else did you guys say? Dieter said, as long as John Griffin is in it, I trust it. Golden Child said, I don't trust Jack Bender or any of the others. Yeah, they might be lying. they could be flat out lying in interviews too, or misleading at least. They could. I do believe when they said it's not a dream or it's not purgatory, though. Hey, Carla Way. Nice to see you. Always nice to see you, Carla. Thank you for coming in. Getting close to the end of breaking down this episode. Let's see. Lisa says, after seeing season 3, has anyone discovered anything new from season 1? I've discovered new insights and foreshadowing. Nothing earth shattering, but like I just see loads of foreshadowing in the first 4 episodes of the series, of foreshadowing of what was going to happen to Jim, his future demise, and Julie's story walking was foreshadowed. Tabitha's role in this was foreshadowed. Just heavy foreshadowing stuff, but nothing like, oh wow, like this solves the show or this explains everything. But yeah, I find so many insights every time I watch an episode now from season 1. It's amazing. After watching season 3, how much they planned in advance. You can see it, that they planned it. The writers knew what they were doing, that Jim was going to die at the hands of the man in yellow. They planned it from the beginning. Julie was going to story walk. Tabitha was reincarnated. Jade was reincarnated. Of course, that was planned. Yeah, you can totally see that was planned. I asked for yeah, Dieter's been doing some AI images. Yeah. Decipher said, back for more lore. Yeah, we're still diving into the lore. Good night. Good night, Doc. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Thanks for being on the panel, and I'm really looking forward to collaborating in the future lives. Really looking forward to it, Doc. Have a good night. And let's see. Let's finish this up. So Jim comes and tells Boyd that Victor's been drawing pictures for his son and took him out in the woods. I mean, at first Boyd tried to put him off and said, you know, he's one of Donna's people. So basically Boyd doesn't have any control over what he does. But Jim said he's been drawing pictures for my son and he took him out in the woods and he has a gun. So Boyd just said, well, oh, okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll talk to Donna. And yeah. But yeah, there was a huge divide between Colony House and town back then. So Boyd was just like, he's one of Donna's people. He tried to just kind of play that off. Like, yeah, it's not Boyd's responsibility. And then this scene, Fatima shows Julie where she can sleep now. It's it's I guess a couch. I think it's some kind of a couch type thing. And they've got curtains for her privacy, and she gets to sleep with this creepy ass mural hanging right there. Lucky her. And she's thrilled. She's absolutely thrilled with it, apparently. I think it's kind of weird. Fatima and Ellis are going to be doing stuff in that bed, most likely, and Julie is sleeping right here. Hey, I just noticed something. The way Ellis is reaching his hand out lines up perfectly with that creepy hand with the claw in the mural. That's so weird. I happened to take a still right at that exact moment, too. That's super weird. I wonder if they intended to do that on purpose. His hand is right next to the hand in the mural. That's funny. I didn't even notice that before. Every time I watch this, I see new things. I notice new things. But so now Julie will have her own little space so she doesn't have to sleep on the couch and have somebody creepily drawing pictures of her in her sleep. That's always good. And, and she has some privacy in her own space in their room, which is kind of weird. And really not a place for an underage girl at all, but it's sweet that they did that for her. They're just looking out for her. I know they don't have any ill intentions toward her. They seem really sweet with her. It's just really not a place for her. She should be with her family. But it's a sweet moment regardless. Honestly, I would not want to sleep with that creepy ass mural over me though. Like really. I wouldn't want to, like, you're literally laying there looking up at this creepy thing with blood and monsters and yeah, no thanks. They could at least take it down. Jack Bender painted that, by the way. Of course, most people know that, but yeah, he was talking about it in his interview recently, and yeah, he painted this thing. It's beautiful. I don't know why they would keep it up there, but in terms of the characters, but it's a beautiful work of art that Jack made. And it's basically Adam and Eve in hell. Jack confirmed that. It's supposed to be Ellis and Fatima as Adam and Eve, and in a hellish kind of environment in Fromville here, with a monster, and the monster's, it's got claws right here. So, but yes, the Adam and Eve thing, Jack Bender did finally confirm it, which we all figured. They're portrayed in the nude like Adam and Eve, and they look like Ellis and Fatima to some extent. The skin tone is a little bit off on Ellis, but it's close enough. Maybe Jack painted it before they cast this actor Cordian as Ellis, but yeah. And it looks a lot like tire tracks kind of going through it too. Like, it's a really interesting piece of art. It's cool. I wouldn't want to sleep under it though. Fatima says something interesting in this scene too. She tells Julie there are no mistakes, only choices, and you made the choice that was right for you. So I liked that. That was interesting because Julie had said, I think I made a mistake by moving into Colony House. She said, I think I made a mistake. And Fatima says there are no mistakes, only choices. You made the choice that was right for you. And I like that kind of thought. I mean, I tend to think I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but maybe we make the choices that are right for us at the time. Doesn't always turn out well, but for her, this was the right choice to make at the time. So it's like, don't be so hard on yourself. Maybe that's kind of the message. Like, you're making the choices that are right for you at the time, even if it winds up being a mistake. It was right at the time, and so it's just kind of about owning that, which is nice. She said, and you chose what was right for you, and that matters a lot. I do wonder, though, are there choices in this show? Like, are there choices, or are the events predetermined? Do they even have free will? Because we know now that certain things are predetermined. Tabitha was destined to come here. She didn't have any choice. She was always destined to come there. And Jade said in season 3, maybe Aristotle was wrong about free will. you never could have avoided it winding up here. You were always going to come here. So I wonder, like, about choice. But anyway, the whole free will thing in this show. And Julie says thank you, and Fatima says you belong here, and so does this. She gives her the sweater that her mom brought her. So it's nice. It's kind of reminding her, like, don't reject your mom completely. This is the sweater your mom brought for you, and like that was good, you know. So she's not encouraging her to just reject her family. This scene was really interesting. We're coming to the end now. This is like the last two scenes. Boyd is getting ready for dinner with the Matthews, which he invited them to at the diner. And this absolutely scared.
Screaming scene. Screaming scene.
It's yes. Oh, you're back.
I had a little hiccup, Julie. I'm sorry. I wrote it in the inner chat, so you can read.
Okay. Actually, that's really good timing because I really need to go to the bathroom. So can you just hold down and talk for a minute? I'll
sure.
be right back.
Okay. Okay, so we have Boyd against a mirror, and mirrors are a big metaphor from many different scenes with mirrors. Some of the most famous ones are Jasmine, the monster, looking into a mirror with blood on her collar, especially after she tells Kevin, well, before she takes out Kevin's tongue, she looks in the mirror and she says, I didn't want to be this way. And the duality of, you know, maybe her prior self and the self in the mirror is, you know, a common theme in From. The same thing with Fatima looking in the same mirror that Jasmine looked in is another case of that duality. And Boyd here, standing, looking at the mirror, is yet another, you know, sense of, and there has been many times when Boyd has looked into the mirror. And this is the first time. And I thought this scene was really interesting and very, like, kind of quiet because he was, like, just washing himself up, and you think it's very calm and collected, and then all of a sudden he lets out this, like, primordial scream.
Yeah. It does. It scared the shit out of me when I first watched it. It was terrifying because it was so quiet.
Yes.
You could hear a pin drop, and then he just all of a sudden lets out this blood curdling scream.
Yeah.
Oh my
God. So long too. It's amazing how long he could keep that sustained.
He's got some lungs on him.
Oh yeah.
He really does. And again, you know, I love to point out mirrors, of course, and he's screaming in front of a mirror. So whenever you see mirrors in the show, it's either an evil entity looking in the mirror or someone being manipulated by an evil entity or suffering in the act of suffering because of this evil place. And in this case, obviously that's this category. He's suffering, letting out this scream, all of his frustration and pain, just letting it all out in front of a mirror. And you know, Donna in season 3, similarly, Donna's sobbing in front of a mirror. You know, so it's either, and Randall, you know, Randall looks in a mirror after he's been clawed by the monster and he's staring in the mirror. So it's always people either suffering because of the place that they're stuck in, or they're being manipulated by an evil entity, like Elgin looking in the mirror when he was helping Kimono Lady. He looks in the same mirror that is it the same one? Yeah, he looks in the same gold mirror that Fatima and Jasmine Monster looked in too.
Yeah.
Fatima looks in the mirror when she's carrying the smiley pod, and so she's got an evil entity inside her. Jasmine looks in the mirror, she's part of an evil entity, and Boyd is suffering at the hands of this evil place. So it's always one of the three categories. You know, evil, being manipulated by evil, or suffering from this evil place. It's never just somebody looking in the mirror just for, you know, just for the hell of it, like a normal scene. It's always something like that. Screaming, crying, or suffering or manipulated by evil. And mirrors are symbolic of deception. So, you know, that's a theme in the show. Obviously, deception. Things are not what they seem on the surface. So that's why we keep getting mirrors in our faces all the time on the show, which I love. And David here said, and the mirror stage is when the ego is formed. Cool. The beginning of Boyd breaking. Yes. Yeah, I'd say Boyd is freaking out pretty much in this scene. Yes, mirrors are way more than tree thingy. What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, Susie.
I can't wait to watch your channel, Susie. I'm just saying.
Oh my god, yeah, it's gotta be a must see. I gotta see this channel. Keep us posted. If David said the ego cannot see its reflection. Interesting. Cool. Mark said I have theories about the tension between free will and determinism in this show. Oh, cool. That's a huge theme in the show, for sure. Yeah. Huge theme in the show. Golden Child said maybe Julie was story walking and she chose her second option. Yeah. Yeah, it could be. Because, yeah, Fatima told Julie, there are no mistakes, only choices, and you chose what was right for you. And that matters a lot. So I liked that quote from that scene in this episode. The whole idea about choice. The choice is you make the right choice, determinism versus free will. Yeah. Yeah. So how much free will do they really have? Well, not, Tabitha sure doesn't have much. She didn't have any choice but to come here and then get pulled back in again. Twice in the same series. Hey, Samuel. Eve, Mother of Monsters. Any Supernatural fans? I've never seen that, actually. I've been told it's really good. And I should watch it. Never seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I only saw a few episodes because I was volunteering at a friend's house and she had it on.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. David said, did you see the photo framed with Julie sitting in front of this mural as if the dragon is coming out from within her? Oh, I didn't catch that. Did it look like that? Did I see the... Wait a minute. Do I have a still of that one? I don't know. Maybe not. Ellis just lights up right in front of her, too.
What, the top of the head of the monster? Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. But I don't have a still of that, if that's in this one or not. But yeah, I don't know. But
it's absolutely not creepy for her to be in the same bedroom as Fatima and Alice.
Right?
Victor's the creepy one.
Oh, but Victor's the creepy one, yeah.
Yes.
Well, Fatima and Alice are doing stuff a few feet away while she's sleeping here.
Totally normal. This is totally normal behavior.
Yeah. Totally normal.
Totally fine. I guess if you're hot, it's fine, right? That's the factor. They're hot, so it's fine.
Yeah, they're hot, so it's fine.
Not hot, therefore not fine.
Yeah. So, I found this very weird from the first time I saw it. Like really? She's gonna sleep in the bedroom with them? It's just...
Yeah. Ugh. Well, not only that, but she's gonna sleep by this painting. And every time she opens her eyes in the morning, she's gonna see this painting.
I know, right? I was saying I wouldn't want to sleep under this thing.
It's creepy.
It is. It is. And,
so Victor's creepy, but this painting's not creepy. Waking up every day to this little number.
I know, right? And look where her pillow is. Like right from that angle where her head is on this pillow, she's gonna be looking right up at that monster with all the teeth and the blood. Like,
yeah.
It's creepy as hell. I wouldn't want to sleep there. And she's thrilled with it. She's so happy with it. Like they just gifted her this amazing thing. She couldn't be more thrilled.
Well,
I don't
she was
understand.
sleeping on the couch in her defense.
Yeah. I'd be running screaming back to my parents, though. I'd get the hell out of there. Look at this. I noticed something, though. look how his hand is right in the same position as that claw right there.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was done. It's almost like that shot was done intentionally. He's reaching out, and the claw is also reaching out. But yeah, I don't know. She's thrilled with it. So anyway, getting back to what we were talking about.
The scream.
The scream.
The primordial scream.
Yes. Yeah, there is a certain amount of this went on for so long that I even have more than one still of it. There's another
I was
one.
gonna say it's crazy long.
Yeah. Look at this.
That's a scream from the bottom of your soul.
Yeah. Oh my god. Like it really startled me on the first watch because you're not expecting anything like that. They do it for maximum impact by keeping it nice and quiet before they play it for the maximum effect. But there's like a certain type of therapy some people do where
it's primordial screaming.
Yeah, so like people would like scream bloody murder and supposed to let out, I don't know, their frustration or their fear or whatever it is. So yeah. They've never done anything weird like this again or since. Like it's just so odd. It's an odd.
Done nothing weird on the show since.
No, I mean like not like that, but like they've never done something so random to have him just suddenly scream in a mirror like that. You don't see a scene like this anymore. It's interesting. There's the choice to do this at this point, but it's not typical for this show, is what I mean. There's plenty of weird stuff, but yeah. And then they just do a really quick cut from the scream, like right to him sitting there, like everything's normal, having dinner. Really great directing. I'm guessing Jack Bender probably directed this. It was so well done. Just the execution of it. The silence, the scream that scares the hell out of you, and then boom. And a split second later, he's just sitting here like everything's normal, having dinner, chit-chatting with them. And it's really impactful that way. And it just shows the contrast to how he really feels inside to this image that he has to project to everyone else. Like he has to be the strong leader that Katri was talking about earlier in this episode. He has to be, he's the one everyone relies on. He doesn't have the luxury of grief. So that's what Katri said.
Yeah, I do like the transition from the scream to this though.
I know, right?
Like it's just so normal comparatively. And then he's like, here, I'm drinking my coffee. And he has this great salad.
Yeah, he does.
Salad.
Yeah, he does. So, yeah, it was very well done, brilliantly directed and edited. And yeah, it just shows this is exactly, I think it's really fitting that they put it in this episode because Katri just got done telling him earlier in the episode, you don't have the luxury of grief. These people need you. They're scared. You need to be the one to lead these people home. Otherwise, she died for nothing. And so he has this burden on his shoulders that nobody else has. He can't fall apart. He screamed all by himself, let out all of his pain and his suffering. And then he just buttons up his shirt, cleans himself up, and goes and puts on a brave face. This is what he does. This is what he does. He's Mr. Fish and Loaves. And so he has a huge burden on him that nobody else has. And he just goes and he talks to them like everything's fine. And they have a nice little dinner. But yeah, because without him, the whole place would fall apart. Everyone relies on him. So let me get my notes back out. So Boyd asks how Julie's doing, and he says, "I'm sure Ellis will take care of her." If I were a parent, that wouldn't comfort me. That wouldn't comfort me.
I'm sure both Ellis and Fatima will take care of your daughter.
Yeah, I wouldn't be comforted by that. That's just weird. I'm sorry. Like, no. No. And we know like, she ends up having a crush on Fatima too. Like,
That's what I'm saying. It's okay when they're hot, I guess.
yeah, I don't think that was comforting, but yeah, he he says that Tabitha thanks him for what he did for them the first night, and he said the people in this town, we take care of each other. It's like a family, and given the circumstances, you guys are doing fine. So yeah, you get that little introduction, like, yeah, it is like a family and they take care of each other. So they're officially welcomed in as part of the family now, whether they want to be or not. And I thought this was a cool little line because Sarah said earlier in the episode to Ethan that like, we've got a VIP table for you right here. And then Ethan says to Tabitha right here, we're VIPs. And it's like, we don't even know at the time how true that really is. The whole family, they're like the VIPs of the show. They are central to the show. All of them are. Tabitha, we know, is reincarnated. She's at the center of it all. Jim is a VIP because he's the one who cracks the music note code, so she remembers who she is. You know, Julie is not there, but she winds up being a VIP because she's a story walker. And, you know, obviously Ethan has a special role to play in it too. The boy in white chose him, and, you know, he's like the new Victor. So it's like foreshadowing that they all are central to the show. They're VIPs. Even Jim. I never would have thought Jim would have such an important role as to be the one to figure out the music notes, but he actually did it. Even Jade didn't figure it out. So Sarah asks if Ethan wants to help get the food. And then of course the jukebox comes on again, and it plays Blue by Joni Mitchell. And Boyd says the same thing Kenny does with the police radio. Yeah, it does that sometimes. Just casual, like it's perfectly normal. The stuff that they have to accept as the norm in this place is funny. But the mood immediately changes, which is something that music is uniquely capable of doing. The mood changes. This is like one of the only times when Tabitha actually so Boyd is called away. This is one of the only times I've actually seen Tabitha like smiling at Jim. And it's because that song comes on. She's smiling. And she says something about, she says, that summer in Texas. But she doesn't finish the sentence. So I guess some kind of happy memory. And she's actually smiling at Jim. Amazing. And so yeah, it's the music that does it. Jim says, he says an interesting sentence that's like a bunch of like, he keeps cutting himself off and not finishing his own sentence. And this, it really underscores how much Jim is not good at being in touch with his feelings. And so he doesn't even know how to express it, or like, this is why he always tells her things like, everything's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. And she doesn't want to hear that. She wants to talk about how much everything sucks and talk through the bad feelings, negative feelings. He's not good at that. And so this is what he says. It's like this one hell of a sentence. I'm sorry if I made you feel like I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to do that, but I never ever meant to make you feel. I just feel so broken. Wow, a nice sentence structure. Like, okay, you really don't know how to do this.
Man cannot express feelings. It's hard on head.
Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to tiptoe around her because, you know, she, like, he's trying not to say the word okay.
Yeah. Like, he just does not know how to express feelings. That I think this is why they drifted apart so much after Thomas died, because he was trying to escape from everything, and she was just dealing with it alone. And he threw himself into his work. We heard about that later. And so this is how they cope in different ways. It just doesn't work. and he doesn't know how to express his feelings at all. I'm sorry if I made you feel like I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to do that, but I never ever meant to make you feel. I just feel so broken. At least he completed a thought in the end. At least
Yeah.
I was like, good job, Jim. Like applauding for Jim. Like, yay, you did actually complete the thought. I feel so broken. Hallelujah. You said something. Good job. And of course, broken. The theme of brokenness.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he can't express feelings well at all, but he's trying. He's trying. He just wants to tell her everything's going to be okay because he doesn't know how to get with
But
his
he
feelings.
can't say that to her because she'll freak out.
Right. And he says, I just feel so broken. And of course, and I think, again, it's foreshadowing his death because what do we know about this place? Broken people don't survive here. And he feels broken and he's not going to survive. So, again, foreshadowing. Who was it that said broken people don't survive here? I forget who said that later this season. Well, I know in this episode, Kenny said to Jade, he said, then you're not, he said, you're going to lose your mind. If people can't bend, then they break. But later in the season, somebody says broken people don't survive here. It might be Kenny. I'm not sure. But yeah, we know that that's a major quote from the show. And yeah, again, I think they planned this from the beginning. Jim was not going to survive. So the fact that they said he feels so broken, yeah, it's foreshadowing. And he is. He's that grief basically broke him. He was already broken when he got there.
I'm sorry,
So,
I just found I found something really funny in the chat.
Oh, really? What? I'm behind everybody. Golden Child says, "Damn, Julie, you're brutal on Jim." I'm not like, huh?
The thing that was fun. I'm trying to find the person who said the thing that I thought was hilarious. No, somebody wrote because of the scream that Boyd did. Okay, imagine the scream Boyd's doing, right? And this person wrote, Boyd was preparing to have dinner with the Matthews.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that'd be my reaction too. If I had to have dinner with Jim and Tabitha, yes.
Yes, definitely.
I don't know who wrote it though, but thank you. That was great.
That's fantastic. Yeah, that's how you prepare for dinner with the Matthews. That's right.
Yeah.
It was
It's just a
anticipating
natural reaction.
It's a natural reaction to have.
Oh,
Makes
yeah.
sense
It
to
was
me.
William Waddy. William Waddy has said this. Boyd is preparing to have dinner with the Matthews.
Nice, William. Nice. I like it. That's fantastic.
Sounds like what I do to prepare to see my stepmother.
Oh God, yeah.
Bring them in here for a while.
That's great. Golden Child. I'm not trying to. I'm not hating on Jim, but I think they were foreshadowing his death from the beginning, for sure. I think what happened to him was unfair. I'm actually like justice for Jim. I'm team justice for Jim now. So no, I'm not trying to be brutal, but it's definitely foreshadowing that he's gonna die again. They love their foreshadowing in this show. I'm telling you. But what was I gonna say? I missed something. AA said, I honestly think if they were given the chance to leave Fromville for good, they would eventually miss it and try to go back. A lot of them have been there for so long and have lost so much. That's a really interesting point. Yeah. It's like a trauma bond. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, how do you even go back to normal life and existence after what you've been through in this place? Some of the people, what they've lost and everything. Yeah, Mark, I agree. That was insightful.
Or if you're like somebody like Boyd or Donna that has a leadership capability in a small area versus what you had outside.
Yeah.
You might choose it. Like Donna's like, maybe this is better than what she was doing in real life.
Yeah, seriously, you might choose it
Mm-hmm.
like that psycho in in Yellow Jackets who who
I
chose
think
to
she's
be
talking about Misty Quigley, everyone, or what's known as Misty effing Quigley, as we say.
yeah, because she chose to be in that situation. So yeah, there's sometimes in some kind of crazy situations there might be certain people that had such a lousy life or that they wouldn't want to go back, or in this case they've been through so much here that how could they even go back to life before.
I like the fact that you like equated it to Misty. Now Susie's like, you watch Yellow Jackets.
Oh god, yeah. I told them I told them earlier about how I was triggered. I didn't say why, but I just said that I was triggered
Because
by
you
it.
used to be a cannibal, I understand.
Yeah. My mom is yelling that the cat is sitting on her head because he wants to eat. So I'm gonna talk while I feed the cats.
Oh, okay. Or else you can just put on a picture and I can just like, talk about it. But anyway, what you're equating with, like, as a spoiler for people to watch Yellow Jackets to turn it off now or whatever, is when Misty destroys the black box.
Yeah.
Because she wants to be, because she's very unpopular in the real world, but she's needed in the wilderness world. And if you watch the rest of it, the rest of the first season, Julie, you'll see how characters change back and forth like this, but you have to give it, the rest of the season. But I can see how that how that equates.
Yeah. Some people would actually choose that.
I actually, you call her a psychopath, but I actually sympathized with her the way that she was treated in real life, because she was smart and she was quoting Plato, and they were just really cruel to her, the mean girls.
Oh yeah. No, I sympathize with that for sure.
Then when she was in, she finally found a niche where people had to rely on her to survive. She's on the top of the pecking order now.
True. It's just
and who wouldn't want to live that? And that's why she's smashing the crap out of that box to that Wilson Phillips song, which I love.
It's a great song. It's just so crazy, like that you would. Like this is high school problem kind of thing. Like that's gonna pass in time. Like why would you want to strand yourself there? I guess when you're in high school though, you can't really see the forest for the trees. That this is gonna pass, and for you, like this is your whole world. You don't think about how this is over eventually.
Yeah.
But, so, let's see. David said, according to that was from Lacan. Wait, did I miss something? Lacan shows free will is an illusion. The big other, in the absence of God, we create when to rule us anyway. Our reality is created by our inner world, which is shaped by the external experiences. Interesting. Yeah, the big other is like a combination of all societal norms and the rules we create, and it's the structure or a stage in our mind we project ourselves to perform. Oh, that's cool. It's interesting. Catherine Brown. Yeah, I was telling them about how it looked like the boy in white disappears when he's on the merry-go-round, and how you said, like, did it teleport him somewhere, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, a portal. He wanted Victor to get on the portal with him.
Yeah, because he was beckoning. He was beckoning to him. And it looked like he disappeared. I watched it again, and the thing goes around, and then he's not there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So
round and round, and time is like time with spokes of a wheel.
Right.
Like Tuck Everlasting.
Like Tuck Everlasting.
Yeah.
Oh,
does your cat eat wet food?
My cat is. What did you say?
Does your cat eat wet food or dry food?
Wet food.
Oh, see, ours only likes dry, which makes it so much better than
Yeah. she will only eat dry food if she's desperately hungry, and
Yeah.
which is most of the time. I mean, she always wants to eat. So
Yeah.
anyway,
See, the thing is, Susie wrote, I just love Christina Ricci and Juliette Lewis, and that's why I made you watch the second episode, because they really shine in the beginning of the second episode.
yeah, they're terrific. They really are.
Yeah.
I love the two of them together.
Mhm.
It's a really funny combination, and like they're going
Yeah.
on a road trip. Like,
Yeah.
just seeing Juliette Lewis's reactions to having to spend that time with her, it's hilarious. But yeah, maybe there is more to the merry-go-round, Catherine. Who knows? It could be. She said the gateway in Supernatural is hidden as a kid's playground with fake kids there guarding it. Oh, that sounds cool. I should watch that show. I'm gonna star that so I can remember it. That's cool. Grow and Thrive said, I think mirrors reflect the hidden side of ourselves. I like that. Cool. Oh, I found the comment that, that you were reading. That's great.
As you do.
That's great. I had to find it. I was making my way up anyway, so that's great. Hey, TJ. Man, you guys stream hard and late. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yeah. Truthful Ministries. Welcome. Yeah, we go a little crazy. Bye, Susie. Oh, and she said he's gonna die again. Yeah, I know I harp on that a lot. But there's heavy foreshadowing that Jim's gonna die. I'm telling you, it's everywhere. In these first few episodes, it's all over the place. Mm-hmm. Thanks for being here, Susie. Appreciate you. And okay, let's get back to.
Did she come back?
I guess she came
the
back.
Resurgence.
She came back. Yeah. She keeps saying bye, but then she says more.
Yeah, but I do that. I do that all the time. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna say goodbye, but then somebody in the chat writes something really interesting I'm gonna comment on, you know.
Right. I do the
then
same.
I'm back in the fray.
I do that kind of stuff too. Absolutely. Carla, could you hear my cat? She's being pretty loud. Let's see. Yeah. She makes really cute noises, right, Carla? It's like talking. Some people think she sounds like more like a crying baby. And she makes a noise that when she's really demanding food, that sounds like a toddler saying now. It's really cute. I will definitely try to get past the triggers and watch it. I will try. We literally need you to dissect the mystery. You're the best for the job. There is so much mystery.
Well, and plus, I think you would like it because we're a third through episode 3, and like the kind of weird. Is it supernatural? Is it not supernatural? Turn of the screw, psychological horror vibes don't start until like about the 3rd and 4th episodes.
Yeah. Yes. I know. I love mystery too. If there's that much mystery, then maybe I should try to get through the triggers and watch it.
And I sent you a bunch of GIFs in your Discord of Ty, that scene I was telling you about Ty, how she like looks in the mirror and then she turns around, but her reflection's still faced forward.
Oh.
So watch that and tell me you're not interested.
That's amazing. Yeah, I would love that. That's in Yellow Jackets. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love that kind of thing. I've got to say. Susie didn't leave. She said bye, but so I was confused. I saw bye, so I said bye.
So in theorizing Yellow Jackets, there's a lot of team science that can explain it away by science. There's a lot of team supernatural that can explain it away. You know, It's supernatural. It's a wilderness. It's entity in the wilderness. And there's other people who are like, no, it's science because these things could happen because of this. So it's a lot like From, you know.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I love mystery. I love trying to decide like if something is supernatural or not. Ambiguity like that. I like that kind of thing. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll have to try and power through. It's the time of year that makes it hard too. I was telling them earlier, like there's an anniversary coming up of something pretty traumatic that's
I get it. I
part
understand.
of the trigger. Anyway,
It was the first time she ate human flesh, everybody.
no, it was not. It was
At
not.
first she thought it was delicious, and then she was like, oh shit, what am I doing?
No, that was not the traumatic event. It was not that, but yeah, still traumatic. Anyway,
Yes, I understand.
no personal experience with cannibalism. Can't say that I have any of that.
It was joking, folks.
I'm glad to say I've never been put into that kind of position. So,
well, I'm glad.
Yeah, I've never crashed in the mountains and had to like eat human flesh to survive. Thank you. So anyway, we've got Ethan coming back to the table here, and one other thing I want to point out before this. So just another little thing, another little piece of foreshadowing. Tabitha says, so like after Jim says, I feel so broken, Tabitha says, we're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out together. And what do they do in the season 3 finale? They figure it out together. Jim figures out the music notes, and Tabitha's right there. And Tabitha remembers her roots. They figure it out together, don't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
And all the good can come of this.
Yeah. Problem is figuring it out. It came at a cost. Knowledge comes at a cost. So goodbye, Jim. All roads lead to Jim dying. Like, it's crazy. I swear to God, maybe it's a happy accident, but some of the things they write in the script in the first few episodes, it's so uncanny now looking back, because they do figure it out together. Jim, I know they must have planned from the beginning that he was going to figure out the music notes, because he literally said in season 1 the answer is 12. So they planned it that he was going to eventually figure out, aren't there 12 notes in a scale? And he figures out that the numbers from the bottles are translatable to music notes. So yeah, they definitely planned that, because he said the answer is 12 in season 1. So yeah, I definitely I don't think it was an accident. Yeah, they figure it out together, exactly like she said, and he figures that out. Then as a result, it was a team effort, because he realized that their music notes. She was able to get that revelation. Jade played the song, and she figured out who she was, and that was that. So brilliantly done, really, for a mystery box show. I love it, how they planned so much from the beginning, and we can see that now. If you're paying attention, then you can see now that this is not a bunch of random stuff that they just threw at the wall to see what sticks. The major things were planned. And little things along the way, obviously, they figured out as they went along, but these major plot points were planned. The arc of Tabitha, Jade, Jim, Julie, those major events were planned. So I love to see this. This rewatch is just so rich with insight. I'm enjoying it so much. It's crazy. I never thought I would enjoy rewatching anything so much when I already know everything that's going to happen. Because now that we know so much, we can glean all this new insight from watching it back and find new clues. So it's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying it. And then we have one more little section here. Where Ethan comes back with his food.
Oh, this is how it ties back to the man in yellow.
Oh God.
Ethan being the man in yellow.
Oh no. I hope that's not foreshadowing that he's going to be the man in yellow. Please no. I love Ethan. He's just he's the cutest. I'd hate to think of him growing up and turning into that freak that slashed Jim's throat open and ripped out his larynx. Oh, please don't. But I can see the argument to be made for it. If you look at this, he's wearing yellow.
Mm-hmm.
They said that they hid clues in the first few episodes, remember? So
Yeah.
this is still episode 4, and I've seen other clues in this episode to what happens to Jim ultimately. So I don't like that. I really hope that's not going to be the case. I would rather the man in yellow be like Randall, or no, I don't think he's Randall. It's possible, but it doesn't really make sense. He doesn't have the scar on his face. Anyway, hopefully not. But you never know. I mean, I could see it. I could see how you could look at this though and say, well, there's a case to be made for it. There is a case to be made for it, especially with all the other heavy foreshadowing as to what would happen to Jim.
It's the same episode where he comes in and he says, "You shouldn't have done that." And then Sarah gets the thing on her arm and she's looking directly at Ethan wearing yellow.
Oh, damn.
I'm just saying. I don't necessarily want this to be true, but I'm just saying.
And it says kill the boy.
And she looks right at Ethan in yellow.
Oh my God, because what if he becomes the man in yellow? So
exactly.
Kill the boy. Oh, damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. You really think this is, I'm starting to think maybe it is true. Holy shit.
I think this effect was done really well with her arm.
Yeah, it was. It was beautifully done. And it's confirmed. They confirmed that those are not worms, guys. If anyone still out there thinks they're worms, they're not. I think it was
showrunners did.
Yeah, in an interview. I think it was E-Man who asked them, were those worms? I forget which of the J's. It was one of the J's, the 3 J's showrunners, and they said no, they were not worms. It's kind of like a stigmata type of thing. It looks like it was carved into her arm temporarily.
Yeah,
an illusion, because then it disappears. Oh my God!
Yeah,
you think that?
I thought it was like alluding to Sarah maybe being a cutter, like earlier, like in her life.
Yeah.
And they would cut her skin. Yeah, but the way she looks at Ethan here.
Oh my
and
God!
Apples. Look, the apples are there.
The apples are there too. Oh my God! I think Ethan's gonna be the man in yellow. Oh my God! Oh my God! It all fits. It all fits so well. I don't want it to fit, but it fits. Damn it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God. Why? I mean, that would explain it. That would explain it. Oh my God.
But especially when it's in the same episode as him saying, you should have done that to Jill.
Oh, shit. Oh my God. That's blowing my mind. That's blowing my mind. And he's sitting there in yellow. And she gets a message, kill the boy. And everyone, we've always wondered why did she get that message, kill the boy? What was the point of that? Does it mean him? Does it mean the boy in white? I never thought it really could mean the boy in white. I don't see how you could kill an entity like that anyway.
Yeah.
But if he's supposed to become the man in yellow, then that would kind of make sense. That maybe some entity is telling her to kill him. Unalive. But oh damn. I really don't want that to be true, but the evidence is starting to look pretty strong.
Yeah, as we go through these, we'll have to see how many times Ethan's in yellow and what he says and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all, but that's it makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. It's and when you deal with things like time travel and stuff, like there's always someone trying to go back and unalive someone before they can do something, when in this case it's like maybe it's in reverse. And like imagine if he's destined to become the man in yellow and go back in time and do all this stuff in the beginning. And I don't know how it would work. the man in yellow, we think that he was there in the beginning probably, and I think he was probably there and he made that, maybe he helped make that deal for immortality, or he worked for the entity that gave them the immortality, or maybe he was that entity. I don't know, but
yeah, I mean, there's nothing saying that the man in yellow was the one that oversaw the child sacrifice.
no, not necessarily, but I think the man in yellow was probably back there at that time. Don't you think? Like,
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, my like thought was something similar to this in season 3 when Ethan was getting all emo. I thought back to season 1. I thought maybe Sarah was supposed to kill him because he turns evil eventually. Not necessarily the man in yellow, but just turns bad, breaks bad.
oh yeah, yeah.
And that way, she was actually really supposed to kill him for a greater purpose.
Wow. Yeah, it's possible. Golden Child said, so it's Julie trying to kill the man in yellow, not knowing it's really Ethan. That's possible.
Yeah, this is gonna be a messed up family.
This is gonna be a really messed up family. Ethan in yellow, Carla Way. Yeah. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like what I'm thinking about Ethan here. Not my Ethan. No. No.
Yeah, if you were telling me he wears yellow, and I'm like, I didn't see him wear yellow. I'm like, oh my god, that is yellow.
It is very yellow. It's very, very yellow. Yeah, I don't like that. Don't like that at all. AA says, I didn't want to think it was true either, but Ethan is wearing yellow. At the moment Sarah sees kill the boy in her arm, it looks like foreshadowing when you rewatch. It does. It does. Chris Smalls thinks so too. Yeah. Susie said, no, he's definitely the dang yellow. Yeah. Oh God. This sucks. Mark says, I think Man in Yellow is the anti-Ethan. Now what do you mean anti-Ethan? I'm curious to know what that is. William Waddy said, if Ethan is the Man in Yellow, why would he tell Sarah to kill the boy? Who told Sarah? I think maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was some other, maybe it was like the spirits of the deceased.
Yeah,
who
we
did
have
that.
no idea. We have no idea who the entities are in Sarah's head.
Right.
They're vague. They're higher up than the monsters, we know.
Right. Yes. And there are multiple voices. So it's like, well, we don't know what they are. We really don't. So I don't know. But it could be some force telling her to do that to to get rid of Ethan. I don't know how this would play into my theory though about the boy in white, because I think the boy in white is trying to help. If that's the case, then what did he choose Ethan for? To protect him? That part I'm not sure. That's murky. I'll have to think about this. Because this would really shift my thinking on a lot of things if that's true. If this is true. I don't know. But I'm seeing potential evidence for that theory.
Yeah.
I am. I can't unsee that. That's very, really, that's vivid. Like that image right there.
And then you have them in season 3 running around asking what the insides of things look like.
Yeah. Yeah, like insides of people's bodies. Tan shed after she passed, and there was like a big carcass from a cow on the table. It was like, is that what Tan Shen looked like on the inside? Very creepy, for sure. He's getting very serious and darker, for sure. So I don't know. AA said, I wonder what the original religion was of the people that built the church. Yeah, me too. Looks very, very old. Like, when did they turn it into a church? Maybe it was something else first. So I don't know. Like, Susie says it's definitely like an old Scot or Welsh or Norse house. Yeah, interesting. Golden Child said, "My mind has been blown." My mind has been blown. Like, yeah. It's pretty insane. This I think he might be the man in yellow. I think. I hope not. It's funny we didn't do this stream before I talked to Simon because when I talked to him, I was sure that there's no way he could become the man in yellow, and I told him that. I think it's probably better that way. I don't think he'd want.
It's probably for the best.
It's probably for the best. Like, I don't think he'd want to be told his character just ripped the guy's throat, his own dad's throat open.
Dad's throat out.
Yeah, I think it's for the best that I didn't tell him this. I mean, not that I think I'm definitely like committed to this or not, or whatever, but like I see the strong evidence for it.
Mm-hmm.
David, isn't it just red, yellow, and blue on the merry-go-round, or am I wrong? I thought it was just red, yellow, and blue, but
it's kind of the faded colors that those curtains are in Tabby's house.
Yeah, it is kind of
That kind of faded yellow. Well, they originally in the original one, when you see Victor come in, they're very vivid, but every time I see it, it's always kind of these muted colors because it's been worn.
Yep. Yeah. So it fits. It fits like that they did those muted colors. It's very much like that on the merry-go-round because it's all rusted and worn
I'm
out.
thinking a little bit about blue too because of the song, and there's blue on the merry-go-round, and it's not blue isn't talked about as much as red and yellow, but
right.
It has its place.
I need to go back and look at Robert Saunders' theory on the colors. I don't know what I think the blue represents. I'm clear on what the red and the yellow represent, but not blue. I'm not sure. I don't know. That I don't know. But yeah, yellow, hope, red, danger or evil. Like, I'm convinced of those things, but yeah, the blue, I don't know. Yes, Dieter, I will rest soon. I promise I will. Susie said, I think Julie should interview Julie. How would that work? Yeah, I know what you mean. I should interview Julie as in Hannah.
You should look in a mirror and interview yourself.
Yeah. It would be fun to interview Hannah, aka Julie. I would love to sometime. Yes. I would love to. And when she did a cameo for me, she said she called herself Julie, which was cute. David said it could just be that everyone who is wearing yellow is controlled by Man in Yellow or on Team Man in Yellow. I don't know, because Fatima had her favorite sweater, which was yellow, and Boyd always wears yellow. So I don't know. I mean, they seem very much anti-Man in Yellow type of thing. I think Man in Yellow is only wearing yellow because it's like it's dirty and filthy. It's like the destruction of their hope. So it's like their hope tarnished by evil. That's why it's yellow and it's dirty, I think. Sarah, Boyd, and Fatima also wear yellow. Yeah, does Sarah wear yellow too? I hadn't noticed.
She does have that yellow flower on her apron, but that's about it I've seen.
Right.
She wears very muted colors, like pastel-y colors.
Right. She does. Yes, she does. Let's see. David says, I think the polar opposite of Man in Yellow is Boy in White. That's what I've been thinking. Yeah, definitely. Like, I have a video I'm finally going to hopefully put out this weekend about the Boy in White and the Man in Yellow, which, Jesus Christ, now I might have to rewrite again. God. Damn it. No, I'm never going to get this video released. Oh my God, at this point,
it's forever in flux. You just put a bunch of addendums at the end.
I might have to change the video script again now. Oh my God, not again. Damn it. I mean, I can't, in good conscience, put this video out without pointing to some of this evidence. I have to add it. I have to. Damn. Okay. I'm never gonna get this thing done. It's official. Yeah. It's just never gonna get done. I'll still be talking about it a year from now. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get that video out tomorrow. Man in Yellow and the Boy in White. Oh my god. How long have I been talking about it? Weeks? Jeez. Ugh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to add this. I'm not saying I'm saying I'm committing to this part, but I'm gonna have to add it as potential evidence. Have to. I don't have a choice. I go where the evidence leads, even if I don't like it.
Yeah.
So, and I have to point it out. I don't know who else wears yellow. There aren't that many, I don't think. So,
and the writers could have had Ethan say anything about Jim, and they made him specifically say, "You shouldn't have done that."
yeah, it's very unsettling. I don't like this. Mark says, I don't know if Ethan is Man in Yellow, then I have to depart from. It would be way too dark for me. I don't like that either. But it's awfully convincing. Here's the thing, though. Again, then who the hell is the Man in Yellow? Is he not from the original timeline? Is he not from the origin story then? Or does Ethan go back in time? Does he time travel? If Ethan is Man in Yellow. I don't know. Like,
I mean, now that like story walking's been put on the table, a gateway is kind of opened.
Right, so Ethan could time travel too. It's possible. Here's the thing though. So the way that this would have to work, let's just take this a step further. So if he's going to become that, we'd have to eventually in this show fast forward a long time into the future, unless, well, how would they even do this? Now, if they did this, they would literally have to, like, this would be a very dark ending because there's really no way around how you get out of this. Like, Ethan would never be getting out of this place. He'd eventually turn into that guy, and I don't know how they would get around this. I really don't. It would be a very dark ending, no matter what. It would be very dark, and I don't know. First of all, I don't know why he would unalive his own father. Although, I mean, it is Jim, but still, he loves
unless pure evil corrupts, and he doesn't even care that Jim's his dad anymore. He's just feeling the evil.
It's possible, and I wonder though. I mean, what is the Man in Yellow's role? Did he have something to do with the original sacrifice, and then he just exchanged his old clothes for a zoot suit eventually? Like, I wonder, what was his role in the original sacrifice? Was he one of the townspeople? Did he, like, if he was Ethan, then he would have had to go back in time, and then be there back then with them, be part of the sacrifice, and basically become the big bad in the past. Or he'd go to work for whatever entity turned them into monsters, and he'd, that would be his fate.
Or he could be the boy in yellow, like the apprentice of the Man in Yellow.
He could be, yeah, the apprentice of the Man in Yellow. I mean, see, I don't know how any of this would work, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's possible now that we've opened up time travel. He could turn into this. I mean, he could go back in time, live out his life back then, and this could be how they write Simon off the show. I hope this doesn't happen, but eventually Simon could literally just go back in time. We don't see him anymore, and and he lives out the rest of his.
That kind of makes sense, because after he got to a certain age, they'd be like, and he went back to his home planet.
Yeah, he just
now
goes
he's
back.
This guy.
You literally could just write him off that way, and they could have planned it that way all along. And I've been saying all along that it's not smart to write him as such a central, important character in the show, knowing that he's going to grow, just like they did with Walt on Lost. But if they were planning to do this, then they could be planning to just write him off the show soon, as he's going through growth spurts, and he goes away. He goes back in time. He grows up in the past and turns into this, and that's it. And we don't see him. Maybe he comes back as like the guy in the man in yellow with the brown hair in the painting, but we don't see him as a kid anymore. I could see it. I could see it. I mean, we've opened up time travel as a possibility. He had a seizure when he first got to town. We don't know if he can. I mean, maybe he can story walk too. It's possible. The only, yeah, I mean, it could be, if it's like a bootstrap paradox, predetermined type of thing, it could still work even if it's him. He'd have to be destined to do this though. Like, he goes back in time and this was always his destiny. There's no way around it. Yeah, I hope not, but well, it's entirely possible. Lisa said, I heard Simon address, wait a minute, it just disappeared. Oh, wait. I heard Simon address this about being the man in yellow on another interview. He said it didn't make sense since Jim is his dad. Why would he kill him? Oh, did someone else ask him about that? Like I did? I didn't watch his other interview yet. That's on my watch list. But yeah, I told him in the interview where I asked him what he thought of that. And his eyebrows went up, like I said, when I said, some people think you're going to become the man in yellow, or Ethan is. And I said, he would never do that to his dad, right? And he agreed. He said, yeah, he wouldn't do that. No. But Simon doesn't know, that none of the actors know where the story is going. So you don't know. Bye, Mark. Thanks for being here. I don't know. You had insomnia again, I'm guessing. Because, well, either that or he just got up really, really early. But thanks for being here, Mark. Chris Moles said Jim was protecting Ethan from Victor. Jim is now gone. So Jim was protecting Ethan from Victor. Jim is now gone. Victor and Ethan will be spending way more time together. Now man in yellow in training. Ooh. Oh. Maybe.
Internship.
Yeah. Internship. Yeah. It's like, maybe Jim was right. He should have stayed away from Victor. Who knows? What if the boy in white is not in opposition to the man in yellow, and boy in white is choosing Ethan as the apprentice? I don't know. He said Victor said the boy in white chose him. So I don't know. I still think they're opposing figures though. The boy in white and the man in yellow. But then what did he choose Ethan for? See, this makes me rethink everything. Now I might have to go back to the drawing board and just rethink everything. Damn. These are like the hardest things to make theories about. Man in yellow and the boy in white are the two most mysterious things about this whole show. This is why I can't finish this video. I'm going to still be working on it by the time the next season comes. God. I might just have to say, all right, I'm just going to put it out the way it is, and maybe I'll change it and it'll evolve over time. But Catherine said,
you could put an addendum on the end and say, this is another little theory thing too, for your consideration.
I have no choice. Like I have to add this to it. I have to. Yeah, I'm going to. I won't rewrite the whole thing, but I will add on this little addendum or something for sure. I got to, because this is jumping right out and hitting me in the face now. How many times have we debated and discussed in the fandom why that message was on Sarah's arm, kill the boy? Imagine if this is the reason. Oh my God. I mean, it would be a classic kind of a thing, like this is what, it's kind of like the whole concept of killing baby Hitler, You gotta, you kill them before they can grow up and turn into this monster.
Yeah.
That's that whole concept. It's a trope. It's a very
Yeah.
common trope.
Uh-huh.
And in this case, yeah, you wouldn't need, like, Sarah doesn't even need to go back in time to do this to Ethan, because essentially, like, if this is true, then he went back in time himself, and he grew up in the past, and you would literally just have to unalive him in the present. So I don't know how that would work with time travel rules, though. I don't think you could even do it. If she tried, it probably wouldn't work, because he already has a future. This is how it worked. Well, I won't say. I don't want to spoil things for you with another show, but
Oh, Dark?
yeah, I won't say what.
Yeah, please don't.
But basically, there's a model of time travel where you can't, like, if someone already has a future and they already got older, you can't go back and erase them when they were younger. So anytime Sarah tries to do this to Ethan, I don't think it would work. Something would always, if he is going to be the man in yellow, if that's an if,
Yeah.
then I think anytime anyone would try to hurt him, it would backfire. Something would stop him, and what happens? She tries to do it, and Nathan stops her. Nathan stops her. I think that if he's supposed to become the man in yellow, then you can't get rid of Ethan. Maybe some voices in her head thought they would at least try, or whatever, put that message on her arm.
Yeah.
I'm saying that like I'm committed to the theory, and I'm not. But it's convincing, though.
It's in front of your face.
It is kind of in front of my face here.
Yeah.
Catherine said he may make a different choice. Maybe Boy in White helped Victor, and Julie helps change her brother from going dark. It's possible. I would like to see that. But if he's supposed to become the man in yellow, then there's nothing you can do about it. If that's him right now, then you can't stop it from happening. I don't think you can get rid of Ethan either and prevent it. Lisa said, yes, the interviewer was a man who doesn't have many From Theory videos, but I think he interviewed most of the cast. Yeah, I bookmarked. I saw one that somebody did with like a half-hour duration with him, with Simon, and I bookmarked it, but I didn't get a chance to watch. I will. So that's funny. Yeah, he thought of the same thing to tell him as I did. I'll have to check that out. Susie says, I love you all. I love all y'all. Just got a pack for the garden. Okay, cool. You're gonna go. Oh, cool. You're going to a concert. Nice, Susie. Lisa said maybe Ethan will lose his memories and forget Jim is his dad. He's been losing his memories and changing since Victor has been regaining his memories.
And remembering is a bit Ankui.
Yeah. He's been encooing his memory. No, he can't encooey that Jim is his dad. My brain is short circuiting. He can't encooey that Jim is his dad. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I really hope not. I mean, what else could this be? If let's say it's not the man in yellow, then what does this mean? Why does it say kill the boy? I wonder.
Because he eventually turns evil. If he's not the man in yellow, he's on the man in yellow's team.
I mean, or maybe there's an evil entity that would want her to do this because Ethan is going to have a pivotal role to play in helping break the cycle. So this like maybe evil entity told her to do this to get him out of the way. That's another explanation that could be, because he's going to be very helpful, and so he needs to be out of the way. And then some people think it's the boy in white, but I don't know how you. I mean, I guess saying kill the boy in white is no weirder than saying save the Ankui kids who are clearly not alive. So
yeah, I mean, they weren't very clear. Like, I mean, they could have easily wrote "kill Ethan" on her arm.
Right, I know.
I'm surprised she wasn't like, "Can you be a little bit more clear?"
I know, right? Yeah, and the character, the boy in white, yeah, he's called the boy in white. So I mean, maybe it has something to do with doing something that defeats the boy in white entity. that could be like not literally killing him because you can't kill an entity like that, but she is standing next to this big platter of apples that represent knowledge.
And why is Ethan in yellow? Why is Ethan in yellow? A big yellow sweatshirt.
And Ethan is in a big yellow sweatshirt, and yeah, it's not looking so great. It's not looking so great. Yeah, I don't like what I'm thinking. Then Sarah goes into a seizure, and now I don't think every time somebody has a seizure, they're story walking. This is probably just. I think sometimes if they're really tapped into the place, then their body is completely overwhelmed by it. Like she had a seizure after she heard voices at the bottle tree too. So I don't think it means she's story walking. She's just overwhelmed physically. And Elgin had a seizure after he had a premonition dream also. So she goes into a seizure, and Victor is digging, I think it's 5 graves.
I counted 6, but we can recount.
Yeah, I thought it was 6, but then I looked and it looked like 5. But Donna comes running out saying, "Victor, what the hell are you doing? You're freaking everybody out," which backs me up. And he just says, "I just wanted to. I'm trying to get a head start this time." Yeah, just trying to get a head start this time because he knows now. He saw the boy in white. Ethan saw the boy in white. 2 cars came again, so he knows that means this cycle is starting again, and a massacre is coming.
There's 6 of them because he's digging the last one.
He's standing in one. Yeah, he's digging the last one. So there's 6. Yep, 6 graves.
Yeah,
so
he's dig pretty fast.
He's
like a powerhouse.
Yeah, I'll say. And I was talking about how when you were gone, I was showing the shots of him in his room and how it did such a great job of showing, not telling, him figuring out that this cycle was starting over again after he had his. Like, I loved that they, instead of giving exposition where he's telling someone and remembering his past as a kid. Instead, we get the flashback, and then he realizes as he's hanging up these pictures, it's showing us, not telling, that seeing these things again made him realize the cycle is starting again, a massacre is coming, and they didn't need to tell us that through exposition. We can figure that out. I thought they did a beautiful job with that. Now, he had the flashback, and then he hung up these pictures, the dog, the boy in white.
I thought it was interesting. These looked like frames at first. I didn't realize they were a door until he was coming up and putting them in there, because they look like they're just hung up in frames in the wall, like wooden frames.
It does look like frames in the wall.
It's a good dog. Good boy.
Yeah.
He's a good boy. He can't be an evil dog. He's a good boy.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they are good. They belong to the boy in white, I think. So I think they're good.
He looks like a good boy. He doesn't look like an evil dog. He doesn't wear his teeth. He just has his tongue out.
Yeah. I think I think they're good entities, the dogs. Yeah. I think the boy in white's dogs, and they're there to help. They protected Victor. And so yeah, he hangs these up, and this is a beautiful example of showing, not telling. Then he hangs up the last drawing, because seeing all those things meant that this is coming. Another massacre. So that's his rendering of the 1978 massacre. And it's just perfect. It's like they didn't need to tell us. Like they did this in a beautiful way. Yeah. We can figure it out on our own. So I like that. Yeah, because he didn't even know if those things actually happened. He thought they were dreams. Then his memory came back, and he saw. Oh, and I love how they did this too. I was saying this earlier. I'll just tell you quick. They had him standing right here in the same spot he was in as a kid when he was looking at the merry-go-round, in that carnage with the boy in white, all these bodies around, and he's looking at it, and he's literally standing in the same spot where he was as a child, right at the moment when his like he had that severely traumatizing event that stunted his emotional growth. So it's like physically he's standing right in that spot, and emotionally he is still stuck in that exact same spot that he was in all those years ago, emotionally forever in that state because of the trauma. Like, emotionally still a 10-year-old boy, and there he is standing in that spot as an adult. Like, but I thought that was just a beautifully done scene, just showing how he's emotionally stuck with his physical body in that exact spot he was. It's perfect. He did a great job with that, because that's what happens with trauma, you know.
Yeah.
Arrested development. You're stuck right at that age when the trauma happened as a child, because you're still developing. That's why trauma it affects children so, you know, so much worse, because they're still emotionally and mentally developing, and so they could get stuck at that certain age if something really traumatic happens like that. And yeah, they did an amazing job showing that. I never noticed that before until this watch, the way they illustrated it, and it was beautifully done. And that whole scene was beautifully done with no exposition needed at all. Just perfect. His memory coming back, he puts 2 and 2 together, and he knows this is what's coming. And I don't think this is the Colony House massacre that he's expecting. He knows that full massacre is probably coming. Those 6 graves were just a head start, like he was saying. I think he knows what's coming ultimately. Like, this is going to be the outcome, just like last time. And yeah, that was pretty much it. I really hope Ethan doesn't turn into the man in yellow. But now I can't get that out of my head.
The seed's been planted.
The seed has been planted.
Look how big Colony House is. You can't tell me a few people don't get their own bedrooms in there. Look how massive that thing is.
I know. It's
like
gigantic.
3 floors.
It's 3 floors. Look at all these windows. It's huge. Yeah.
So if every bedroom and bathroom has a window, I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's gotta be more than one bathroom in there.
I know, right? That's crazy. And Nikki was waiting outside the bathroom. Like, well, there has to be more than one. And yeah, it's just ridiculous. People sleeping on the floor. How many people live in this place? Like, that choosing ceremony didn't look like that many people. You counted like 40. So I don't get it. I don't know. We don't have a running count on how many people actually live here, but people have tried to count, but it's really impossible, because at that choosing ceremony, they didn't, like, a lot of people were missing. So we have no idea how many people actually live in town. We just don't know. And Victor's just trying to get a head start. He knows where this is heading now. And
so Victor's wearing all blue too, right? So I gotta take that in consideration. Sorry. Voice a little.
Okay. He is in all blue too. Yeah. I have to figure out what I think blue means in the show. I don't know. I think Robert believes it denotes protection from the evil entity, which would completely fit, because I think Victor has been protected from the evil entity all these years. That's how he survived. He's wearing all blue here. Not that he always wears blue, but wearing it here. Yeah. That was such great dark gallows humor. Graves. And I kind of thought about how he said in season 3 that he couldn't bury the bodies. He couldn't bury the bodies when he was a kid. So he said he's just trying to get a head start this time. Now he's an adult and he can dig graves. And he knows, he said in this episode that the boy in white chose Ethan. So I think that he believes it's going to be the same thing all over again. Ethan will be the sole survivor, and he's kind of trying to help Ethan out. Maybe dig some graves because Ethan won't be able to, just like he wasn't able to dig the graves. You know, they made a point of telling us that he couldn't bury the bodies. I don't know how he ended up dealing with that, but he instead buried their stuff, and now he's a grown man, so he's like, okay, I'm gonna dig some graves.
Yeah, I got some graves. Yeah, he's pretty fast.
He's good at it too. Yeah, but he knows Ethan can't do it, and he thinks it's happening all over again, and Ethan is basically the new him. The boy in white chose him, like he chose Victor. That's what Victor said. So, but I don't know. Maybe he's wrong, and maybe Ethan is not supposed to be the new Victor. Maybe Ethan is going to be the man in yellow. I don't know. I don't think Victor even knows anything about the man in yellow. We've never seen anything like that in any of his drawings. We've seen a lot of his drawings. So that
he's attracted to yellow though.
Yeah.
Like he reads Kenny's mom's book of yellow herbs.
Oh yeah.
He's all into that. He's all into the yellow.
Yeah, Ethan was doing that. He was reading that book that had yellow herbs in it, right? Yeah. Oh, the evidence is piling up. It's mounting.
Yellow's my favorite color.
Oh God.
Pretty
Yeah.
yellow flowers.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like what I'm thinking. I really like Ethan. I don't know. Man, maybe his destiny is to be that. I'm glad I didn't have these thoughts as I was talking to Simon, because I basically would have had to just bite my tongue and not say anything.
Yeah.
But I don't think he wants that for his character.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants that. I honestly was able to tell him, I absolutely don't think that you're going to become this, but now I'm not so sure.
Well, at the time you thought that, so it's fine.
Now I'm not sure. I'm going to have to do some thinking about this. Chris Smalls said Victor should ask himself, if Boy in White is your friend, why hasn't he revealed himself since the massacre? Yet as soon as Ethan comes to town, boom, he's back. Yeah. I mean, he was there after the massacre, though. We know that he like he said, the Boy in White helped him, his friendship helped him after the massacre. But then he went away for a long, long time. I think once other people showed up in town, he probably left. So yeah, I think the Boy in White is his friend. In that he's there to help, but he wasn't needed anymore. After more people showed up, and then he went away. Now he's back because a new cycle has started. Ethan has fallen to the dark side. Maybe. David said blue because he is depressed and repressed. I could see that. Absolutely. Blue. Yeah. Blue. Like the song Blue by Joni Mitchell. It's kind of a depressing song, actually. And blue, it tends to be like, the whole idea of feeling blue, feeling down, like you literally say you're feeling blue. No one talks like that anymore, but that's what people used to say.
Yeah, I say blue. I say I'm feeling blue.
You do?
I got the blues all the way to my toes. Yeah.
I guess some people say it. You don't hear it much anymore, though.
Yeah. But it can also be water, like emotions of water. It can be does that mean that Clara's protected because she's always wearing blue?
It could be. Yep. As we're watching this, I gotta start paying more attention to who's wearing blue. I always notice the yellow, but not the blue as much. I gotta zero in on that. All right, see if I can solidify a theory on the blue. I think the Matthews house was blue and it collapsed. Yeah, it's not as clear. And also, the inside of Henry's car was very, very blue, and so and then it got smashed by another vehicle. So I mean, it could represent Henry's depression.
Mm-hmm.
Henry's a very depressed guy. His
Yeah.
whole inside of his car was very blue.
Mm-hmm.
David said, I don't think the time travel makes sense for Ethan to be Man in Yellow. It makes sense for Tabitha and Jade because they are connecting to past lives. Yeah. I'm gonna have to really think about this, how this could pan out. I mean, it could make sense that he goes back in time and lives out the rest of his life in the past and turns into that guy. Maybe.
Or he's baby reincarnated Man in Yellow.
Or yeah, maybe he's yeah, maybe. With time travel, you never know, like that, the Man in Yellow, who knows? Yeah, Man in Yellow, he could have been coming from the future. And then he shows up and slashes Jim's throat. Anything goes when you introduce time travel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He could have been from the future and already died in the future, and Ethan was reincarnated. I mean, who knows? Like, it could be messy.
Yeah.
They got to be careful how they handle this.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Ethan kills Henry. Ooh.
Yeah.
Why would he kill Henry, though? God,
I don't know. That's the writer's job.
Yeah. David said, I see the time travel as story walking. Oh, yeah, it's one and the same to me. Everything has already happened, so she can only play the part she was always meant to play. Remembering is key to breaking the cycle. That will set them free. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think they can actually change anything. I think things have to happen the way they were supposed to happen. Julie
that's more evidence that, like, Sarah was supposed to kill a boy but couldn't kill a boy because it's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, it is.
He's supposed to be the man in yellow.
Yeah, it's
his destiny.
It makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. Like, she tried to unalive Ethan, and something got in the way. Like, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, her brother shows up and decides to intervene and got Katri involved. He hadn't said anything, even after she left the door open at the clinic and sliced and diced Toby. He didn't say anything. Then all of a sudden, he decides to do this, and they show up just in time, and Sarah winds up slitting her brother's throat by mistake, which completely breaks her. And after that, she's never going to try doing that to Ethan again. So that problem's solved. I honestly think if he's supposed to become the Man in Yellow, no one can do anything to Ethan. He's untouchable. You can't prevent that from happening because he'd already have a future as that guy. Yeah, I like that idea. David said, I think the boy in white is the collective of the children trying to communicate to the main characters to get them on the right path to remember the truth about the sacrifice. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. I like that. Yeah. I don't know how this works, but hey, Mickey B, what's up? David said Sarah was also told her brother would die if she didn't kill the boy, which is what happened in the end. Exactly. Yeah. She was told that her brother would die if she didn't, and that's exactly what happened. That's what was supposed to happen, and it did. Whoever told her that, whatever voices told her that, they weren't lying, which is interesting. It's almost like it was predetermined to be that way. How did they know? How did the voices know? It's interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe Ethan kills Henry because of Henry/Jim.
She has to kill all of Tabby's husbands on her rampage.
Yeah. Because it already happened. Yeah, maybe they knew because it already happened. Maybe the voices were talking them to Sarah from the future. That's possible too. If you don't, maybe the voices were actually speaking to Sarah in her head from the future, trying to prevent all this from happening and saying, yeah, if you don't kill the boy, your brother's gonna die. And then what happens? She doesn't kill the boy and her brother dies. So I don't think we're watching the past. That's possible, Mickey. That's entirely possible. You know, somebody called into Tony's show on the last stream he did and said that there could be a big time jump after this, especially with Simon growing up so much. They could literally just jump to future Julie's time, like however long in the future that is. They could do that. They could totally do that. And it's possible we're watching the past right now. So they could do that. That's how they could resolve. If you think about it, with the stuff they just revealed, there wasn't any cliffhanger that they need to pick up on immediately. They could literally just, I know they've never done it, but they could do a time jump where they could jump to future Julie's time and show her coming back from her story walking effort and failing. And you just pick up right there. Like, you don't need to show the immediate aftermath of Jim's death. They don't need to show that. They could literally just skip ahead. I hope they don't. I don't like time jumps, but they could.
Yeah.
They could totally do it. So yeah, I don't know, but wow, this is crazy. Scarlett, did you go into this already thinking this? Like when you watched this episode?
I came to this idea at 6:00 this morning when I only had an hour after our last live to watch it.
Wow.
I mean, I did have a kind of a theory it was going to break bad in season 3 because he was talking about the insides and everything, but I didn't think it was connected to the man in yellow at all.
Wow.
But then people were saying he wears yellow, and I'm like, yeah, right, he wears yellow. I don't see him wearing yellow. I'm like, oh my God, big yellow sweatshirt. Yeah, yellow, yellow, yellow.
Yeah. It's it's kind of right in your face.
And then when he said you shouldn't have done that, I'm like, you shouldn't have done that, Jim.
You shouldn't have done that, Jim. Yeah. Good morning, Javon. Did you go to sleep and come back? Oh man. Yeah, I don't know how you were picking up on this stuff with no sleep, watching it early this morning. I watched this earlier tonight after getting a full 8 hours of sleep.
Really? Wow. How does that feel? I don't think I've had a full 8 hours of sleep in like a crow's age.
It was needed, I'll tell you that. I don't know how you do it. What you've been doing, like the sleep deprivation. I wouldn't be able to move, but
and my body only naturally sleeps like 5 to 6 hours, no matter the situation. Even if I'm really tired and there's no noise or anything, I'll wake up within 5-6 hours.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I'm up. So I don't know if that's just my natural sleeping style or what that is.
I'm jealous. I wish I could get by on so little sleep. I really wish I could. I used to be able to, but I feel like even worse than usual if I don't get enough sleep. Teeter said, "You shouldn't be such a bad parent, man bun."
Man bun.
Man bun.
I like Jim's man bun. He was rocking the man bun. I thought he looked fine.
Yeah, it looked okay. As far as man buns go, it wasn't bad. It's not my favorite look, to be honest, but it's not bad. It's okay.
He's not a bad looking actor. He's got those like nice blue eyes and
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, he's got beautiful blue eyes. I really noticed them in this episode with that hair out of his face.
Yeah.
Really beautiful blue eyes. Yeah. And yeah, guys, people who have just come in recently, we're gonna get ready to head out. But if you could like the video, I would really appreciate it. And if you're not subscribed, that would be great too. Please hit the like. That would help me out a lot, especially in the off season here with people finding me. Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to sleep now.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna have to like go back to the drawing board and look at my oh my god, like I was gonna go to sleep and then just record my video. I'm like, finally my theory video script is done. Finally, I can just record it and put it out. I've been talking about this thing for like 3 freaking weeks. And you just sent me back to the drawing board again.
And you've been encooeyed.
I've been encooeyed. That's what I get for encooeying again. Don't get encooeyed, guys. Don't get encooeyed. Oh, God. Oh, man. Because now I'm going to have to sit here and try to figure out how this could work. Like, how is this going to work? If he becomes the man in yellow, like, what was his role? Was he part of the whole sacrifice or not? I don't know. Does he go back in time? I mean, if he's the big bad, to me, then he should have some role in the original cycle, which means he time travels back. He has to. Because otherwise, like, why would the big bad exist and have nothing to do with the original cycle where all this happened?
So Ethan becomes the devil in a sense.
A sense, yeah. In a sense, he becomes the devil. If that's what happens, maybe. He seems pretty demonic. Yellow. Yeah, maybe he goes back in time and I don't know. The thing is, like, I just wonder what would be his motivation to do this, because he's gotten a bit dark because of all the things he's seen and how horrific things have been, but he loves his family. For now. Like, why would he do it? Why would he?
Something happens. Well, that's for the writers to figure out.
Yeah. Right now, I just don't. I can't imagine sweet little Ethan doing that. I really can't. Like, I don't know. I just don't. He loves his family and including his mom and dad, and yeah, he's gotten a bit dark and depressing, but I don't know why he would turn evil like that unless he gets sent back in time and he goes through some kind of hardship back there that turns him evil. I don't know. I don't know, but it's a possibility. I have no choice but to at least consider and put in the theory script now. That's never going to get done. Ugh. I don't have to figure it all out. I can at least point to the potential hints and just say, like, look, here, this is a possibility. And I'm not saying I'm committing to it, but hey, it's a possibility. Here are some hints and clues. And yeah, maybe the writers can figure this out, because at this point, I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? Because it's like, wait, what did I miss? You guys think Ethan is a man in yellow? Not intentionally, not in the beginning of this. No, we kind of walked our way into it.
Yeah, Siobhan, you might want to rewind after this and listen to some of the replay. Oh, Scarlett's blowing my freaking mind away, and everyone's minds have been blown now. Like, yeah.
Well, that's all I want to do with the rewatch was catch all these like little things.
Yeah. Yeah, just a little thing, just a little tidbit that, yeah, maybe this sweet, adorable little Ethan might turn into the big bad villain. That's all. Just a little thing. I'm not saying I think he definitely is Javon, but there's some strong evidence to back it up. So if you go back a little bit in the replay, you can actually hear me freaking out in real time as I in front of my face. There's some strong evidence, so check out the replay. You can hear me losing my shit over that. Yeah, because I don't know. It's looking like it's a strong possibility. There's some strong.
It's beginning to look a lot like Ethan. is the man in yellow.
Oh God. Oh man, I hope not. Oh. Yeah, Javon, check it's just a little bit further back. It's like maybe, I don't know, not even I don't know, maybe an hour ago. Yeah. It's the scene where we're talking about Ethan in the diner. In case you're looking in the replay, that's where it is. And I'm losing my mind over it because it's just like he's sitting there in a yellow jacket and Sarah has killed a boy written on her arm. It's it seems like a message to get rid of him so he doesn't become the man in yellow. Could be. Good time to wake up, Javon. Now you never sleep again. An evil academy. It's a strong possibility, Chris.
Like,
it is.
Like the evil Hogwarts.
Yeah. Evil Hogwarts. Yeah. I don't know. Mickey B said do both theories, 2 separate videos, more content. Good. Yeah, good suggestion. Maybe I should just leave this the way it is and do a separate video just on how Ethan might turn into pure evil. Sweet little Ethan. Oh God. I hope Simon doesn't look at the channel and see that one because I told him no way would Ethan turn into that. I said these words might come back to haunt me actually. In my first interview ever, I'm sitting there talking to him and I said, I am team Ethan all the way. I literally said this to him. I said, I am team Ethan all the way. He is always going to be a good guy. I believe in Ethan. He would never do this. Watch that come back to bite me. And he turns into the man in yellow now. I'm already starting to change my mind. And this was just a week and a half ago that I said that. Wow. See,
I didn't think he was either, but then I watched it this morning.
Yeah. And even on like no sleep at all,
I think no sleep is better because I think I come up with better observations.
Yeah, sounds
like I'm
yeah.
I'm at another place, like, you know, emotionally, mentally, you know.
Yeah. And
all the things.
Sleep deprivation seems to work for you. David said Boyd was wearing white, then started wearing yellow, meaning he switched sides. Could be. So the finger puppets are actually Ethan and Julie fighting. Could be. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Imagine if future Julie was really trying to stop Ethan from ripping their dad's throat out. That's a mind bender right there. If that's the case, yeah, definitely, Javon. Definitely, I was losing my mind. Yeah, I would recommend going back. I would go back and repeat the whole thing, but it'll be on the replay so you can see it there. I didn't show any clips, so this video won't get chopped up, hopefully. I say hopefully because there are other things that can happen. Yeah. Videos get flagged for certain word usage. I'm trying to be careful and educate myself on this stuff, but Ethan equals innocent Jungian archetype equals inadvertently causes chaos. Oh, are you starting to think that he's red and yellow too? It's possible, you know. Oh, now I've got to look up that too. Jungian, innocent Jungian archetype. And it's interesting. Well,
I guess I'm gonna have to go back and watch those videos I passed up of the theory of Ethan being the man in yellow.
Yeah, I think so.
I was like, I just passed by. I'm like, nope, it's not it. Nope. No.
Wow. Yeah. No.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. So there are multiple videos out there saying Ethan is the man in yellow already.
Well, I've heard at least a few theories being thrown around.
Wow.
Maybe not a video that's totally about it, but it'll mention it.
I wonder if anyone actually like pointed to any of this stuff in those videos. I'm gonna have to go look for them.
I know people pointed to paintings.
Okay. Interesting.
Because there's a colonial painting that kind of looks like Julie, and the man in yellow painting kind of looks like Ethan when they're side by side. If you think about them getting older.
Oh, okay. So like you think which painting
There's a painting of a colonial girl, but when it's up against Hannah's picture, it looks similar. And I know that Jack Bender used like people to draw those paintings, so maybe he used her as, the model.
Mm.
So that means she would story walk to the colonial time.
Oh, that's cool.
At some point.
I definitely think that's gonna happen. Definitely. Yeah. I did say, I said those exact words in the interview. I said that to Simon, and it's there. That's gonna come back to haunt me, I think, Chris. Yeah, I think those words are gonna come back to haunt me. I said that Ethan would never do that. I am team Ethan all the way. Ethan will always be a good guy. Those were my exact words.
I set my addendum here.
Oh my God. Those were my exact words. Imagine if he turns into the man in yellow. If people go back and watch that interview, I'm going to sound like a complete idiot. Ethan would never do that. Never. Yeah. That would be hilarious to have that as a memory if that does happen in the end. I'll go back and laugh at that, honestly, because at that point, I mean, how many people would have predicted it? Yeah, I know some people were, but yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, I'll sound silly, but I think it'll just be funny to go back and look at if that actually happens. I wouldn't want to tell him that anyway. I think it would kind of be upsetting to hear if I think that he's gonna be this evil demon guy, but I don't know. Now my brain isn't going to want to shut off. I'm not going to be able to rest until I try to figure out how this could work. We don't have enough information to really understand anyway. We don't know what his role was. People are theorizing maybe the man in yellow. Like, we're going to have to do a whole stream talking about this now. I swear. We're going to have to just, like, this will have to be like, we're going to have to dedicate like a couple hours to just this.
Because it could be one of those Friday themes.
It can be one of the Friday theme weeks, because how does this work? We don't know. We can only really guess because we don't have enough information. We know next to nothing about the man in yellow. We don't know what his role was. There are people who have theorized that he was the mayor of the original town and he brokered the deal for the immortality. And because he was the ringleader, they kind of turned him into a special kind of monster, different than the others. He can come out in the daytime. But he still has claws that can rip a guy's throat out. So,
but where did they get mirror from? They just pulled it out of the air.
Yeah, like people are just.
See, I'm not pulling stuff out of the air. I'm like looking at the TV show and saying, "Sarah's got the center arm." She's looking at Ethan. Ethan is saying, "You shouldn't have done that," which is repeated.
Yes. See, that's the thing. That's what I prefer to do, and look at the show to develop theories. And it's fun to try to guess what the man in yellow's role was, but all we can do is pull things out of the air in terms of what his role is, what his history is. We have no way of knowing. So we can guess, okay, yeah, maybe he was the evil entity that gave them the immortality, some kind of demon. He was the mayor of Fromville and brokered the deal, turned into a monster after that. But these are all just guesses. We're pulling stuff out of the air. There's nothing else you can do at this point. We don't know enough. But so I mean, we don't have to figure all of this out. But so it's possible he wasn't even there in the origin story, and he's not the big bad. That's possible too. But more likely, I think he was there and he travels through time. which is possible. Ethan might, if
Mhm.
Ethan did him, he might travel back in time.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it would solve the growth problem.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And maybe they planned for that all along. Like, wait till he gets the growth spurt, and then goodbye, and he goes back in time. We don't see him again. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I mean, right now we just don't have evidence to say what exactly his role was at all. And it might be too early to even reveal the big bad. Maybe he's not the big bad. I don't know. I don't think he could be the big bad, but if it's Ethan, I don't know. I don't know about that. And the fact that he's wearing like a zoot suit type thing, like, yeah, he could have updated his clothes just like the monsters did, though. But if he updated his clothes, yeah, then he could have been in the origin story. Just changed his look, or he wasn't there in the origin story, and it's Ethan. He goes back in time to like the zoot suit heyday, whatever that was. What was that? Like the 1920s or
1930s, I would say. The zoot suit, right? Yeah.
He could go back and wind up stuck there, and I don't know. Like,
well, I also, he's wearing a clean yellow sweatshirt, and then when he's older, he's wearing a dirty suit.
Right. He's wearing a very
he's clean for now.
He's very clean for now.
We should see how much dirt Ethan gets on his yellow clothing and compare and contrast.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to have to watch this now. Like, does this little yellow outfit, does it get dirtier? I don't know.
Is there any other clues around?
Yeah. And I will point out, too, that it's not a yellow shirt. It's a yellow jacket, like the jacket on a suit. It's a yellow jacket, and it's open, just like his jacket was open. He had a shirt on underneath.
Yeah. The way he rolls.
Also, he's got a red and white striped shirt, and red in the show denotes evil, by the way. It's not bright red, but it's red. It's red and white. Just saying. So, I don't know. I'm not saying I think it's true, but this might actually solve this mystery. I wonder, I've got to go watch those videos, but at the same time, I'd rather make my own video first so that they don't shape what I say. I want to use this. I want to use this. I'm obviously going to say that you came up with this because it was you. So you're going to get
say this girl likes to torture me by changing these theories around by what I see in the
yes.
Sabotage.
Yeah.
Sabotage my videos, do you?
Set me back to the drawing board again. Yes. Because honestly, I have no choice but to fix this. Not fix it, but add this, because this is a comprehensive deep dive into everything that we know about the boy in white and the man in yellow and all the clues that I could find about both of them. How can I possibly make this video and not include these clues? I have to. So, well, I have a bunch of new screenshots I could use there already. So I've got these, and now I just have to go back to fix the script again. And you're gonna get now you're gonna get a credit in it. So how shall I credit you in the video, Scarlet? Are you Scarlet? Are you Scarlet Echoes, or what do I call
many names, whatever you want to call
it? Now that's going to be delayed like another week, probably.
Scarlet Marjoram Echoes. Peter keeps wanting me to ring the bell. I guess he wants me to put a kibosh on this so you can eat.
Yeah. You got me all revved up, so
it wasn't my intention.
It's all Scarlett's fault. I was winding down, getting ready to end the stream, and she came back and wound me up on this.
Yeah, after I had to have talk about my finances. 3 a.m. Yeah.
Oh great! Oh jeez.
Came in with a vengeance.
Yes, you did.
Those apples.
Yes, those.
How dare those apples be there?
Look at those luscious apples full of knowledge right there. Yeah. And then she looks over at Ethan and yeah. God, the more I look at this and think about it, the more it makes sense to me.
Mhm.
Now, not completely, because I don't understand his motivation for why he would do this, but why he would do this to his own father, but who knows?
Mhm.
I see the evidence, I see the clues. It's entirely possible. So
Mhm.
yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board and add more to the script again. So the
Mhm.
video is never gonna get finished. But let me see. Let me just check it. I'm just kidding. She knows I'm not actually mad at her, Dieter. I'm glad you came back. You came back just in time to drop the bombshell. So that was good.
Yep.
Try to sign off before you come back and blow our minds here. That's good. I'm glad, even though I'm now extremely dehydrated, starving, and in pain, and I need to get off. But
I can ring the
suit,
bell.
yes, suit riot. Let me just check in with you guys one more time, and I'll get off of here. I promise.
But I mean, it makes a lot of sense that she should kill him if he's doing nefarious deeds.
Indeed, and this is one of the most enigmatic moments in the entire show that we still don't understand to this day, and that we talk about all the time in the fandom. Why that said kill the boy. So this would explain it if that's the case. It would explain it. So you came back at the perfect time, really. You really did. Drop this bomb. Chris said I definitely predicted it every live across YouTube. Ethan was big bad since season 1. Well, good for you, Chris. Damn. Well, I'm impressed because I never would have thought that. But then again, I also never thought Elgin was capable of such horrors that he did to Fatima. I don't know. I got nothing but good vibes from Ethan, but because I know there's a creepy kid trope. That's why I think the boy in white is actually helping. It goes against the creepy kid trope.
Maybe you should ask Simon more questions about the time when he asked what the insides of bodies look like.
Yeah.
Where those emotions, those Ethan emotions were coming from.
Right? I probably should have. Like, honestly, even if I could go back and redo the interview now with these thoughts in my head, I think it's for the best. I wouldn't
Yeah,
want
it's
to.
for the best.
Even though I'm going to sound like a complete idiot in the future if he is the man in yellow, and I've said he'd never do this, he will always be a good guy. Those were my exact words. I'll just
He'll be a good guy. He'll be good at killing. He'll be good at ripping out throats.
Yeah, he'll be good at those
He'll be
things.
good at wearing yellow.
He'll be good at those things. If that happens, I'll just look back at that and laugh. You know, it'll be a funny moment that I can always look back and laugh at. Yeah, that's okay. I'm okay with that. But Chris, yeah, that's impressive because I mean, he doesn't strike me as a creepy kid. He doesn't fit the creepy kid trope for me. I think he's adorable. Nothing but adorable, but good for you, Chris. Good for you. But
I kept making correlations like in Jeremy's chat. So it would be like, so when Sarah said kill the boy, she really did need to kill Ethan, right? Because he's gonna emo. He's gonna evil.
I mean the thought
he's talking about like looking at the insides of bodies and what they look like.
Yes. Like, yeah, you've said that. And you've said that, and the thought has crossed my mind, and I have discussed it with people that, is it possible that she was right that the town requires some kind of a sacrifice for them all to go home, and if she had been successful, would it have worked? But I didn't think it was because Ethan might be evil. That part I didn't think. No, Ethan is being put forth as innocent, right? He is. So I don't think I was being silly, but I will look back and laugh at myself if he turns out to be the big bad in the end, or one of the big bads. Dice Man Take 2003 says Ethan is a victor who becomes the man in yellow. That's why the man in yellow spoke about Jade playing a tune in reference to Jade playing Twinkle Twinkle. Interesting. So that Jade sure can play. Well, if he's Ethan, he would know Jade pretty well. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thought. Yeah, apparently this is a pretty still live, TJ. Apparently this theory is becoming pretty popular, and I guess Simon looked so surprised when I mentioned it, but I guess he had heard it from that other guy who interviewed him too. David said, I assumed Victor inadvertently caused the 70s massacre and Ethan might inadvertently cause the next one or the start of it. Because Victor was also the innocent archetype to begin with. Right. That's possible, yeah, that like it might have inadvertently caused it. Chris said Tabby was told to kill the boy, but also picked the wrong boy. Or rest in peace, Thomas. Oh, geez. Yeah. Rest in peace, Thomas. Yeah, because Tabby inadvertently caused that. Child sacrifice plus black eyes plus deals that go bad. He is probably one of the big bads, the lieutenant. You could say that, but I believe it's demonic, especially since no Bibles are found, but there is a church. Yeah, that could be absolutely. Yeah, something seems demonic about him. He looked like he had black eyes. It was the lighting of the shot. He actually has blue eyes, but yeah, the lighting made it look black. I don't know. I mean, is it possible that Ethan turns into a demonic entity? Maybe. Yeah, like I remember in my theory script for this video, I actually talked about how I don't think the man in yellow started out evil. I actually do discuss that in my video, in my script, that I think the man in yellow was once a good person who was corrupted, and that's why he has a yellow suit that's dirty. I do already lay the groundwork for somebody like Ethan turning into him, because I said that in the script. I said, yeah, that because I was thinking about Doug Hughes and what he said in that Mary Shelley quote. How, remember that quote that I said on this live? How, like the monsters in their tragedy, remind us of what could happen to us all if the world turned its back on us. Essentially saying that any one of us could become evil under the right circumstances, and that people are not born evil, they become that way. And so it's entirely possible that Ethan could turn into that. It is, for that very reason. And I discussed it in the theory script. So, I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to even just add this in. It's just more stuff to add. But I did discuss that, and that I think that this isn't about good versus evil, black and white. The boy in white is not purely good. He's ambiguously good. He's had to do some things that are messed up, trying to break the cycle and help. And I think the man in yellow is not purely, like, he might seem evil now, but he was corrupted. He didn't start out evil. No one is born evil. This fits right in for Ethan turning into that, really.
Yeah.
The more I talk about it, the more it fits.
Yeah.
I'm talking myself into a theory I don't even want, but it fits.
Exactly.
Chris Smalls said Boy in White stopped Victor from becoming Man in Yellow, so Ethan must take his place. Yeah. Maybe Boy in White's going to try to stop Ethan now from becoming that, too. Because Victor said the Boy in White chose Ethan. So it's possible Boy in White might be trying to stop that. Yeah. TJ said Tabby in every life must lose a child because of the original child she sacrificed. I don't think she sacrificed, it's just that she didn't succeed in saving the child. But yeah, in every life, maybe she lost one. That sucks. That's why she lost Thomas. Remember Ethan's weird dream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he said the spider came down from the ceiling and somebody screamed. And I saw the Lake of Tears. Yeah, who knows? This might have something to do with it too. I don't know. Who knows? But I don't know what that means. If Henry bites the dust and Victor pops out with a pristine yellow suit, I'm gonna cry. God. Yeah. I don't know. Henry is becoming Victor, and it's why he's losing his memories. Wait, Henry? You mean? Wait, I'm lost.
What? What?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm confused. Victor is gaining his memories as Henry loses them. Oh, I get it. Okay. I got you.
Hmm.
Ethan's so upset about box of pancakes. He looked
Yeah.
so angry that about such a small thing. He also manipulated his mom against his sister with no tears when Julie killed the yellow toy. Well, I mean, Julie was bullying him really bad at that time.
No, I think it'd be funny if the pancakes were the thing that made him turn, the straw that finally broke his back.
Yeah, right. The pancakes.
It was the pancakes.
Mm. Pancakes turned him evil. With Alice has a point too. Norman was yellow.
Mm.
Norman was yellow, and Julie made the finger puppet Norman die.
Mm.
Does Julie? I wonder if it kind of foreshadows that Julie has to. Well, first of all, I mean, Ethan was pissed that the yellow thing died, the yellow puppet died, and maybe
Yeah.
that represents him.
It loves yellow.
And does Julie have to actually kill the man in yellow in the end? Maybe it's her brother. I don't know. Could be. The show is like Schrodinger's cat with a roadmap. They leave open possibilities, but the main story beats are all there. Yes, definitely. Like looking back now with this rewatch, there's so much that was foreshadowed that they definitely planned to do. But then they have other things that they figure out along the way. But the main story beats they planned, and we're proving that with this rewatch. Now, if anyone actually wants to sit through these lives and pay attention, like maybe they'd actually be convinced, the people that think that the writers are just making things up as they go along, which is not true. We're proving it. One live at a time, we're proving it. They should be paying us. They should be paying us because we're doing marketing and PR for them, showing, look, they knew what they were doing all along. They knew it.
You know you can get a Patreon, right?
Yeah, that's true. We should just get a
Patreon. Get followers. Use this Cash App, everyone. It's at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. I feel like that, honestly, we're praising the genius of this show so much. We should be getting paid by MGM at this point. Lisa said, let's think about the boy in white towards Ethan at this point. Does the boy in white not know Ethan may turn, or is the boy in white trying to prevent the change? Maybe he's trying to prevent the change. But then he disappears. He doesn't show up to Ethan anymore. So I don't know. But it's possible he might be trying to prevent it. Yeah. I don't know. Recurrence is living the same life over and over with the same memories being made over time. Characters that can retain memory are too powerful, which is why it makes sense for Ethan to lose his. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe he forgets. Maybe when he slashes Jim's throat, he doesn't remember who his father is, if that is his father anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, Ethan isn't creepy. Yeah, it's just that the shows tend to turn the good / innocent into the bad. That's true. That's true. I mean, actually, yeah, like Boyd has said that he's seen how this place can make good people do bad things. He's told that to Sarah. So that can happen. Ethan Ethan knows how this works a little bit too well, if you think about it. Like, he knows all about how this works, the story walking. He knows all the rules. It's interesting when you think about it now.
He's a mastermind.
He's the mastermind of it all. Maybe. Think about it. Everyone is always like, Victor, just tell us already, but he can't because the place won't let him remember because it's too big of an advantage and throws the control off the rails. Ethan will have to remain in Fromville, I believe. Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I think the place might be blocking Victor's memory. It's also trauma, but I think it's more than that. Maybe his memory is blocked artificially. Susie says, "What, y'all are still here?" Yeah, I need to get off though. I need to get off, but yeah, this is just too crazy. TJ said the only way it makes sense Victor is the man in yellow is if Ethan is taking Victor's place, and then Ethan later becoming the man in yellow. Yeah, it's possible. Oh man, I am so tired. I need to go. I wish I could keep hashing this out. Damn. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think you were talking about Ethan. I thought so, TJ. That Ethan. So the only way it makes sense Ethan is the man in yellow is if Ethan is taking Victor's place, and then Ethan later becomes the man in yellow. I got you. And remember the boy in white stopped talking to Victor too for a very long time, and he said it was the day that 2 cars came. Yeah. Go to bed. Yeah, I need to go to bed. I'm tired. I want to figure this out, but we don't have enough information. So Susie's telling everybody to leave. I'll get some rest, Javon. I need to eat first. I've eaten pretty much nothing except one little cookie in the last 24 hours, maybe a little under 24 hours. I probably need to eat something first and hydrate.
You said 1 P?
One cookie.
Oh, they said 1 P. I was like, wow, that's not much, really. You should really eat something else. I will allow myself 1 solitary pee. I'm gonna cut it with a knife here.
That's hilarious. No, I just visualize myself trying to pick up one little pea with my fork. Yeah. I'm on a really extreme diet. No, this is where I start to get punchy, and I start.
Yep.
Oh man, I start laughing excessively. Then I know I'm overtired.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm laughing at what people are saying. Susie's like, everyone leave.
No, you go. No, you go. No, you hang up first. No, you hang up first.
TJ said, "Eat, go get some rest, take care of yourselves." Yeah, I should do that. Eat some pizza or a taco, whatever.
I've been taking care of myself. I've been having snacks the whole time. I've been eating some nuts. I have in front of me a Trader Joe's nuts about rosemary mix. It's excellent.
Yeah.
I had some juice.
Meanwhile, I only had one little tiny cookie since like yesterday morning.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Yeah, you need to eat something.
Yeah, and drink 5 cups of water. Yeah, I'll try that, Susie. I probably need to do that. Yeah. Oh God, you need to take food to your live stream, please. I know,
Yeah.
Jeter.
That's what I do. I eat blueberries a lot. I have blueberries. I have like a nut mix. I usually eat some kind of nut.
Yeah,
Drink a Red Bull.
I don't know why I don't just eat while I mean, I don't want to be chewing while I'm talking, and I talk a lot on these things.
Yeah, but
So
you could pass it to me, especially if I can get access to actually putting up photos or whatever. You could eat a little, and I could, talk a little.
yeah, I should do that. 'Cause I've tried eating like in an unobvious way, and yet people can always tell I'm eating. I try not to, like, I'm not chewing really loud, but people can always tell anyway. So I should just have you talk and mute myself and take bites of.
How dare you eat something in 7 hours?
Yeah, how
How
dare
dare
I?
you?
How dare I? Yeah. I try not to. I try not to make noise doing it, but like I'll be sitting here trying to eat, and people are like, "Oh, what is Julie eating?" Yeah. Cooking 1 pea is ridiculous too. Like, how would you even heat it, right? Yeah. How would you even do that? Dieter said, "Oh, geez, Dieter, I've given you too much power." Oh,
Ultimate power.
I'm giving Dieter too much power. He's gonna get drunk with power. I have to take it away. He has the power to close the chat, Scarlett. I forgot about that. He could just close the chat down anytime he wants right now. He could. Uh, but not to close the stream.
Yeah, we could still talk forever. Just to be babbling to ourselves.
We could
So how's
just
the chat doing? Oh, I guess there's a chat. That's cool.
yeah, we could just keep talking. We could just keep talking to ourselves. That's okay. Talking amongst ourselves, just you and me. Well, that is one way to get me to shut up, though, because the chat does keep us on longer. That is true.
This is true.
Because I compulsively read so much of what the chat says. So, yeah.
So maybe it was a good thing.
Maybe. Yeah. It was a good thing I gave him that power. Eat a banana and some blueberries or cucumber with salt and pepper and vinegar. That really? With vinegar? I don't like vinegar very
Well,
much.
I said the cucumber, not the blueberries.
Yeah. 1 pea is crazy. Yeah. I could go for some pancakes right now. Wish I had some. Don't encourage her. Okay, bye. Yeah. Bye. This is when you stay up too late and can't help but laugh. Yeah. I start getting goofy. This is usually what happens at the end of a stream. I can't stop laughing at stuff. Yeah. It's happened the last couple Friday streams. Yeah. I get punchy. 1 pea. Yeah. I ate a gallon bag of this holiday Chex Mix my mom made today. Oh my God, a gallon? Jeez. I thought I was bad with overdoing it on snacking sometimes. A whole gallon? Wow. I need to eat. It's a trend to TikTok to eat like a normal person. Okay. Power. I'm giving you too much power, Jeter. I'm gonna have to take that away. I don't know. Getting nervous. You're gonna shut the chat down on me now. All right, ding dongs, like and subscribe and leave. Yeah. Susie, like, everyone leave. And she meant to say bye. And she says, she's saying to need her to block her. No, we're not going to block you, Susie. We're not going to block you. No, it's okay. It's okay. What are you sorry for, cheater? I know you're just looking out for me. It's okay. I'm not mad at you. Hey, AA is still here. Say something like, not funny. Jim is awesome. But
Jim
that
is
is
awesome.
funny. But that is funny because he's not.
Jim's man bun is awesome.
That is funny though. Yeah. Jim's man bun is not awesome either. No.
I have to disagree.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Jim's man bun is about the best thing about him.
Rest in peace, Jim. Yeah. Jim. Dieter said, I'm gonna send food to your place and tell your mom. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have my mom's contact info, but she would definitely be yelling at me for still being on here. Yeah. For sure. Now I don't have super chats yet, Dieter. I could, but I haven't monetized the channel yet. I technically could have done it a while ago though. But all I have is Cash App and Venmo. Oh, speaking of which, wait, I was gonna thank somebody and I don't know what their username is. Oh, thank you, Dieter. I need to get off here, but I want to thank somebody before I do. I really need to get off though. Oh my god. I'm not feeling well, even though I know it doesn't sound like it because I'm laughing, but
Yeah.
I get tired and punchy.
Yeah, you need something.
Goddamn, Jim sucks. Yeah. Do you know what you need to do? What? Call? What? Anyway, let me close this down. Wondering what did Ethan say to Jim leading up to his death? They had a touching scene. Oh, now you're making me think of more stuff, Alice. With Alice. Oh, damn. Remember that touching scene before Jim's death? Oh, shit. Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, look what you've done. Done with Alice. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Nobody like torture the host.
No, nobody type anything else. Oh my god. I'm sorry, but now I have to quote this thing that Jim said to Ethan. Oh my god, I have it in my notes. Wait a minute. I have to look this up before I get off now. I have to. It's all with Alice's fault. Susie says
See, right now, Dieter, you could end the chat and then we'll just end it with the quote. End it now. Do it. Black out.
No, don't do it.
Don't do it, Dieter.
Don't do it.
You want to. The sweet power. You want to feel it. The control.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god. Now I have to look up my notes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Season 3, episode 9. I'm going for my notes. I think that another hour. Oh god. Hold on. Wait a minute. In episode 9, season 3, they had that touching scene. And Jim makes this whole speech to Ethan about how this place wants you to blame yourself. This place wants you to blame yourself when bad things happen. And I remember saying, "Oh, this is such nice parting wisdom between the two of them." Jim said, like, this messed up things happen here. This place is going to want you to blame yourself, and it's not your fault. It's not anybody's fault. Like, as long as you're doing your best and taking care of each other, then that's all that matters. And he says, "I love you," and all of this stuff. Ethan doesn't really get emotional, though, at all. He's completely stoic about it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just interesting how Jim says, he gives him this speech with his parting wisdom. This place wants you to blame yourself. And it's like, well, at the end of the next episode, Jim dies. And what if that is Ethan who is to blame? And he should be blaming himself
but he's not gonna, because of his dad's advice.
Because of his dad's advice. Yes. It would be ironic for sure. And I remember saying at the time, like, this is going to be parting wisdom that he will always carry with him and remember. And it was, it was very touching. And imagine the irony if he grows up to actually be the one to rip his throat open, his own father. Who he just had this touching goodbye, like one last scene with, and his father says, "This place wants you to blame yourself. It's not, wow. He might be to blame for what's about to happen to his father." Like, that would be crazy if that happens. That would be crazy. I don't know. The more I look at it, the more I think that's what's going to happen. Wow. With Alice had to send me down that rabbit hole, but
yeah, you're almost done.
I was almost done. She said, "I'll go in the box, sorry." She's like, "Save me." I had to do it. I had to pull out the notes and just put that piece into this. I had to bring that piece to the table because it would be really interesting and ironic. It would.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is looking more and more likely the more I look at it. Yeah. I don't want it to be true. I really don't.
No. And yet.
Yet there it is. With Alice. Ethan's like, "Thank you for giving me permission to kill you."
Yeah.
Dude, he's totally the yellow dude. Seriously, though. Yeah. "Thank you for giving me permission. Now I don't have to even feel guilty about it."
Yep.
It's not me. It's this place that's to blame.
Yeah.
This place wants you to blame yourself. So, yeah. And Boyd once told Sarah, "I've seen how this place makes good people do bad things. So, hey, Ethan himself once said that some symbols can make you do bad things too. So who knows? Maybe the symbol corrupts him in some way, but I don't know. Yeah, he was always kind of, oh no, I don't think he's annoying. No, not at all. You mean the not the actor, but the character. I know what you mean, Susie. But I always thought he was adorable and sweet, and
Me too. Same.
I don't want it to be true, but
Adorably evil.
he might be adorably evil.
Oh, so cute if evil.
So yeah, I think so.
So blameless.
Yeah. Yeah. The more we talk about it, yeah, it's looking pretty clear to me, but who knows? Maybe when we go through the rewatch, I'll change my mind. But right now, it's looking pretty likely. He's adorable. He is as cute as a button. Yes. I love Ethan. I love Simon who plays Ethan. I love both of them. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be like watching the rewatch, like, watching Ethan like a hawk, see what he does.
I'll be giving him side eye now for the rest of the rewatch. You know it.
At least you didn't give him a side eye in the interview.
Yes. Oh man, yeah. If I had this in my head when I was talking to him, oh my god. Oh, it would have been really hard not to say, I definitely think that you're gonna be doing this. You're gonna be ripping out your own dad's throat.
You're like what we call blameless evil, Ethan.
Yeah.
Blameless evil.
That interview is going to come back to haunt me. What I said in it is going to come back to haunt me. That I don't think he'll ever do this. Never in a million years. Yeah. Oh man. Sarah Elgin Ethan is the mole. Wait.
I don't know what Susie doing.
Or Ethan is the mole? Is that what you were trying to say? Ethan is the mole. I liked Ethan until he said he liked it in Fromville because it was the closest they've been. He gave me shades of Victor. Yeah, remember when he said that in season 1, and remember because he said, yeah, we never all stood around the table like this. It's in season 2 they were like playing games. He said like they never did that. And then in season 3, you remember how he was saying like he liked it better when they were scared.
And
then
he liked it better when they're scared. Yeah,
he did. He liked it better when they were scared. I forget why. And then Tabitha went up and saw the Nkoi kids upstairs right after.
Yep, likes them scared.
Yeah, I don't remember why exactly it was. He preferred it that way, but yeah,
kids evil.
He said that. He did.
He goes to bed with the sound of screams. He's like, "Oh, this is so relaxing."
Yeah, maybe.
Love to hear the monsters outside.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, not my little Ethan. Oh, I love Ethan. They're like the corrupted innocents. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Ethan with the PS. Yeah. Well, you've given me a lot to think about. Looking at things very differently. I'm gonna have to retool that script again, and who knows? Maybe I'll get it out this weekend. I have no idea at this point. So thanks a lot for that. I was gonna say I'll definitely have it out tomorrow, but now I don't think so. Maybe Sunday if I'm lucky. I don't know.
Oh, we get to go on Jamie's live and do all this.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That'll be fun. Yes. Yeah, we'll be on Jamie's live on Sunday. It's Sci-Fi Visions live, and yeah, we can continue trying to hash this out. And
yeah, if you hash it out by then we can share on Sunday.
Yeah. There's only so much you could figure out. I mean, because we don't know enough about what the Man in Yellow even has done. We don't know if it was in the original cycle or not, but I could always, all we can do is guess at that point, at that part. We can just guess. We don't know. But it's possible. Anything's possible now that there's time travel. So he could have been back there. He could have just traveled back in time. So, yeah. Oh, man. Anyway, I need to get off of here.
You need to eat. You need to eat. You need to sleep. Everybody
Sleep.
needs to get themselves home. Get yourselves home. Get yourselves home.
Yes. So I'll try to get that video done in the next few days. Who knows? Hopefully. And next week we'll continue with the rewatch with episode 5. And I don't see any reason to change our usual schedule because it's just New Year's Day on Wednesday. So we can easily do that. I mean, I'm speaking for me. I'm
speaking for me.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, good. So,
well, it's still my vacation, so I can go late as we get late, but it's fine.
Okay, cool. So next week we'll pick up with episode 5 in the rewatch, and
we have Severance too. You want to advertise Severance?
And of course Severance, and we're gonna continue with the Severance rewatch of season 1. For me, it's a rewatch. For Scarlett, it's the first watch, and keep doing that.
Are you gonna have that? Are you gonna have that at 8:00 EST on Thursday?
It'll be 8 p.m. That's the new time for the Severance watch parties in the Discord. 8 p.m. Eastern, not 10. It'll be 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll watch episodes 7 and 8 of Severance season 1. It's a lot of fun. If you want to come join, the Discord link is pinned at the top of the chat, and it's also in the description of the video of this video. If you're listening on the replay, the Discord link is in there. And then we'll do our next Severance live that night too, preferably earlier than this week, maybe like 10:30 p.m. Eastern for the Severance, which will be a call-in so people can join the panel, which is always fun. And then we'll have the second From live on Friday too. So double the From goodness.
And Julie's going to have this video out in the Boy in White, Man in Yellow soon.
Yeah. Yeah, soon. Who knows when that'll be. I'm going to just stop saying I'm going to just stop saying I'm going to have this thing out because I've been saying it on these lives for like 3 weeks. So it sounds ridiculous. So yeah. Now I have no idea. Oh, Dieter. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Are we going to outro with that?
Yeah. He sent me a video here. I'll get that and then I'll sign off of here. Okay. So yeah, let me think. Anything else? I guess there's nothing else to really promote other than if you haven't checked out my interview with Simon Webster, check that out. It's my cat just randomly woke up and made a noise. So yeah, the interview with Simon Webster, who plays Ethan, it's 42 minutes long, which might be the longest interview he's ever done. And hopefully he doesn't mind. His family and manager aren't mad because that was an accident, but he seemed to be enjoying himself. So hopefully they're cool with it. And I was thrilled to have the opportunity. And so if you haven't checked that out, the link is in I put the link to the interview in the description of this video. And it's also, of course, just on my channel. You can see it right there in the video section on top. And yeah, I had a really great time talking to him. I was honored to have the opportunity. And so yeah, check that out when you have a chance, when you have 42 minutes to kill. The little trooper probably thought this crazy lady's kept me here for 42 minutes. Leave me alone, lady.
12 more minutes than she should have.
12 more minutes than I should have, and I didn't mean to. So Oh, hope they're not mad at me, but he seemed like he was really enjoying himself and had a lot to say, so I just kept on going because he'd say interesting stuff and then I'd respond and I couldn't help it. So anyway, yeah. Thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody that came out and watched the stream. Thank you for everybody that's watching the replay. Thank you for listening. I appreciate you all. And anybody that's just listening and not in the chat, thank you all so, so much. Thank you for letting me continue to do this. I couldn't keep doing this if we were just here talking to ourselves. I want to keep this up in the off season. And so thank you, everybody that continues to come, even when the show is not airing anymore. I really appreciate it so much because I did not want to stop. I love doing these lives. I love this community. So thank you so, so much. Can't thank you enough, really. And we'll be back again next week for more From Goodness. So thank you so much. And thank you, Scarlett, for coming back and dropping a bombshell.
My calling card.
Yes.
Signature.
Yeah. It's Ethan, man. Ethan is the man in yellow. Maybe. We'll see. We shall see. But all right. Thank you guys. Have a good day or a good night. Until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. See you later.
See ya.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi Julie B Deep Dives, it is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlett of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B, Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B Deep Dives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Really binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.